All right, howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome back. Welcome back. You are here at the Urban Landlord, and you are watching Politicking with me, Portia. So happy to have you guys here with me tonight. I had to make sure that I started late just to be in the spirit of the holiday of the month. So if you expected that I was going to be on time tonight, that is your bad. But we're here, and I'm so glad to be here with you guys. We have so much to get through. Like last time, this is going to be my second episode for Black History Month. And y'all know what we're talking about today? Black women. Yes, yes, Black women. Black women. And listen, I have so much in store for you. We're going to celebrate these Black women, and not just the ones that are in the thumbnail, but all Black women. It's going to be great. We have Abby Phillips, Cari Champion, Ashley, I got her name, Jasmine Crockett, Maxine Waters, Tiffany Henyard, Iyanna Presley, and so many more. I'm pretty, I'm pretty excited about it. I'm looking forward to it. And hopefully, once we get there, you guys will be able to call in and we can have us a show. Let's see here. Let's see here. Who do we have here in the building? Who do we have in the building so far? We have Dontarius. Hey, Dontarius. Howdy, howdy. We got Jay Boogie. Oh, I'm reading. Jay Boogie says you need a Mac with the M4 processor. That processor can handle anything. Jay Boogie, maybe you missed the story about what happened to my beloved laptop. And right now, still in the process of getting another one, but my MacBook is it's a really sad situation, a really sad story. I'm still dealing with it. I will blame mental health because I am very loyal. I'm very dedicated. I'm a very loyal, dedicated Apple user. And to have to make my fingers touch the pore of anything that is not Apple, I feel a little dirty sometimes. I don't always feel normal. Because whenever you have an iPhone, that's like an elevated experience electronically. And when you have to take a step down to modify things, you just realize having a MacBook is a privilege. And so I won't be too upset. And I know that they're expensive, especially the new ones, but I totally want one. You don't have to worry about anything video, audio related with that MacBook. Oh, believe you me, I know. I love it so much. And I'm having a, deal here with this what is this? Adele? Yeah, whatever. But you know, shout out to all y'all that aren't Apple users. We pray that you arrive one day. Before we get into the show, shout out to Tropes. I don't know if he's been able to see that we've been playing it for a few times today, but we have a new song by Stanley Cross by way of Tropes. And you know what? I just thought it would be perfect. Perfect for the show we're doing tonight. So we'll be back.
When I was a little boy, growing up, I remember the old saying, girls are made of sugar and spice, and everything nice. Boys are made of snakes and snares, and puppy dog tails. But what I couldn't understand is why girls were even made at all. Until God gave me you.
Shout out to Stanley on the ones and twos. God gave me you. God gave me you. God gave all of you Black women. He also did that. He did that too. And because of his loving and kindness on extending something so beautiful to women that look like me, I want to take you guys back to a time that's well before my time for sure. A lot of the people that I'll be talking to you about tonight are before my time, but you know, it's okay. We're going to be talking about the Black woman and comparing and contrasting from back then and now, and examining how far we have come. And is it a cause to celebrate? Is it a cause to celebrate? I think so. I think it is. Back between the 1920s and 70s, just to give you guys a bit of context on what it is that you're going to be watching, it's a panel of Black women who were born in the 1910s, 20s, 30s, and they grew up, of course, and now they're living through civil rights and all of these things like that. But in this particular segment that I'm going to use as the base tonight to bring into what's happening today, one thing that you'll notice about these women, and of course I'll pause here and there, is the fact that a lot of these women that you guys will see, we know who they are, and they have paved the way. And they have made examples of what they fought for and how they proved themselves worthy in the midst of all of the things that were around them. And of course, as you can imagine, being born in the 1910s probably wasn't all of that. You know, it probably wasn't. And we have come together further in time, right? So all we can do is move forward, because we quite literally can't go back in the past. We can't do that. We can't change the past, but we can change our futures. Another thing that you'll see whenever we get into it is even through their struggles, you don't hear about these women talking about their weaknesses and what they could not do. And of course, since today, a lot of Black women have platforms that extend far beyond this nation. You know, they didn't have the internet, social media, all that stuff like that. They can reach a larger audience. They have more power than they may not realize. And so since they don't look at their own success as power or privilege, or even really show a lot of semblance of being proud of themselves and their accomplishments, we're going to talk about them tonight, and we're going to celebrate those accomplishments. Even though they may seem angry, some of them, they have poor attitudes, poor behavior. You know, some of them, you have a hatred for Black men. You know, it seems like they're really negative all the time. Okay. I'm overlooking that tonight. I'm overlooking. I want to discuss with you guys exactly why these women are worth being celebrated for what they have accomplished, who they are, and acknowledge their achievements. There was a time where Black women, we couldn't even vote, couldn't even work alongside white folks, let alone do some of the things that we will see tonight during this show. So I hope you guys stick with me. I know it may seem different for you guys coming from me, but you know what? It's Black History Month. Happy Black History Month. We got Jewel in the building. Hello, Jewel. Hello, welcome in. Let's get into it, people. Let's get into it.
This show will concentrate on one of the greatest institutions in the world, the Black woman, in order to get the real feelings and perspective of our sister.
Did y'all hear that? I'm gonna start it over, just in case y'all didn't hear. I want to make sure I want to say it loud for the ones in the back. The greatest institution in the world. Black man said that. Black women. Shout out to him.
This show will concentrate on one of the greatest institutions in the world, the Black woman, in order to get the real feelings and perspective of our sister. We went to her. A group was brought together with as many differences as likenesses, but held together by the common thread of the Black experience.
Mm-hmm.
Another institution was added, Sister Lena Horne, who can, from first experience, speak about survival if you are born a woman and Black in this society.
Mm-hmm.
Our woman has borne us, nurtured us, and saved our race, and in the process, she often got the worst of it. As a unique institution, the Black woman remains.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the role of a Black woman is to work for a just society, and the kind of a society in which children can grow up without fear, in which they can hope. Don't you think so?
Really, to boil it all down, Black woman is mother civilization. That adds it up. She is. She's actually the mother. That's it. She's the mother of the earth. She bears forth fruit, fertilize the soil.
I agree.
I agree. I think we have overlooked the fact that Black women have been for the white nation. They have sucked us dry. That we have nursed the children, we have fed them, we have done everything, put all our energies, all our work into working for the white family. And now it's time for us to take all our strength, all the strength that Monahan says we have. We're supposed to be the strongest women anyway. It's time for us to take all our strength, all our milk, all of that, and put it into working for the Black nation.
I'd like to touch on something here. I'm glad you brought this up. And I don't know what reaction this is going to get because a lot of people jump at me when I say it. But unfortunately, all people in this country, Black people and white people, are subjugated to the same system of media, are subjugated to the same systems of communication, are subjugated to the same conditioning. And that's something we definitely have to reckon with if we're going to ever get through any of this stuff. Moynihan, that's sort of the name that's associated with that word matriarchy, definitely has to be dealt with.
I'd like to deal with him
face
to face.
Right. I think that unfortunately, a lot of us, Black men and Black women, believe in the myth of that matriarchy. And I think that belief engenders a lot of negative things. Number one, it says that matriarchy is inferior to patriarchy, which is a whole thing right there. You see that patriarchy is a sort of natural or divine order of things, which is not so. Two, that Black men have believed and internalized the myth of white womanhood in this country and Anglo-Saxon impositions, so that they place us in relation to where white women are.
So we're going to pause there for a moment because it was mentioned a few times, and maybe you guys didn't catch it, but for those of you that have been rocking with us since the beginning, Stanley and myself, we typically bring this up the most, and then Blacks Who Defy whenever he calls in, but the Moynihan report is what they are talking about. This is what they're discussing. And If you try to purchase it, which I'll have the link in the description box, you can find it under the Moynihan Report or the Negro Family, the Case for National Action. So for those of you that know me, and for those of you that don't, I grew up in a household where my dad made us read this every day. Excuse me, not every day, every year. Every year. We had to read it every year, and my dad made all three of us write like a report of sorts so that we can read back over all of our reports, you know, from years past and see if anything changed. And growing up, it was kind of hard for me to understand why my dad did that up until I understood. And so you hear these women on stage, you know, talking about Black women, saying, you know, what they are, what they think, but they're also saying, I wish I could meet him in person. I want to say something to him. But I don't take that as a negative thing, because I know that they view this report as a negative thing. They don't view it as what they represent. Okay. So 200 years ago, in 1765, 9 assembled colonies first joined together to demand freedom from arbitrary power. For the first century, we struggled to hold together the first continental union of democracy in the history of man. 100 years ago, in 1865, following a terrible test of blood and fire, the Compact of Union was finally sealed. The United States is approaching a new crisis in race relations. In the decade that began with school desegregation decisions of the Supreme Court and ended with the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the demand of Negro Americans for full recognition of their civil rights was finally met. The effort, no matter how savage and brutal, because I am not going to sit here and say that what my ancestors went through wasn't savage and brutal, because it was, of some of the state and local governments to thwart the exercise of those rights is doomed. The nation will not put up with it, least of all the Negroes. The present moment will pass. In the meantime, a new period is beginning. He's saying these white folks ain't gonna tolerate this. Matter of fact, the nation, they're not gonna tolerate this. It's not happening. It's not happening. Okay. All right, Moynihan. In this new period, the expectations of the Negro Americans will go beyond civil rights. Being Americans, they will now expect that in the near future, equal opportunities for them as a group will produce roughly equal results as compared with other groups. This is not going to happen. This is not going to happen, nor will it happen for generations to come unless a new and special effort is made. There are 2 reasons. First, the racist virus in the American bloodstream still affects us. Negroes will encounter serious personal prejudice for at least another generation. Second, 3 centuries of sometimes unimaginable mistreatment have taken their toll on the Negro people. The harsh fact is that as a group, at the present time, in terms of ability to win out in the competitions of American life, they, meaning the Negro, are not equal to most of the groups with which they will be competing. Individually, Negro Americans reach the highest peaks of achievement. Individually, Negro Americans reach the highest peaks of achievement, but collectively, in the spectrum of American ethnic and religious and regional groups, where some get plenty and some get none, where some send 80% of their children to college and others pull them out of school at the 8th grade, Negroes are among the weakest. The most difficult fact for white Americans to understand is that in these terms, the circumstances of the Negro American community in recent years has probably been getting worse, not better. I'm going to pause there for a second I'm going to play something for you guys, and then we're going to hop back into it with these lovely Black women. I need to read some of this here and there for you guys. I do not have time to, well, you know what? We do stream all day. I mean, I guess I did have time, but I don't want to bore you with my reading voice and things like that. However, hearing what you have heard, and as I said, growing up with my father and my mother, more specifically my dad, he stayed on top of our necks for this. Y'all gonna read this every year, okay? You're gonna write about it, and then we're gonna see what changes and how you feel by the time you get 18. Because once you leave my house, you can do whatever you want to do. You ain't gotta read it no more. You ain't even gotta write a report. But I still, to this day, even though I'm long past 18, I still read it every year. I did it for like 15 years, 14, however many years. So what eventually happened for me over time is that I became angry, but not angry and I want to cuss you out, go off on you, this, that, and the third. It was just because of him saying what would never happen, what we could never be, what we would never achieve as a group. Now, individually, oh yeah, by all means, y'all are finna rock out, and y'all are gonna see one by one tonight how individual this success is to the Black women that I'm going to be presenting to you. Now, this does not equate to me leaning on the words of this white man that wrote this report. I'm speaking to it because we've talked about it before. This is what they're talking about back in the 70s, whenever this show was recorded. But also for you guys to get to hear and see that, yeah, he said all of that, but you do not have to represent that, right? So up here earlier, he said, where did he say? Where is it at? Second. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Lord, my eyes. Okay, here it is. The harsh fact is that as a group at the present time, in terms of ability to win out in the competitions of American life, they are not equal to most of those groups with which they will be competing. I was talking to you guys about this the other day, and I was telling you guys, about, what's going on with the mass protest here and that, here and there, and it's becoming a bit much. It's becoming a lot. Now you can be triggered by it, or you can just be like, hey, this ain't got nothing to do with me. But however,
lately I have seen a lot of videos of Black people making fun of Mexicans for what's happening right now with Mexican people. I have also seen Black people make videos talking about Mexicans don't come to us for help because we're not helping. First of all, Mexicans are not alone. They have Honduran people, they have Salvadorian people, they have Guatemalan people, they have Nicaraguan people, and a whole bunch of other countries that are willing to join forces with the Mexican people. Black people, what makes you think that Mexicans are going to come running to y'all for help? What for? Y'all Black people can't even help yourselves. That's wild. Mexican people are hardworking people. Mexican people stick together. They make it work. That's the total opposite of a Black person. You want to call me a racist? Go right ahead. I'm just keeping it real. Like I said, Mexican people are not alone. They have all of us. What makes you think that a Mexican will say, oh, okay, well, we have the Blacks. Let's go to them. Come on now. Y'all don't even trust each other. What makes you think that a Mexican will trust you if you don't even trust your brother? Get your popcorn ready and watch how Mexicans make this work.
Get your popcorn ready and watch how they make it work. Now here in the chat, Drew says, it's the arrogance with which he writes is astounding. And over time, what happened with me is that I felt like that. And again, I can recognize a point at which he said individually, I am an individual. That's for sure. But it kind of started to trigger me a little. It pissed me off. I didn't like that. this. I didn't see this growing up. I don't know what he's talking about. As a collective, for me and my family, I didn't know what he was talking about. But where you hear this guy saying, hey, we don't need to come to y'all for help. I mean, and for those of us that's asking for y'all help, to be real, I don't even know why they're doing that. Y'all don't trust each other. Y'all don't come together. Y'all don't do this. Y'all don't do that. What do we need y'all for? That's today. This is from years ago. Years ago. We have dollars of income, standards of living, and years of education deceive. The gap between the Negro and most other groups in American society is widening. The fundamental problem in which this is most clearly the case is that of family structure. So what you guys are about to hear them get into in this video is family structure and the black man and the black man. The evidence, while not final, but powerfully persuasive, is that the Negro family in the urban ghettos is crumbling. A middle-class group has managed to save itself, but for vast numbers of the unskilled, poorly educated city working class, the fabric of conventional social relationships has all but disintegrated. There are indications that the situation may have been arrested in the past few years, but in the general post-war trend is unmistakable. So as long as that situation persists, the cycle of poverty and disadvantage will continue to repeat itself. The thesis of this paper is that these events in combination confront the nation with a new kind of problem. Measures that have worked in the past or would work for most groups in the present will not work here. A national effort is required that will give a unity of purpose to the many activities of the federal government in this area, directed to a new kind of national goal: the establishment of a stable Negro family structure.
There's two things a woman, I believe, being a black woman and a very proud black woman, can do for a man, make him or break him. And then you take into consideration how the black man has been berated by the white man. His woman, adequately couldn't have the luxuries of another woman born the same just like her. This man has to, black men have stood by for a very, very long time and been humiliated by the system. He can't get the job that this fellow can get. You must understand that his wife might have to go on welfare. He has to stay in the humility of that. He has to watch the plumber duck if the welfare worker come in there. Mm-hmm. You understand me? He has always been made to feel he's below the next man. So you must take into consideration. Now black men are learning, that they're part. They're beginning to feel like a man. They're getting their dignity and their pride back. So he needs a woman to keep on pushing it. Vice versa, when you say about, in the system, this system has destroyed actually the black man, because everything that we've ever done, there's no part of this country that you can say, if you touch that a black man didn't bring it in here. Everything that they built, they've never been able to share with it. I don't even want to hear that. What society have done just took our black men and destroyed their manhood. That's what they've done. Aid and abetted.
I'm certainly not.
Aided and abetted. Out of all of the ladies that are on this panel, I don't know. She can cook. It's all in her. She's aided and abetted. Like she just keep it real. Keep it real. I don't know. The age demographic. Maybe you guys were alive whenever this was recorded. I don't know. Okay. However, I like to look at videos of the past of people that look like me, and one of my favorite parts of seeing it is seeing black women talk about black men. It's just like, ooh, just like, yes, girl, aided and unabetted. Yes, Yes, ma'am. Because me as a Black woman right now today, not to say that there are more Black women that are, more successful or whatever than Black men, but it seems as though the Black woman has a different type of strategic voice, that permeates across the nation, more so than that of the Black male. So whenever I was reading some of the Moynihan report to you guys, you heard where he mentioned this will never happen. Okay, listen, it's never going to happen. It's going to take something else to bring that change about. And oddly enough, if you look way back then, or even look to something that you can touch to right now, Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, George Floyd, it took for the deaths of Black men to bring the Black women out to what looks to me a celebration of a Black man's death. But I'm pretty sure Moynihan wasn't expecting BLM whenever he wrote this. Pretty sure he wasn't. Okay. But he speaks about the family, the Negro family. There is no Negro family without the Negro father. And these Black women, as you will hear, they celebrate that, they recognize that, they uplift that, they understand that. And I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful.
Not in disagreement. I'm in 200% agreement with everything you said. I think we all are.
Mightn't it be, like we understand that what the brothers are going through now, as you say, the cultural national, but mightn't it all be very revolutionary, and you might be the better woman for understanding that they, at this point, they need you to walk a few feet behind and get their manhood together. So if it takes that, then I'm going to do whatever the brothers need now. I mean, I've been doing a lot of research on slavery and talk about wiping out and ripping off a people. They did it to the Black man. They did it. And if it takes, at this point, a cultural national say you got to walk 4 paces behind me, baby, slow. If that might be revolutionary, I'll do that. I mean, I'm going to do anything at this point that's needed.
Is that revolutionary?
She said that is revolutionary. If I have to walk 10 paces behind my man slowly, just to make sure that I don't disrupt or interrupt his manhood so that he can have his manhood and his dignity, I'm willing to do that. Because to her, this Black woman, y'all saw how excited she was. You saw she was smiling. She was getting like that when I talk about my man. Y'all know I do when I talk about mine. I get happy. And she, a Black woman, while back in the 1970s, doesn't matter, okay? This is what they are talking about as a collective to see their people advance in this country. And as you may have noticed, right, these ladies, they're soft-spoken, they're just having a conversation. It ain't no, sister girls, this and that, neck rolling. And, even though you guys will hear some of them disagree, it is still very feminine. And they can have very civil conversations with each other. But it's just, when you look back, even with Martin Luther King, Coretta, hey, okay, well, baby, you go out and you do your thing. All that. I'm stay at house. I'm stay at the house with the kids. I got you, whatever. I'm going to let you do your thing. And it is what it is. It's just, it's not everywhere in American society, right? Because we don't see everything on the news all the time, but there is a lot of influence, social media, things we see, and it may seem as though Black women, of course, are angry, upset, always trying to fight, argue, this, that, and the third. We ain't got nothing good to say. We don't really bring nothing good to the table. Even though back in 1970, the heavyset lady, she said, essentially, let me tell you what a Black woman is going to do. She's either going to make you or she's going to break you. That was in 1970. break mine. We're going to keep it going. They always say history repeats itself. And so I know that I'm not, you know, one of those, I'm too proud to have a man, black woman, but I know that I'm not alone. Let's keep listening before we get into some today.
How revolutionary is
I'm going to do anything at this point that's needed.
Is that revolutionary? How revolutionary is it if one half of us is in condescension and a kind of almost fear saying, walking 10 paces behind you, saying that in order for me to, quote, regain my manhood,
maybe that's
I have to deny you your
right
peoplehood.
Now. No.
Is that revolutionary? I think we really have to explore
if somebody
that.
really needs that, you know, I don't. We just have to do whatever we need to do to help
that
these
says
black
to me
men
that
get
you
together.
really believe that there has been this thing called a matriarchy, that as Moynihan
I
put
believe
it,
we've been ripped off as a people. Black people have been ripped off.
No, we haven't been ripped off.
but you're not dealing with the internal thing that really.
I take that back. Black people hasn't been ripped. Black people have been raped of every ounce of human things that's entitled and do another human being.
Right. Do you know how we really can't get this together? And really, because to me, this is very alien, and we shouldn't be sitting here talking about defining something which has been defined for us. We should be about redefinition. And I don't particularly care whether I walk alongside, in back of, or in front of. That is going to have to be defined for me by my man.
Her man.
We know too well what our being is all about in the United States of Europe. We have to deal with that. That's why I started out by saying, are we talking about changes within existing systems? Because that's all we're talking about. We're talking about a black nation within a European nation. And if we have to deal with that, then let's redefine our own culture and stop being a subculture. Stop worrying about the man. That's deifying him. Who is the man?
Who is the man? She said, I'm not finna decide if I'm finna walk beside my man, to the left of my man, to the right of my man, to the front of my man, or the back of my man. I ain't finna decide that. You know who finna decide that for me? My man. Him. He's gonna decide. And she didn't say it with anger and animosity. You could even hear in her the pride when she spoke those words. Oh no, baby, listen. No. He makes those choices for us. So there is not the man, there is my man, and my man is the one who I am going to follow. And then she follows up. I said, but who is this man that they speaking about? I mean, why are you worried about them? What's going on? Well, has any of that changed today? Have we grown or gone from a system of, just using this as an example, just a little bit of comparison, from your man, or are we still seeking out the man? I don't know. First up on the docket today, Jasmine Crockett.
I am tired of the white tears. Listen, if you are competent, you are not concerned. When I walk into Congress every single day, you know why I don't feel away and why you can't make me doubt who I am is because I know that I had to work 10 times as hard as they did just to get into the seat. When you look and you compare me to Marjorie Taylor Greene or me to Lauren Boebert, there is no comparison. And that is the life that we have always lived. So the only people that are crying are the mediocre white boys that have been beaten out by people that historically have had to work so much harder. This is why they don't want us to have education. This is why they are trying to literally say we won't fund the HBCUs, because they know that if they've already gone after affirmative action and they're saying, you know what, don't allow them to come into, say, these PWIs, as we call them, don't allow them to come into these institutions. We know why they created the HBCUs in the first place. It was because they wouldn't allow us into the white institutions. And so now they're not allowing us in. And now they're saying, you know what, we're also going to defund the HBCUs. You know why? Because they don't want any more Kamala Harrises. They don't want any more Jasmine Crockett's. But I got news for them. I don't care what they do. We will fight to the end to make sure that we get our due. Because again, if you want to talk about the people that shouldn't be in this country, you probably need to look in the mirror, because the last time I checked, the Native Americans who Summer ICE have been rounding up, or the Puerto Ricans who are absolutely Americans, listen, the only people that came and colonized this place are your ancestors, Trump.
Your ancestors, Trump, the only people that came and corralled and rallied up people. Okay, Jasmine, Jasmine, we're listening to you. We're listening to you tonight, and we're listening to you with a different ear. Let's hear a little bit more.
President Trump is appointing Darren Beattie to a top State Department role. I know many people remember who Darren Beattie is. He was fired in 2018 from being a speechwriter. He was speaking at a conference attended by white nationalists. And then a few months ago, he posted this, Congresswoman: competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work. Unfortunately, our entire national ideology is predicated on coddling the feelings of women and minorities and demoralizing competent white men. Your reaction to his appointment?
He needs to go. I mean, this is very simple. We right now have a white supremacist that is sitting in the White House. He is backed up by other white supremacists. And if you really want to know who the criminals are in this country, you can Google it. You don't have to trust me. But the people that commit 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are white supremacists. Yet for whatever reason, they sit and they serve at the pleasure of the president. They are the ones that were there on January 6th, tearing our democracy down physically. And now we have them tearing us down right here from within. Here is the problem.
Of course, Congresswoman, to interrupt you, but President Trump, of course, has denied any allegations of the white supremacists, and that's why he apparently fired what he. I know your point, but he did fire Darren Beattie in reaction. They believe in part to his attendance at that conference. Does that change your opinion in any way?
No, it doesn't change my opinion, because we saw what he literally recently just posted, and the coddling is for the white boys. That's what's happening right now. I am tired of the white tears.
Yes, tired of the white tears. White man, white supremacy. The white men are in control. You know, yeah, maybe white men are awful, Jasmine. Maybe the white man is your issue. I don't know. That's why I want to talk about it, because Jasmine Crockett has a pretty impressive career. And again, it is Black History Month, and we're starting off with Jasmine Crockett. She is a Democrat out of Texas, and she represents an area in Dallas, Texas. She was born in 1981. She is 43 years old. Her occupation, attorney, before she became a member of Congress. So Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett has purposely made every decision with one goal in mind: protecting the civil liberties of those in underrepresented communities. As a public defender, civil rights attorney, state's rep, and Congresswoman, Jasmine Crockett dedicates her life to public service with the goal of serving justice and ensuring equality for all. In the midst of political turmoil, economic distress, and racial inequality, Congressman Crockett laced up her shoes to march for justice and run for the Texas House of Representatives. The sole Black freshman and youngest Black lawmaker in Texas during the 87th legislative session. Congresswoman Crockett navigated what has been marked as the most conservative session in Texas history. However, despite the uphill climb, Congresswoman Crockett filed more bills than any other freshman assembled a wide coalition to pass landmark criminal justice reforms in the House and brought more accessibility and accountability to her office than ever before. Than ever before. In Texas, than ever coming out of Texas, in Congress, more than anybody else. Jasmine Crockett did that. She did that. Do I agree with her politics? No, I do not. But is she in there doing whatever she's doing? Is she handling her business? She's making history. You damn right she is. Yes, she is. She was the founding member of both the Texas Progressive Caucus as well as the Texas Caucus on Climate, Energy, and the Environment. Mind y'all, this is Texas. Y'all know all about Juneteenth, and if you don't know, look it up, because we're not talking about Juneteenth at full tonight. But what we will address is that Juneteenth, Texas was the last state to free these Negroes. Say what you will about Texas, how you feel about it's Southern, white, racist, whatever the case may be. Jasmine Crockett made two things happen that impact our state as a Black freshman Congresswoman. As a state representative, she fought for the economic opportunity as the member of Business and Industry Committee and advocated for reform on the Criminal Jurisprudence Committee. Congresswoman Crockett was one of the lead architects of the 2021 Texas House Quorum Break, which brought attention to the draconian and restrictive voting measures being proposed in the legislature. Her passion for justice and the protection of people's rights led her to pursue a career as a public defender and civil rights and criminal defense attorney. She focused on defending our most vulnerable among us from exploitation in the criminal justice system. As she began her career in the Bowie County Public Defender's Office, Congresswoman Crockett worked tirelessly to keep children safe and out of jail. Now, golly gee, how would she be able to do something like that with all of these white supremacists around and the racist president and all of these mean white men? It is Texas. So of course y'all know that the majority of anybody doing anything at any level of power in the great state of Texas, they are white men. They are white men, the same white men that Jasmine just told us about. They are white men. But even in the midst of those white men, those bully white men, those racist, hateful white men, Jasmine Crockett did it. She did that. It's not a matter of not, I don't even want to say did, she's doing that. She's doing it right now. It is February 7th. She's doing it. She should be celebrated. As she began her career in the Bowie County Public Defender's Office, oh no, I just read that. Her time there serves as a reminder that criminal justice is an insurrectional issue. Following her service in the Texas legislature, Congresswoman Crockett accepted the call and won the election for retiring chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson's congressional seat in the Texas 30th District. Following her election, she hit the ground running and won a seat at the leadership table as a freshman leadership representative, a position she will use to advocate for all Texans. As freshman leadership representative, she is one of a few Black women ever. She is one of a few Black women ever elected to Democrat House leadership. How did you do it, Jasmine? Tell me your secrets. Let me know. I love politics, Jasmine. You right up the road from me, girl. Show me your ways. Because when I listen to you, Jasmine, sometimes I just feel like I can't ever do any of this. I can't do any of this. whenever I listen to some of the things that you say sometimes, Jasmine, I hear the Negro family. I hear the Moynihan report. You sound just like him to me. In the same book that I read growing up, listening and ingesting the words that this white man is telling me what I would never be able to do, I'm listening to you say the same thing. And Jasmine, why? Why? But just like Moynihan, he said individually, individually, Negro Americans reach the highest peaks of achievement. Individually, Jasmine. But collectively, in the spectrum of American ethnic and religious and regional groups, where some get plenty and some get none, where some send 80% of their children to go to college and others pull them out of school at the 8th grade, Negroes are among the weakest. Negroes are among the weakest. But Jasmine Crockett, you're not weak. It ain't nothing weak about you to me. How can I become like you, Jasmine? And why does it take for some girl who's never voted for your party? I've never voted Democrat and I never will. I never will. I appreciate you. I might not like your politics, but I appreciate you. And you are something to behold if we're just looking at the facts on paper that we're reading. In Congress, Congresswoman Crockett hopes to continue to build on the legacy of Chairwoman Johnson and will fight to expand access to health care, voting rights, economic opportunity, and dignity for all. She will fight to protect Medicare, Social Security, and expand critical social safety net programs. She will continue to be a tireless advocate for civil liberties, immigrant rights, and economic equity for women and the diverse communities across the state of Texas. Oh, maybe y'all thought I was done. I'm not done yet. Oh, no, I ain't done yet. Congresswoman Crockett earned her BA in Business Administration from Rhodes College and her JD from the University of Houston. And I can tell you right now, that program is not easy to get into. Not at U of H. You can get accepted into the undergrad, but they don't play about their JD program at the University of Houston. So she had to be sharp to even get in there. Of course, we can say affirmative action, whatever. Listen, she got in there, period. She got in. She is licensed to practice law in Texas and Arkansas and federal courts. Crockett is a past Bowie County Democratic Party chair. She held various leadership positions within the legal community. She is a former board member of the Dallas County Metro Care Services and a proud member of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. As a congresswoman for all Texans, she's looking forward to continuing our fight and ushering in the next generation of servant leadership in the halls of Congress and Washington, D.C. Well, she says she's looking forward to ushering us in, but that's not what I hear when I hear you, Jasmine, because you're not telling me that I could do it. You're telling me to kind of like stay away from it. Like as far as you can go, get away from it, because listen, it's racist, it's white supremacy, these white men, and you can't do nothing, you won't ever be nothing, you can't this and you can't that. But Jasmine, we're celebrating you tonight. Because of you, Jasmine, I can, Jasmine, because of you. Because of other Black women that we're going to talk about today. Because of y'all, I can. So like I said, even though you guys may not want to talk about yourselves, okay, you don't want to big up yourselves unless you're, talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene or what have you. we've added you to the list of celebration tonight. And in closing, for those of you that did not know, Jasmine Crockett has a husband. His name is Marcus. They have 2 children, KJ and Brooklyn. Look at that. They talked about that too in the documentary or the TV show that I'm telling you guys about. So, I mean, hey, not too bad, not too shabby, because these Black women, as I told you guys, these are Black women that were born in the 10s, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. And they're talking about, hey, if I got to walk a few steps behind my Black man to make sure that he knows that his masculinity is protected around me and he's this, that, and the third, the most important thing to me is Black family. Jasmine Crockett, you have one. Shout out to you. I'm conservative. There's nothing else to me in this life more important than family. That's more important than any job or any other task that I could ever be assigned to me in my life, that of being a wife and a mother, and you are both. And you're JD, and you're a congresswoman, and your own committees, and you're the first of your kind here in the great state of Texas, the same state that freed the slaves last, Jasmine Crockett. You are worth being celebrated, even though you might not think so. And a lot of people in our audience, they might not think so either, but it's okay. We're doing it tonight.
I agree with you. Sorry, go ahead, Amanda. No, I just wanted to mention in terms of cultural nationalism and what, brothers feel. I don't know, if it's all true that brothers would like you to walk 10 paces in back of them. But I do know that we do have a definite role. And until we play our definite role, they cannot play their definite role. And our roles are complementary, complete and make perfect, that which is imperfect. And that if we go about being the inspiration of the nation, and again, educating the children of the nation, and participating in the social development of the nation, that it would be no problem. And when we say we should not discuss things, we start out to discuss them. Like, why raise Monahan if he's invalid? Don't raise him. Don't talk about him.
I really believe this very strongly, that as much as we would all like to say that and struggle every day re-examining ourselves to do just that, that we are unfortunately very much a part of that dominant culture. It does affect us. Now, if it didn't affect us, we wouldn't be fighting crackers. And that's the truth of it. If it didn't affect us, we wouldn't get mad about what Mr. Moynihan writes. And if it didn't affect us, certain people would not react to the myth of the matriarchy in the way they do. And that's why it has to be exposed and destroyed. It's not that I really want to spend time talking about Mr. Moynihan. It's that I think that we have to get rid of the illusions, we have to get rid of the poisons, we have to get rid of the lies. And one way to do that is expose it and dissect it.
Not that I want to talk about Moynihan. This is 1970. I was born in the 90s. Well, me, my brother, and my sister, we were all born in the 90s. So 1970, all these years later, these random Black kids, born and raised, small, white town, Texas. Not that I want to talk about it, but as I said, my dad gave it to us at a point in which we did not understand. We were just at that time where we could read. But it took some time to understand why he did it and why I will bring it up no matter what. And what I love about this is that they're actually discussing it, but in a way of how I am not going to ever be that. I'm not going to let this white man, tell me who I am, what I'm capable of being, and what I'm doing. I'm not going to prove this white man right. Absolutely not. So I need to know what that white man said, because there might be other white men out there that think like him. Okay. And I'm not gonna live up to nothing that Patrick Moynihan put in this book. Not a damn thing. I'm not gonna represent that. No, I'm not. He doesn't have that much power over me. Not that I want to talk about Patrick Moynihan, but hey, I don't like this book that he put out. Everything that he's talking about, I don't know nothing about that. You guys will hear throughout this show None of these Black women ever bend at the beckon. They're not saying, oh, well, no, he might be right. I mean, he probably ain't even lying for real. It's true. But like I said, whenever I read Moynihan, unfortunately, I hear Jasmine Crockett. When I hear Jasmine Crockett, I hear Moynihan. Two totally different perspectives, I'm most sure. But this is my own. Again, from the book, the paper, if you will. The thesis of this paper is that these events in combination confront the nation with a new kind of problem. Measures that have worked in the past or would work for most groups in the present will not work here. A national effort is required that will give a unity of purpose to the many activities of the federal government in this area, directed to a new kind of goal, the establishment of a stable Negro family structure. This would be a new departure for federal policy and a difficult one. But it's almost certainly offers the only possibility of resolving in our time what is, after all, the nation's oldest and most intransigent, and now its most dangerous social problem. What Gunnar Myrdal said in An American Dilemma remains true today. America is free to choose whether the Negro shall remain her liability or become her opportunity. America is free to choose whether the Negro shall remain her liability or become her opportunity.
If we create a new life, a new value system, and live it as an example.
That's what I'm talking about. That's it.
That would probably be the best way, because then people could see it as a living thing and not as a theory. Because what we need to do is to reestablish a new value system. That's what Black people need.
Right,
a value
and how
system
exactly, and how do we go about that?
We go about it the way you go about daily work. First of all, you decide what you want. You establish your values and you start to live it.
Mm-hmm.
And the people in your community, you start talking to your neighbors. You get yourself together first.
Exactly.
Then you get your community together.
We're in agreement.
Then you get your neighborhood together.
We're in agreement.
Right. And then you can move on out. But in the beginning, you got to make sure you got yourself together.
Right.
Okay. You have to start right here.
Yeah, you make sure you get yourself together, like Jasmine Crockett did. Yeah, you do that. You go ahead and do that. You make sure you get yourself together. Y'all have heard me here. For those of you that haven't, I'll say it again for the new people that might be in the building. I represent my mother and father first. That's who raised me. That's where I came from. That's where I get most of my belief systems from. While yes, I was raised in a different area, but small town regardless, I had my mother and my father in the home. I tell you guys, I've told you guys this story before, but right by my parents' front door, there's a mirror. So there's a door, and to the right of the door, there's this mirror on the wall. Every day before school, of course, whenever we were small, Dad would pick us up. Of course, until we grew tall enough to where you could see our faces in the mirror. Our parents, every morning before we left to school, they made us look in the mirror and they made us say, or repeat after them. Whenever you walk out of this door, don't you ever forget who you are, and don't you ever forget whose you are. Every day. We got breaks on the weekends, maybe, who you are. Don't ever forget that you're Black. People, they say, I don't see color. No. You're Black. Okay. Every day you're Black. Whose you are, you're a child of God. Whose you are, you're a child of mine. Don't you forget that. My parents had it in them. They instilled it in us. That alone instilled so many things that encouraged all three of us to be what we are today. Don't forget. And then Mama would always follow up and say, and don't you ever let them remind you. Don't ever let them remind you. Don't ever let them remind you. Don't you? I wish you would. Don't you ever go out there, because my parents knew where they were sending their kids to school every day. We were the only black ones. Just that's it. That's all it was. But don't you ever cry in front of them, and don't you ever allow these people to stare at you and make a mockery out of you and make you something or call you something that you're not. Now, mind you, I'm an adult now, but when I was a child, it was different. And it wasn't that easy. It was hard. Because I had to go to school with the white kids that said the N-word. I had to go to school with the white teachers that said the N-word and didn't do nothing whenever the kids said it. I had to go to school with the teachers that would call my name ghetto and ask me why was my brother's name more like a white name as well as my sister's. I had to go to school. I think I told y'all this the other night. I ran for class president. I had to go to school. I had to deal with all of that. But it never made me say, hey, I want to come out here and get on national TV and let white people know just how much I'm bothered by them. I'll never let them see me weak. What are we doing? No, absolutely not. And I'm never going to give them a chance to remind me. Which brings us to our next person that we're going to celebrate for tonight. We're going to have a two-part video for just about all of these ladies. So let's get into it. She's going to be a little bit older. You know, she has far more history than any of the other ladies that we are going to be talking about tonight. But she too is worth being celebrated. And even more so because, listen, when I get her age, I'm trying to, listen, I'm just trying to be at the house with my husband, see the grandkids. You know, I ain't got time. You know, me and my husband, we could take our morning walks, our evening walks after dinner. You know, we can do all of that. I ain't trying to do all of this. So she's still in the thick and she hasn't got out of the thick yet. So who we're going to celebrate next? Jasmine Crockett. I'll get you off the hook for now. Okay. We shout out to you though, Jasmine. You're doing great things. And whether I agree with you or not, Jasmine, more than anything else, you're doing what you believe in. Just like I'm doing what I believe in. Am I a Jasmine Crockett? No, absolutely not. I'm not. I'm not even half of the things that she is right now. I'm not. And that's just facts. I'm talking about everything on paper. But if I ever had any type of political aspirations, I can look to you, Jasmine, and I can know that because of you and because of your success and your hard work that you can make it, I can look to that. Don't like you at all. You'll probably be seeing me really soon, you know, real soon. And that's okay. But I respect it. I respect it. And you know what? Whenever I see you really soon, I'm probably going to tell you how wonderful you are in person. Yeah, I might do that. I might have to remind you. Moving on to Maxine Waters. Let's take a look at Grandma Maxine.
California! Hello, everybody.
Hello, Maxine.
We have convened here in the right place, the Treasury Department. We have got to tell Elon Musk, nobody elected your ass. Nobody told you could get all of our private information. Nobody told you could be in charge of the payments of this country. We have told you you've made enough money off our government yourself. And now you want to take everybody else's payroll and make sure that they don't make the kind of money that you've made. Oh, you want to use our money to go to Mars. No, we want to use our money right here in Washington, D.C., in this country. We want to make sure that all of our federal employees are protected. We've got to make sure that you know and understand nobody elected you. You think you're the president of the United States of America, the co-president that can take over, go into our private payment system and do whatever you want to do. You got another thought coming. We're going to stop you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at a crisis in this country. We're having a crisis in this country because Trump and Elon Musk and the billionaires have decided they're going to put us all in our place. They're going to run this country. They're going to make sure that they take over everything. Are we going to let them do that? No. Are we going to let them run this government in the way that they can make even more money? No. And so they won't stop. It is so brazen. Every day they're taking new actions. They're taking executive actions. Every day they're doing something. Do you know that Trump and the billionaire class have created cryptocurrency? Do you know that that cryptocurrency is not a donation? It's not an investment. It's going into their pockets. Do you understand that the money makers are in charge, they think? But when the people decide that we're not going to be trumped on, that we're not going to be walked on, that we're not going to be stumped on, that we're not going to allow them to control our lives and push us out, that when they understand that, we will win.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
We've got to be prepared to be out here no matter how cold.
All right, we're going to take a pause here for a second. We're going to rewind it a few seconds, just a few.
We'll win.
Hold on, wait. Just maybe a few more. Let me go back right here because we're going to focus on that. This for just for a moment, y'all stay with me. We're going somewhere tonight. We're going somewhere.
That we're not going to be walked on, that we're not going to be stumped on, that we're not going to allow them to control our lives.
We're not going to be walked on. We're not going to be stomped on. And we're not going to allow them to control our lives. What a wonderful message. Because you know what Maxine Waters did in her life? She ain't ever let nobody step on her. Let's talk about it. Maxine Waters was born in St. Louis, very similar to that of Jasmine Crockett. She is the 5th of 13 children that was reared by a single mother. And oh, don't you guys worry. We're going to get into what Moynihan said about single mothers. We have plenty to talk about tonight, so we're going to get there eventually. But she was born number 5 of 13 by a single mother. At the age of 13, she began working in factories and segregated restaurants. I actually haven't been to a segregated restaurant that I can recall of right now, but I also couldn't imagine what it felt like to be Maxine Waters in her day, having to work at the age of 13 and go from factory and then a restaurant and this and that, because my mother has 13 children and I don't have a father here. And so I'm being taught hard work early on. This is who Maxine Waters is. This is who she is. After moving to Los Angeles, she worked in garment factories and at the telephone company. She attended California State University at Los Angeles, where she earned a Bachelor of Arts degree. She began her career in public service as a teacher. Y'all know that resonates with me. I'm a teacher. Should be a doctor, but I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher. That resonates with me. That speaks to me. Not only was she a teacher, she was a volunteer coordinator in the Head Start program, another Department of Education initiative. She is married. Talking about the Black family, she's married. She has a husband, to Sidney Williams, who he himself was a former U.S. ambassador to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. She also is the mother of 2 adult children, Edward and Karen, and she has 2 grandchildren. Oh, but no, we're not done. Y'all gonna be tired of me tonight because I ain't stopping until I finish getting through all the Black women on my docket. Oh yeah, we going through them today. What else is it about Maxine that we might need to know, that we didn't know? Some of us don't even care to know. but it's Black History Month, and we're going to celebrate these ladies tonight. Congresswoman Maxine Waters is considered by many to be one of the most powerful women in American politics today. Y'all saw the title of my show, hashtag Black History Month. Abby, Cari, Ashley, Jasmine, Maxine, Tiffany, Iyanna, powerful Black women. I didn't say this about Maxine. I didn't say it. I didn't pull it from the sky. This is not a matter of my opinion. This is facts. Because Maxine Waters is one of the most powerful women in American politics today. All on her own. She don't need no damn help. And I'm gonna let y'all know how much help she don't need, just because y'all are gonna hear just how bad to the bone Maxine Waters is. She has gained a reputation as a fearless and outspoken advocate for women, children, people of color, the poor, veterans, and seniors. For those of you that do not know, again, I have a special place in my heart for seniors. I left medical school to take care of my grandfather. I'm with it. I love that. Congressman Waters has been dubbed Auntie Maxine by millennials, okay? Shout out to the millennials, who appreciate her advocacy and understanding of issues important to them. She was reelected in November 2022 to her 17th term. 17th term. 17 times? I mean, that seems like quite a bit. You know, because I mean, I'd like to imagine that if the road wasn't so easy, Maxine Waters' ass would have been out of there 17 times. So whatever it is that she is doing something that her constituents love and they respect. And there is nowhere here in the United States of America where there are more Black people than there are white. And so for that, she doesn't just get the recognition of her own people. She gets the recognition of the majority of the people, no matter what they look like, where she is at 17 times. And for each 17 time, we're looking at more than 70% of the vote in the 43rd Congressional District of California. Congressman Waters represents parts of LA, including the communities of Westchester and Playa del Rey. The unincorporated area of Los Angeles County, comprised of Lenox, West Athens, West Carson, Harbor Gateway, El Camino, and Watts. The 43rd district also includes the diverse cities of Gardena, Hawthorne, Inglewood, Lawndale, Lomita, and Torrance. Congresswoman Waters made history. It's Black History Month, ain't it, y'all? It's Black History Month. Congressman Waters made history as the first woman in the first African-American chair of the House Financial Services Committee. She didn't break history on one front, she broke it on two. First woman in the first African-American chair. That is impressive, Maxine. I'm happy to hear it. An integral member of the Congressional Democratic leadership, Congresswoman Waters serves as a member of the Steering and Policy Committee and is the co-chair of the Bipartisan Congressional Task Force on Alzheimer's Disease. She is also a founding member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus and member of past chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. Come on now, Maxine. Let's talk about it. You old, so I mean, like, you've been doing this for a long time, a long time. I mean, we can double my life for as long as you've been in leadership. You've been doing this. You've not been ousted. Whoever else that is racist in as your colleagues within the party or whatever the case may be, the party, the opposite party, just in federal government, you're still here. You're still here. And you're still doing the things that you said that you were set out to do, whether I agree with your politics or not. You're still here. And that means something to me. Maybe not to you, Maxine, but it means something to me. Throughout her more than 40 years of public service, Maxine Waters has been on the cutting edge, tackling difficult and often controversial issues. She has combined her strong legislative and public policy acumen and high visibility in the Democratic Party activities with an unusual ability to do grassroots organizing. For those of you that do not know, grassroots organizing is not a joke, it is not a game, and it is not nothing to play with. That would be back then, which I imagine it was 1,000 times harder for her than it has been for me in my experience at the grassroots level. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to get your name out there. It's a lot of work to get people to trust you. It's a lot of work to get people to believe that your heart is actually for the people and that you're going to represent your constituent in the way that you say on the campaign trail. But Maxine Waters did that. Oh, Jesus. Prior to her election in the House of Representatives in 1990, well before it, which I was born, okay, I wasn't here yet, Congresswoman Waters had already attracted national attention for her no-nonsense, no-holds-barred style of politics. During 14 years in the California State Assembly, so before she spent 40 years, you know, as a federal representative, she spent 14 somewhere else. She rose to the powerful position of the Democratic caucus chair. She was responsible for some of the most boldest legislation California has ever seen. Maxine Waters, the boldest legislation California has ever seen. We're talking about a state that didn't even have slavery, for one. But two, whether they had it or not, that doesn't make anybody or any other area less racist or segregated or discrimination or what have you. But Maxine did that. The largest divestment of state pension funds from South Africa, landmark affirmative action legislation, the nation's first statewide child abuse prevention training program, the prohibition of police strip searches for nonviolent misdemeanors, and the introduction of the nation's first plant closure law. This is, we outside of California, when we start talking about the nation, we talking about the first plant closure law for the United States of America. Maxine Waters did that. She did that. Let's hear some more, Maxine, before we get to reading some more of her biography.
And push us out, that when they understand that we're,
you know what, the volume thing doesn't always work, and I don't want y'all to not hear, and you know, I don't know if you'll always let me know, so let's see.
Not going to allow them to control our lives and push us out, that when they understand that, we will win.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
We've got to be prepared to be out here no matter how cold it is, no matter if it's the rain, no matter if it's snowing. We've got to be here.
This is not important, but it's important to me in this moment. I respect what you're doing, Maxine. But for me, it matters how cold it is. It does. It matters to me how cold it is. Y'all are going to have to catch me from the Zoom, because if it's cold outside, I might get angry. So not for me, but shout out to you for being out there, Maxine.
This is our country.
Yeah.
This is not Elon Musk's country. This is not Trump's country.
I'm glad to hear Maxine say this is our country. Because I'm going to have to assume that she's not just talking to the Negroes. She's talking to everybody that's out there. This is our country. This is great. I like to hear your patriotism. Shout out to Maxine Waters.
This is our country. We deserve to have decent jobs. We deserve to have the respect. We deserve to be treated in a way that all Americans should be treated.
Okay, we deserve to have decent jobs and respect. Let's actually get back into Maxine Waters' job. Seems pretty decent to me, but I mean, you know, Maxine, hey, this is a pretty decent job for 40 years. As a National Democratic Party leader, Congresswoman Waters has long been highly visible in the Democratic Party politics and has served on the Democratic National Convention, Committee, the DNC, since 1980. 1980, that's a long time. Yeah, it is, amen. She was a key leader in 5 presidential campaigns, amen. Senator Edward Kennedy, 1980. Reverend Jesse Jackson, 1984 and 1988. And President Bill Clinton in 1992 and 96. He didn't have any relations with that woman. In 2001, she was instrumental in the DNC's creation of the National Development and Voting Rights Institute and the appointment of Mayor Maynard Jackson as its chair. Following the Los Angeles civil unrest in 1992, Congressman Waters faced the nation's media and public to interpret the hopelessness and despair in cities across America. Black woman, her voice rang out across the country. Over the years, she has brought many government officials and policymakers to her South Central LA district to appeal for more resources. Now, you know, anybody that's out in South Central LA right now, be careful, be safe, be careful, okay? Take care of yourselves. They included President Clinton, Vice President Al Gore, Secretaries of Housing and Urban Development Henry Cisneros and Andrew Cuomo, and Alan Greenspan, Chairman of the Federal Reserve System. Following the unrest, she founded Community Build, the city's grassroots rebuilding project. She has used her skill to shape public policy and deliver the goods. 10 billion with the B, Trump billion with the B, in Section 108 loan guarantees to cities for economic and infrastructure development. Housing and small business expansion. 50 million appropriation for Youth Fair Chance program, which established an intensive job and life skills training program for unskilled, unemployed youth. Expanded U.S. debt relief for Africa and other developing nations, creating a center for women veterans, among others. This is the biography of Maxine Waters. With a respectable job, and dare I say, a black job. Why is Maxine Waters' job a black job? Well, because she's a black woman who's been in this job for 40 years. And before that, she was in her other black job for 14. Just like Jasmine Crockett, whom she replaced due to the efforts of her predecessor retiring, they hired yet another black woman to represent them. So to me, that is a black job. And believe you me, in my mind, if I just pay attention to any trends, I'm most sure that whenever Maxine Waters takes a step down, there will be another black person that will fill in the shoes and continue this black job, a job that is respectable, a job in which she has been elected by her constituents 17 times, 40 years in the same position. Respectable to me. Like I said, I believe she's worth celebrating.
And so let me just tell you now, I have Elon Musk's major office in my district. He won't even meet with the local elected officials. He said he was going to tunnel under from his office all the way to the airport so he didn't have to be among the measly people on the ground to get to the airport. He is a low down, dirty, no good person along with Trump that cannot be trusted, and we must not be afraid of them. Again, when the people fight, we win. When the people fight, we win. When the people say that you'd better see us because we damn sure see you. Thank you very much.
We better fight and we better win. Well, this is her position. This is her opinion. And of course, you know, she has to do what it is that she needs to do in her position, but we better fight and we better win. But tonight I want to talk about how Maxine has already won. She's already won. Maxine Waters continues to be an active leader in a broad coalition of residential communities, environmental activists, and elected officials that aggressively advocate for the mitigation of harmful impacts of the expansion planned for Los Angeles International Airport. Furthermore, she continues initiatives to preserve the unique environmental qualities of the Bologna wetlands and bluffs, treasures of her district. She is also a co-founder of Black Women's Forum, a nonprofit organization of over 1,200 African American women in the Los Angeles area. Shout out to Maxine. We are talking about and celebrating Black women tonight. In the mid-'80s, she also founded Project Bill, working with young people in LA housing developments on job training and placement. As she confronts the issues such as poverty, economic development, equal justice under the law, and other issues of concern to people of color, women, children, and poor people, we're not going to talk about Skid Row tonight, guys. We're not going to talk about Skid Row tonight. All right? With the poor people and the drugs, we're not going to do that. She's advocated for it. She's confronted the issues. Waters enjoys a broad cross of section of support from diverse communities across the nation. Throughout her career, Congresswoman Waters has been an advocate for international peace, justice, and human rights. Before her election to Congress, she was a leader in the movement to end apartheid and establish democracy in South Africa. Well, one may ask, why is she doing this for South Africa? She's an American, but you know, hey, she did that. All right. She opposed the 2004 Haitian coup d'etat, which overthrew the democratically elected government of Jean-Bertrand Aristide in Haiti and defends the rights of political prisoners in Haiti's prisons. She leads congressional efforts to cancel the debts that poor countries in Africa and Latin America owe to wealthy institutions like the World Bank, and free poor countries from the burden of international debts. Congresswoman Waters is a founding member and former chair of the Out of Iraq Congressional Caucus. The chair, Out of Iraq. Maxine, shout out to you. Formed in June 2005, the Out of Iraq Congressional Caucus was established to bring the Congress an ongoing debate about the war in Iraq and the administration's justifications for the decision to go to war, to urge the return of United States service members to their families as soon as possible. I have a brother serving in the military right now. He is active duty. I ain't got a problem with that. I don't even be wanting my brother to leave, even though I know what he signed up for. And even whenever he reassures us when he leaves that he's coming home, I'll never be against of the return of them coming home, no matter what he said he would do. That's me. That's my brother. Love that guy. He's my hero. Expanding access to healthcare services is another Congresswoman's priorities. She spearheaded the development of the Minority AIDS Initiative in 1998 to address the alarming spread of HIV/AIDS among African Americans, Hispanic, and other minorities. Under her continuing leadership, funding for the Minority AIDS Initiative has increased the initial appropriation of $156 million in fiscal year 1999 to approximately $400 million per year today. She is also the author of legislation to expand health services for patients with diabetes, cancer, and Alzheimer's disease. Congresswoman Waters has led congressional efforts to mitigate foreclosures and keep American families in their homes during the housing and economic crisis, notably through her role as chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Housing and Community Opportunity in the previous two Congresses. She authored the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, which provides grants to states, local governments, and nonprofits to fight foreclosures, home abandonment, and blight and restore neighborhoods. Through 2 infusions of funds, the Congresswoman was able to secure $6 billion for the program. Maxine Waters did that. $6 billion, yeah, no, she did that. Yeah. She did that. I imagine, in the early 1900s, she wouldn't have been able to do all that. Wouldn't nobody, I'm pretty sure they ain't trying to hear from no black bitch. But the future, you move along and other people, they come after you because you have already paved the way for me to come through and be able to do these things and do them effectively as Maxine Waters has. She is lauded by African American entrepreneurs for her work to expand contracting and procurement opportunities and to strengthen businesses. Long active in the women's movement, Waters has given encouragement and financial support to women seeking public office. Again, I say, you, Maxine, just like Moynihan, I hear you and I listen to you. You know, everything sounds great, you know, when I'm looking at you on paper, but whenever I hear you on a public platform, which a lot of people have access to, I'm listening to you say the things that you need to do or that we need to do or whoever it is that you're talking to. I get that, but it's just, I just rather you do it. And like your website, update it, let us know. Yeah, because for some reason, whenever you talk about it, you don't sound like, hey, to me, my opinion, my perception, we're going to have different perceptions. I'm not hearing what you think you might be saying. Not to me. You're doing this, you're doing that, you've done this, you've done that, all this, that, and the third. But I don't want you guys to forget the story that I told you about my mother and my father in the mirror by the front door. And never letting them remind you of who you are. Even after 40 years in the same position. No matter what it is that you do, you hold steadfast. Whatever your issues or gripes are with white folks, you handle that behind the scenes. They don't need to know all of that. Everybody ain't got to know what you're working on all the time, Maxine. Keep it to yourselves. But sometimes, unfortunately, even in positions of power, where she might not have seen it this way, and other black people may not have seen it this way. All I see is them reminding you of who you are, Maxine, and her black other people there with her, other congresswomen, but we're not going to be focusing on them. I don't have them in the thumbnail. We're going to keep it pushing.
Right now, you're looking live at the Department of Education. Members of Congress, they're being denied entry into the building. The doors are locked. There's a security guard there. I'm guessing that's who's in the brown, tan-looking shirt, but we don't know for sure. They're having a tense conversation. Kind of want to listen in for a second here.
Show them your ID. Were you told to stand here, or did you decide to stand here and block members of Congress from entering the Department of Education? Access
to federal buildings.
We're allowed in there.
So a private security contractor
do you know who members of
blocking
Congress
members of
We're
Congress.
all members of Congress.
Maybe you didn't understand.
A private security contractor is making the decision to block members of Congress from a public access entrance.
I don't think he knows.
You have the authority as a private security contractor to block members of Congress. That has been knighted and granted to you.
Shout out to everybody that is in the chat right now. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm not looking at the chat as much. I'm trying to here and there, but I did just see that John Galt is in the building. Shout out to John Galt, the man with the plan. Let's keep going. And you know what? Shout out to all of you guys. You know what? Honestly, let me take out some time for a second to look at the chat. We got Dan in the building. We got Chris Reed in the building. We got Nate in the building. Palomino, Ricky Z. Howdy. Welcome to the show in the chat. Your name is new to me, but I'm happy to see it. Thank you for being here. We got Nobody Cares. Shout out to you. John is in the building. Shout out to you, Stanley. Our beloved Stanley. Love Stanley so much. We got Abby. Hello, Abby. Thank you so much for being here. We got Zang, 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 zang in the building. Thank you so much for being here. Like I said, we have our man with John Galt. My name is John Galt. I'm the urban landlord, John Galt. John Galt is in the building. We got Bob. Hi, Bob. Bob would not like my position on anything that I'm talking about tonight, but you know what? I do love Bob and Mrs. Lisa. I think they are fantastic, and I love the both of them. We got Tom Gully in the building, or we had him. I mean, I'm a little late. We got Dirty Dude in the building. Shout out to you, Dirty Dude. Who else? Who else? Oh, Mayo. Hey, Mayo's in the building. Shout out to you, Mayo. We got Clarice in the building. Crown Reese, DJ MFB. You wait. You wait, MFB. Shout out to you. And that's as far as I can go back. And for those of you that I've missed, I do apologize. Bob says he didn't do anything yet. He didn't do anything yet. It's something about Bob that is so powerful that whenever he shows up in someone's chat, something is bound to happen. And Bob doesn't recognize the greatness that he brings, right? But it always happens when Bob shows up. And then if Bob is shown up and then Crack shows up shortly after, it's just like, what in the hell is going on here? What did Bob just start? But shout out to Bob. We love Bob so much. And just to give us a quick little break here, we'll take a little music break. We'll have a few of those little commercial breaks, here and there. We got Stanley in the building. Shout out to Tropes. I don't know if you've been here to hear it yet, but we are talking about powerful Black women. And we have Stanley and the Stanleys with You and Me, Girl.
When I was a little boy, growing up, I remember the old saying, girls are made of sugar and spice, and everything nice. Boys are made of snakes and snares, and dirty dog tails. But what I couldn't understand is why girls were even made at all. Until God gave me you.
Until God gave me and you, just as God has given the world Black women. Shout out to Stanley. And they say that the white man didn't discover America first. That's what they say. The white man didn't do it. The Native American did.
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was Put It On Me. I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a string for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Cause that alone might break me. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
Shout out to the Native Americans out there. You did it first. Shout out to Angel. Angel, we miss you. We hope that you're doing okay. Ultimately, I'd like to know that that you were still alive. Shout out to you, Angel. We miss Angel. Let's get back into this.
You have to at least let us go to the desk. Yeah. Sending the goons out.
It's made
Oh my, look at that. Who told you to do this? Open the
Who told you to
door.
do this? Who told you? Open it down.
So do you understand who members of Congress are?
And you don't
Who
care.
are we then?
You don't care.
We have a job to do.
We're not dangerous people. We're not, I don't know, security. There are no thieves and thugs out here. We're members of Congress.
With
We're parents,
identification.
we're teachers.
There's our ID right there.
I mean, to be fair, y'all don't look like thieves and thugs to me, so I don't believe that that's the issue.
This is our job.
This is our job. We're doing our job.
You're securing this building against who?
Members of Congress. Who are you protecting in
It's
this?
members of the people.
So this is the beginning of full transparency of this administration. The administration that talked about they're going to open the doors to all of these things and show the American public what is going on. They won't even open the door to this building, to members of Congress. We are not posing any threat here. No, we are not dangerous people. We have not done anything. We're trying to request a meeting, and they have a private security contractor who on his own is making decisions on behalf of the Department of Education. We are members of Congress.
Okay, so Queen Mother number 2, I hear what you're saying. I do. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. But the white man said, no, bitch. That's what he said. He is sitting there as unbothered could be. Hell no, you ain't coming up in here, not today. Okay? I don't care who you got standing out here with you. We got this real tall Asian, which is not very common. You don't see a lot of tall Asians, but shout out to him. You have Maxine Waters that we've heard from a little bit. You have this other congresswoman who's saying, hey, you know, whatever she's saying. Okay. And you just have different groups of people. It's a lot of people, and this white man still said, oh, really? Good luck, bitches. That's all listen, he ain't said nothing, but that's all I see. That's all I hear. Listen. If I went there and I saw what it was, I'm getting up out of there. I'm gonna be on national TV, like looking like that. Do all of this, you know. It's not like look at him. He's not in a police uniform. He just sitting there with his arms folded. Hey, baby, I'm not gonna do all of that. But you know, make your statements. Make your statements, ladies.
So they allow billionaires and his minions to come in.
I don't
to
know
this
who
building.
he is. I don't know who he is, but I know who I am. And I'm a member of Congress with oversight responsibilities, trying to request a meeting. And
he might not know who you are, also, or who this Asian guy is, also. He might not know, but whatever it is, his orders came down from the top. Yeah.
Private security contractor is not allowing me to enter the building.
They allow billionaires to go in this building, but not the people's representatives. They allow billionaires and their cronies to go in, but not. There's a lack of transparency here. Members of Congress, the people's representatives are not allowed in. This is not transparent.
They're locking our kids out. Well,
Have y'all ever had one of those hard days at work where you're just like, I'm ready to go home. I'm going home. What time is it? I'm ready to go home. That's all I see on this guy's face. He don't give a damn about nothing that none of them saying right now. Not a thing.
not only are they not letting us in, now they've called the Department of Homeland Security. We are members of Congress here to talk with the Department of Education, and they're treating
the
us.
kids deserve to have us go in and fight for them. The children of this country deserve that battle.
This is a public institution. This is not Russia.
Let the camera see him. Let the camera see him. Who is he? This man here.
We are.
Listen, Auntie Maxine, as referenced in her biography, let the camera see him. We need to see this white man. This white man said no. He said no. Now, you might not be able to see back here, there are federal law enforcement and state law enforcement here in this building, and they're on the other side of the door. He's just standing in front of it with his arms folded, but there are other law enforcement officials that are actually on the other side of the door, just in case y'all didn't catch that.
Members of Congress
come in.
They're
and
blocking
I want you
us.
to see this man here, who is a federal employee. He told
No,
us.
he's not.
Are you a federal employee?
No.
Huh?
Yes.
No, he said he's a federal employee. We pay him. We raise money to make sure that we have a Department of Education. Everybody that's hired at the Department of Education are here because we pay for them to be here. He's standing here today, blocking the door, and he can't give us a good reason why he's blocking this door.
Make sure they see right here. All access entrance.
Well, I think it should be clear to parents in the United States, if you want to advocate on behalf of...
We're about to hear from another Black woman. Shout out to her. Happy Black History Month. We're celebrating powerful Black women. Let's keep going.
Your children, you are not allowed to come into this building where you pay taxes.
Yes.
Parents who have children who are disabled.
Yes.
Access is being blocked. You voted. You
Yes.
voted for
We
members of
voted.
Congress
Yes.
to advocate on behalf of your children. Children with disabilities, for young women who have been victims of sexual assault in our classrooms, on our school grounds. Members of OCR are fighting for your children. We are not allowed in the building to talk to them. We are not allowed to advocate on behalf of America's children. America, we have a problem.
Now, everybody stand back and let the camera see. They're calling all of these gun-loading people out on us. They're calling.
Y'all can see it is not just like a couple. It's quite a few police officers in there. But we're listening to Auntie Maxine, and she is letting y'all know, hey, listen, I tried. You know, I brought a few of my friends with me. You know, they spoke up and everything like that. You know, we tried, but if we're going to use him as the beacon, this white man just had to say, hey, listen, I don't give a damn about nothing y'all talking about right now. Bye. Let's keep going.
Calling them out on us. Look behind this door. Who do you see back there? The doors will open.
I see other white men, Maxine. I see more white men. I see more.
Prepared to shoot us?
You want to get
We
shot?
want
I'm
in.
going to shoot you, Maxine.
It says on the door.
Because that's another discussion if they try and shoot you,
It says
Maxine.
all entrance. All government.
We don't want that.
I'm a member of Congress. I'm chair of the Progressive Caucus. I'm vice-ranking member of the Education Committee. And the baseline responsibility of the Congress is to oversee our federal agencies. Each and every one of us have been in this building and through these doors. But of course, as soon as we get word that Elon Musk and Donald Trump want to shut down the Department of Education, suddenly they don't want to let members of Congress in that ask questions. Musk and the Republicans, they say they're supposedly about saving us money, bringing transparency, seeing where the dollars really go. No, they're the ones that lock the doors and make sure that your elected representatives can't even ask questions.
We can't ask questions, can't you? That they're responsible for all of the student loans in this country?
I hear that they want to cut those student loans and give them as tax cuts to their billionaire friends.
And are they aware of Title I, where mothers are getting up, going to work for minimum wages, and they cannot afford the education that the billionaires have for their children? And we try to help them by giving money to this kind of person here, and the people who work here, including all of the people in this country, and those Title I families who need some help, both in urban areas and rural areas, and mothers who can't even afford the child care that they need for their children while they're taking these jobs, making minimum wages, and we're helping them with Title I. And this man is blocking the door. He says he's a federal employee. He won't tell us who gave him permission to do this. All he knows is he's going to stand here and tell the members of Congress who are elected, who vote for the funding for all of them in this building, and for the student loans, and for the Title I families, he's going to tell us that we can't come in and talk with anybody. Is that right? Does this remind you of...
All right, we are watching what is an epic scene. We have members of Congress.
An epic scene. Members of Congress. Yeah. Might not have worked at that moment, but that doesn't take away from who Maxine Waters is. But sometimes you might find yourself in a position where you have to be, you know, reminded. Waters has given encouragement and financial support to women seeking public office. Many young people, including those in the hip hop music community, praise her for her work and understanding of young people in their efforts to self-expression. One testament to her work is the Maxine Waters Employment Preparation Center, a multi-million-dollar campus providing education and employment opportunities to residents in the Watts area. So Maxine Waters, salute to you, shout out to you, and all of what you have done to advance Black people, women, immigrants, children, and most of all, Black women. Thank you for doing all that you have done. We are celebrating you today, Maxine. And although things didn't quite work out the way that you wanted today, and that's okay, because sometimes when you rise up, you have to get knocked down a couple of times. You know what happens? It happens. But Maxine Waters and her resilience is nothing but a testament to other Black women about the roads that they may cross and the hills that they may climb. And if it wasn't for Maxine Waters, there wouldn't be an Abby, a Cari, a Ashley, a Jasmine, a Tiffany, an Iyanna, a Fanny, a Kamala, so many of them, a London Breed, so many of them. She's paved the way for a lot of Black women to say, you know what? I want to go out here and do what she did. And you know what? Even in the midst of them saying they wanted to go out there and do what she did, even though she talks about what Black people, or more specifically, what Black women may be incapable of, and how it's so racist, white supremacy, this and that, Trump, Elon Musk, white man bad, this and that, she's still in her position. And these other Black women that we're going to discuss tonight, they too are in their positions. So let's go back in time. Let's get back to the past and listen to some more of these beautiful Black women back in 1970 sharing their stories with us.
I think we ought to be sure we understand what she's saying. Now, this relates to what you said earlier about the Black nation, right?
Exactly.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by the Black nation.
I mean, Black people's lives, being self-determining, defining yourself, naming yourself, and having political power. We're a nation already without political power and military power. We're a cultural nation without political and military power. We're a nation, in captivity by another people, a people who have a different, totally different culture than we have, who cannot even relate to the things that we relate to. That is the problem. And as Black women, we have to be the inspiration for the nation, for our men. We have to start out into the community educating the children, educating ourselves. Because once we educate ourselves, the children will become educated, because we are the ones that teach the children. We are the ones that decorate the homes. We are the ones that are with both female and male children. We are the ones that the children look to as the image in terms of their...
So you being the representation of the nation for your men, what you do in the household, you're teaching the kids, like you're doing all of these things like that. That's good. I'm not hearing anything bad here yet. Not at all. I'm focused. I'm focused. I'm following. I'm picking up what you're dropping. Come on.
Daily education. So it is important that we don't get our values mixed up and feel that we have to educate the world. We haven't first educated ourselves. It's still always a self thing.
gotta educate the world when we haven't still educated ourselves. Now, of course, this video is from the 1970s. All of these women are no longer with us, but I know that they would be happy to hear that, yes, something changed. And if they saw you whenever they were younger, you know, this is, like I said, after my time, but maybe they watched this or they found it just like I have, or whatever the case may be. And they took a hold of that and they said, you know what? Yeah, she's right. We're going to have to educate ourselves first. I mean, before we try to ask somebody else to be educated about us, let us do that and let us show that. And from the two women that we have covered so far, Jasmine Crockett and Maxine Waters, it looks like they heard the call and they followed suit.
Indeed. I mean, the world will relate to us once we can relate to ourselves. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think we are afraid of definitions and afraid to set guidelines because we might have to live by them. If you stand up and say a black woman should do this and that, then you might have to do that. But if you say, well, we don't have to say anything, you know, we can just do it. Do what? So like everybody can do their own thing. But every society needs a value system. Every society has a criteria in which they live by.
And we live by everybody else's.
Exactly.
Right.
We should have
Now, of course, when she says do what Jasmine Crockett and Maxine Waters have done so far. Do that. When she says do what? Let's see here.
Who's fighting?
Sisters, take care of better business.
All right, we're going to get into Lena Horne. Lena Horne, this is an interview that took place during this time, and I think that it is a beautiful interview. You guys are going to be getting a whole lot of this and that from listening to this stuff tonight. Some things you may know, some things you may not know, but let's see what's Lena Horne talking about.
My face.
Poem for a lady whose voice I like. So he said, you ain't got no talent. If you didn't have a face, you wouldn't be nobody. And she said, God created heaven and earth and all that's black within them. So he said, you ain't really no hot stuff. They tell me plenty sisters take care of better business than you. And she said, on the third day he made chitterlings and all good things to eat and said, that's good. So he said, if the white folks hadn't been under your skirt and been giving you the big plate, you'd have had to come uptown like anybody else. And she replied, then he took a big black greasy rib from Adam and said, we will call this woman, and her name will be Sapphire, and she will divide into 4 parts that Simone may sing a song. And he said, you're pretty full of yourself, ain't you? So she replied, show me someone not full of herself, and I'll show you a hungry person. That's the poem I did for you.
Yes, I think I should probably tell you, you know, maybe other people don't, that I had that said to me in 1942. I worked at the Howard Theater in Washington. And
Lena Horne, beautiful woman, talented woman. Shout out to her. Just timeless. One of those beauties. Let's keep going.
Black band leader told me, there's millions better looking, sing better, and it hadn't been for you being picked by white folks, you know, you couldn't make it. And it stuck with me a long, long time in my life, and I'm still trying to learn how to sing, but I say inside every black woman, there's an Aretha screaming to come out.
You better believe it.
And that's me.
That's, yeah. You know, I don't think it. You are the most imitated singer, black or white, as they say, in the world.
I think that happened because I was picked to like the man said, I was picked at that time to be what they thought a black woman was like. I was picked even before my own development. And when they picked me, they found they had a tiger by the tail because they really didn't know what was inside of me. And I was made to look like someone, not me. I was made to look like I had to learn to sing, and I was not allowed to imitate rhythm and blues records because they weren't played very much, and I was raised by middle-class people who didn't believe in singing the blues. And I was made to look like Hedy Lamarr and so forth and so on. That's way before your time.
Oh, nobody remembers Hedy Lamarr.
Nobody remembers that. But
You know, it's so funny watching this, hearing her say, way before your time, baby. You don't even know you was young, girl. That's before your time. It just makes you think about, of course, me in this time as we're looking at this. And it's just, you know, sometimes it's the same old, just listening to her. But of course, she's, you know, talking about they made me out to look like this. They did this, they did that, because you have your Dorothy Dandridges and others that, you know, who can break into this white man's society? Who can break into the white man's world? And that was going to be for, you know, anybody in music during that time. But I guess I would have to imagine what it must have felt like, or how that would be today as a performer trying to break in to the mold of being accepted as an artist. They didn't teach me how to sing. I learned how to sing, or I just had that gift in me. Like, that's just who I am. I couldn't imagine, you know, SZA, Tiana Taylor, Beyonce, what is her name? Jennifer Hudson, Fantasia, Whitney Houston. What's the lady that Diana Ross? Like, so many of them. You know, Kelly Rowland, Queen Latifah, like from rap to hip hop to blues to jazz, even country music. I mean, gosh, Beyonce just won the Grammy for, you know, the best country music album of the year. And while she too is light skinned, we get it, you know, racially ambiguous, if you will, that same nation that told Lena, hey, we're going to have to make you, hey, you're going to have to, listen, this is how it's going to go. All right. This is what it's going to be. But if not for her sacrifices along with the other Black women, we wouldn't see the ones that we see today. And not just the ones that we see today. They come in all different shapes, sizes, colors, this, that, and the third, and all of that. And you know what? That's worth celebrating. Ain't no way back during this time they would have had a Lizzo to present to you. I don't care if she was light-skinned or not. But we have that. There's diversity among the talent of Black women, and the diversity among the talent of Black women, they are on platforms in which we can see. And so, to me, it's worth celebrating. The sacrifices that they made, the conversations that they had way back when, to see where we are today. And even though some might complain, we've come a long way, a very long way.
So I think then the girls who began to have the opportunity at that time, because they had finally opened the way for one, they began to put them into the same image too. And so we had a whole decade or so of girls who thought it expedient to imitate me because I was making it, you see.
They say you've been trying to change your image. I don't know what that means.
Well, I think what it means probably is that since Greensboro, as recent as that, and sit-ins, I was able to flee my establishment stereotype because young people had freed me. And I
was the young people
think that since I always have been what I am inside, that I've been able to survive because they really didn't kill anything Black in me.
I was, because I remember you were out in, I think, Las Vegas, and you beat that guy bloody.
Yeah, and so, yeah, I had to go through this. I went through all of this. Trials, tribulations, it was hard. This 1970, she talking about, girl, this is before your time. I'm talking about back in the 1940s. You know, I'm an older woman now. I'm a woman of a certain age now. But seeing the youth, you know, the Black youth, it didn't make me give up. It made me keep going. And maybe I didn't understand, and I didn't fully have a grasp on what was happening with me in my life. I just knew, hey, this is something I want to do, and I'm going to do it. And she did it. But I don't give a damn what they're talking about. Yeah, it took me some time to realize what they were doing. But once I realized what they were doing, I was like, oh, hell no. I got to stop doing this. That's Lena. This is Lena.
With your shoe.
Yeah, well, I drew a little blood. It was in Los Angeles.
It was in Los Angeles.
That probably was the first time I felt less lonely. By the isolation that was imposed upon me by very nature of its definitive isolation from my own people, from white people, this middle thing that I was in, had kept me very much alone spiritually too. And I got insulted. I had frequent
isolation from her own people, isolation from white people. You know, some people they go through that, you know, today in today's time. For me, you know, I'm not Black. Although I am not, because I disagree. Of course, from colorism, slavery, Jim Crow, civil rights, whatever the case may be, as I read to you guys earlier from the Moynihan Report. Individually, but as a collective, nah. You're out here climbing, growing, historical figure, very talented, this, that, and the third. But she was still struggling with Black acceptance. But even in the midst of that, she found the joy and the light in her path. And she, again, kept going, even if she had to receive pushback from both sides. She kept going. It didn't stop her.
Done so, but I hadn't done it at the place where there were a couple of reporters around, and the guy made me mad, and I struck him violently, because I am violent in a way.
You trying to say violence purges the soul?
No, he just made me mad, and sometimes your madness just mounts into, you know, beautiful madness. And I struck him, and I got tons of mail and letters and telegrams from Black people who said, you know, hey, thank you, and how wonderful, and all. I said, my God, I'm not alone. And that was in the 50s. I had lived a long time without that feeling. And there are so many young Black people now who I see doing things that are revolutionizing me and the world.
Let me sort of ask a question that might be difficult. Like you grew up with, but professionally with Billie Holiday and Dinah Washington.
Yes.
And you survived, and they didn't. Do you? I'm sort of asking you, I guess, to respond to that. Like, why? Can you?
I don't know. I didn't want anybody to kill me. I think I didn't want them to destroy me. I mean, let's say I won't say hate, because
I wouldn't want to get killed either, you know, right now in this moment. I don't want to get killed either, Lena. I don't. I understand. Go ahead.
It's very bad, and I've not allowed myself until recently to love and open myself up to love. I was strengthened by my active disinvolvement, hidden, but it kept me surviving. And I think my background, my people must have. I find great migrations made by my great-great-grandmother on both sides that I didn't know anything about until I was in my 40s, and they survived, and it must be in us.
Yeah. She says it must be in us. It has to be. She said she didn't find out until she was in her 40s. Y'all know I'm a teacher. It ain't no kid nowhere in my building or the building that I was in before that or other buildings that I enter into. Oh no, these kids, they know a whole lot. They know a whole lot. She didn't know. Of course, information wasn't as readily available, but even without knowing, there's something in you. That fight is in you. The same fight that was in Jasmine Crockett, the same fight that was in Maxine Waters. We just saw her in front of the Department of Education. She still got that fight. Yeah, it's in you. Yeah, it's in you. You keep going, just as she did. And she lived a very long life. She lived a very long life. 2010 is when she passed away. Jesus Christ. It's like she almost lived forever, seemed like. Lena Horne.
I'm sorry that, you see, I love Billy very much, and I love Dinah, and they were both very gentle women to me. They were very good to me when I was starting. And I think I began to know about the sisterhood during those years.
Sisterhood.
You had a personal tragedy. Your father died, and then your son.
Yes, this past 6 months I've lost my father and my son, and they were both black men that I was denied until I was along in my years. My father and my mother separated when I was 3, and my son was taken from me when he was 3. But I got to know them when I was older, and they really fulfilled a great deal.
When you got ready to marry Minnie Hayden, one of the statements that you made was that you didn't have the strength to marry a black man. How would you?
I had married first a black man, and I wasn't a big enough woman to help him. I married him because I had nobody. I ran away from life as a chorus girl at 16 and a stepfather who was white that I didn't understand. And then I found out how difficult it was for a black man to live at that time and to exist. And I failed him. I didn't know. I didn't have enough consolation in myself because I'd never had it to give to him.
What do you think about the?
Whenever I saw this for the first time, whenever I did, compare, contrast today from, all the way back then. I was telling you guys earlier about the panel, which they will be getting back to that panel here in this video of the black women having the conversation. Lena Horne, yeah, I married a black guy. I did, but I wasn't a big enough woman. How often, again, both women on the panel here, and I think you guys are going to see someone else, a couple other women beyond the women on the panel. Grace, very subtle, no attitude, but accountability, and where she just didn't get it. She didn't understand. It's not that it was her fault, because she didn't understand, but she didn't. But for her to say, I failed him because I didn't know what he was going through. I didn't know what the struggle was for him. I didn't know how hard it was for him. I wasn't thinking about any of that up until I knew. Just like all the other black women at the beginning of this, they said 10 paces. If I got to walk 10 paces behind my man, just to give him his masculinity, just to give him his space, just to give him the opportunity to redeem himself from whatever it is that I don't understand. He's a man, I'm a woman, I really don't get it. Maybe I'm not thinking about, during slavery, what that did to our men to see their women being treated this way, or our women seeing us being treated this way. Like, maybe I'm not thinking about this and like how it's all trickled down to, I'm not thinking about it, how the society is treating him, but not just in this moment with Lena Horne, but in the beginning, and what we will see more at the end is, I love how these women, these black women, they're just like, hey, I'm with y'all. I'm not going to leave you guys. I'm there with y'all. And again, You know, we got the red pill, manosphere. Yeah, maybe a lot of the Black women today, they don't reflect what you guys see here in this video back in the 70s. But just because you may not see it in a lot of these social media spaces and things like that, it doesn't mean that Black women like that don't exist. And it's not a, I guess like an overall rule book that you go by to go ahead and say, hey, yeah, all Black women are like this. They claim they're the most educated. They say this, they say that, they do this, they do that. They don't like us, they don't love us, they don't support us. But if we look to our ancestors, a lot of these women, they paved the way for a lot of us to be born. And so don't always think it was lost completely in us. Not always lost. And then, you know, too, Lena, she was lost. She found out later on. But you can be found. You can be found. Happy Black History Month.
Your Angela Davis case. What do you think about Angela?
I think that I hate to see another one about my young women being destroyed.
When Angela was arrested, they had a thing uptown. Her mother came, her sister was up there. And one of the parents at 13, I believe, one of the young ladies was saying, you know, they can say Angela is beautiful and they can say she's brilliant, but she's right in the same women's detention home that the sisters that walk the street are in.
What I'm so afraid of is this actually is a calculated genocidal move in many instances, because the threat of this kind of strength that these young people have, which may not always be comparable to the kind that our ancestors had, is so positive and so fearless that it frightens people. And I don't want to see this continue, but sometimes I worry that it's a concentrated, thought-out effort to not have a young generation so strong and so beautiful.
Not such a concentrated effort to see our younger generation come out so strong, because I fear for them. I fear for them, of course. Again, time period. I'm not going to keep that from you guys tonight. This is from the 1970s. But whenever fear was really a thing for Black people. Okay, Angela Davis. Hey, it's Angela Davis. How many times she got locked up? Too many times to count on my hands, okay? I appreciate, and it makes me happy seeing what those of you are doing now after us. And of course, it trickles down, trickles down, trickles down. But I'm afraid for them. I fear for them. Things might not always go this way or that way, because I don't know. This is the 1970s. I'm going off of how I grew up, where I grew up, when I grew up, this, that, and third. But whenever you look at today and you take her statement as of like, hey, I fear for him. Well, you had a fear, Miss Lena, along with the other Black women that we've heard from on the panel. And like I said, we will hear from them again soon as we move through this. A lot of fear that y'all had, y'all would be so pleased to know. And believe me when I say it, I'm a believer. I believe in God, angels, they're watching over us and everything else. Believe you me when I say it. That fear that you had back then because you existed in an environment where it just kind of called for it. You'd be happy to know that in today's environment and in today's climate, the young people that you said that you fear for, they don't have that same fear. The young Black women, oh no, they don't have that same fear. Not only do they not have that same fear, where again, you know, you're talking about like how you had to, you know, you're racially ambiguous, you know, you and your Black men, how it was back then, how they wanted to paint you out to be, and how they wanted to do this and that. And then of course, the women that came after you, it was the same thing. Y'all had different types of fears that Black women that came after you, they broke down those walls. They didn't just break down those walls, they shattered them. they shattered them because, you know, maybe, not even maybe, during your time, you were in a position to where like you kind of had to follow suit to what it was that they were doing and the ways in which it was, and whatever they determined your life was, that's what you had to do. Well, y'all be happy to know, and for those of you here that may not know, we're going to get into Abby, Cari, and Ashley. No, they don't have to, you know, be racially ambiguous anymore to get an audience. They didn't have to go through what you went through and what other Black women, Nina Simone, those are the likes, all of these people before you. Not to say they didn't go through anything, but it didn't pale in comparison. But where y'all couldn't stand up to the white man and be so much so in their spaces back then, you'd be happy to know, again, that Black women are in those spaces today. Not only are they in those spaces, Lena, Nina, Angela, Maya, Ida, they have their own shows. Whatever mold that was set to be broken, they broke it. They didn't break it, like I said, they shattered it. So let's take a look at these three beautiful Black women. And of course, we're going to go through their biographies too. But how far we've come from back then to a point where, hey, we can go ahead and, I mean, I imagine at a time or two, Black women talking to a white man like this, bitch, please, you're done. Bye. Oh no, I ain't even finna put this one in these Bertha Mill. Listen, we're gonna have to get this bitch up out of here. This is not your story. Your ancestors and everything they sacrificed and everything they went through, they did all of that to make sure that one day they might see where you are. Again, what we're about to hear, she's not proud. Not to me, she's not proud, but I'm proud. I'm proud of Ashley Allison for her accomplishments. Cari, Abby. I don't need to remind Scott Jennings of a damn thing. However, I'm going to celebrate you because sometimes you just won't celebrate yourself. Let's get into it.
Then why is DEI mentioned every single day as a solution to every single problem that faces this?
Because of how pervasive it is,
but
and how hateful it is to an actual conservative ideological view.
But do you think it is true that all of America's ills, from the plane crash to whatever it is, wildfires, due to DEI for real?
I think that if you believe in the fundamental principle of America, which is that we guarantee everybody an equal chance, not an equal outcome, but an equal chance, then trying to go around that principle, conservatives don't believe in it. And most people who believe in America don't believe in it, number one. Number two, the concept of not hiring the best person for the job in government or anywhere else has been repeatedly rejected by the American people, the Supreme Court, and everything else. And so
what do you get? So I guess what I'm saying is, like, if that is the case, then people are questioning the actual qualifications of many people Donald Trump hired for jobs.
Yeah.
So do you think that he actually...
Why?
Because Elon Musk doesn't even go here.
Do you think that he...
That's why.
This is the question people are asking. This is the question that Ryan Clark just asked. Did Donald Trump, for Health and Human Services, find the person with the best expertise to address
this is not a
when it comes to the Department of Defense, did he find the person with the best expertise to address those issues, or did he just find people who he liked?
Political appointees have one qualification. They serve at the pleasure of the president because the president believes that person's going to best carry out their agenda. That is the only qualification.
And to protect and defend the Constitution.
And that is the only qualification for a political appointee.
Doesn't matter.
Of course they're competent. Of course he believes they're competent. If he didn't believe they were competent, he wouldn't appoint them.
I'm not being fair with that. You're not being fair with that response. She asked you a very simple question, yes or no. Look at the appointees. Do you believe DEI had anything to do with those appointees? Do you believe they were qualified?
So to this, so far, oh gosh, I hate when a stupid computer does this. Talking about the, the questions of, the expertise. experience of these people that Trump is nominating. And then, of course, whilst talking about DEI, affirmative action, things like that, tonight, I'm going to leave the whole DEI, affirmative action thing out of this, because all of these women, all of them, like I told you about Jasmine Crockett, she got into the JD program at U of H. Listen, to me, she's ghetto, but she's from St. Louis. It's not like I have high expectations from a place like that. However, she did it. Scott Jennings, for whatever it is that we're about to hear him say, were any of y'all qualified, or were you? Because I believe that you guys were. Yeah, y'all were qualified. And I'd like to think like what I'm doing right now as a Black woman in America who's, hey, like I've done a lot of things, seen a lot of things. I'd like to think that I'm all right, right? If I had any show at all, that's not that I'm against talking politics. That's not what that means, or talking about the current state. But I would like to kind of think about and talk about what it is that we're doing so that we can come together more as a people. Now, Stanley in the chat, he says that he loves, I have to find it. He says, this guy is constantly clowned by this Black woman. I approve of her. Yes, he is. He's not just clowned by Cari. He's finna get clowned by Abby and Ashley. And Ashley, once we get to Ashley, we're gonna take a music break, and get back into it. Ashley kind of crashed out. She kind of crashed out. Scott Jennings is always getting it. But there was a time where a Black woman wouldn't dare do no shit like what these Black women are doing on this panel, on this show. CNN. White people own this. They work for white folks. They work for white folks. There is no way that whenever Angela Davis was sitting in her jail cell, writing all of the beautiful things that she did and all of the sacrifices that she made, that she ever thought, and I don't have to say there's no way, because I've met her and I've read the shit that she's written. There's no way, because a white man then would have threw your ass in the gulag. You'd be locked up writing letters on the ground in a prison cell, jail cell, where you're being held because you're trying to do something for Black people that they just quite literally do not want you to do. The Black Panther Party, I don't know how much I've said this here on the channel. Y'all know I went to school to be a doctor. However, my minor was in African American Studies with a focus on the Black Panther Party. We can go tit for tat about the Black Panther Party. I don't know what they got going on today, but if you want to dig back into the past, you want to get up here and debate me about it, we can go all damn day. Because what they did to me, I ain't got no problem with it. Educating your people, equipping your people with the tools that they need to make sure that they know their rights, the laws, the statutes, the this, the that. They had schools, like you had to go through a program, a whole entire program before they even said, okay, I'm gonna let you in. They didn't just take any Negro. They took the elite Negroes. They did that. And Angela Davis, her ass still got thrown up in there. But you, Cari, you, Abby, and you, Ashley, especially, they fought for a chance to be able to be in these spaces. More or less, they wanted to be, if you want to call it, they wanted to be close to white people. They wanted to be accepted by white people. They wanted to be involved in their, their industries, their infrastructure, this, that, or the third. Y'all are in it. You've come so far into the white industry. They're making and voting for y'all to be CEOs of their companies. They're giving you shows on their networks. Yeah, they're doing that. They're giving you platforms in which you can speak and you can tell me how bad white people are and how bad America is from your cush position that a lot of Black people will never see. However, a lot of Black women before you, they fought to be in those seats, and that's why you're in yours. We can make amends, build bridges, have discussions. I'm not against it. But I told you guys a story about the mirror at my parents' house by the door. I don't need to do this with you. And I certainly don't need to do this with you on national TV. For what? I already know I'm that shit. I'm popping my shit. I don't need acceptance or approval. I don't need that shit from nobody. I'm good. But again, the fact that Black women are able to do this very thing in today's society, we're going to celebrate you. Because now you can stick it to the man. Let's keep going.
Do you think they would protect and defend the Constitution that represents all of the people of the United States of America?
I think Mark Rubio. I think you all have literally no idea.
Oh, and real quick, Cari Champion, listen, this woman, Lord help me, she's beautiful. She's 50. She's 50. Black, don't crack. She's 50. 50 years old, this woman. Beautiful.
Idea how the government works is what I
do.
I
do. I served at a higher level than anyone here.
A couple people at this table have served in the government.
Yeah, me too.
Including for this former president.
I just want to say that I think the premise that DEI exists and therefore the people that got the opportunity, perhaps because of DEI, are not qualified is a flawed premise.
Correct.
And I think that is what is so frustrating about the argument around DEI. We know in this country historically, and even today, there are still injustices in this country based on race, based on gender, based on ideology.
Based on who your daddy played
golf with. Yes.
Okay, that happens every single day. We know
But it happens every single day all over the planet.
That's
the planet Earth. It is human nature. It is human. And we're the best at it. We're the best trying to.
Donald Trump's our president.
Arthur, I guess that's exactly my point. I agree with you. I think that it is true that there have been preferences not for merit since the dawn of time. And that in this country right now, the same people who are going after DEI, which is about giving opportunities to people who have been historically marginalized, are just as willing to hire their friends.
Is that what equity means? Giving opportunity or guaranteeing outcomes?
No, it's giving access.
Because that's what equity means.
It's
a difference. There's a difference between equality and equity.
No, it's giving
Cari, I just want to answer his question because I
Wouldn't
think this
talent
is super,
and hard work give you
I think this
access?
is
Go ahead.
important for you to understand and for everybody to understand at home, okay? This is where I think we go crossways on this issue. You just asked the question, what does equity mean? Does it mean equality or does it mean access to opportunities? And conservatives want to define it a particular way, but you have to acknowledge, I'm asking you to acknowledge that people who believe in DEI do not define it that way. They do not define it as equality.
I think they define it as trying to guarantee outcomes. And
Hold on, wait, Ashley, are you
trying to punish people they don't like?
This is not
wrong.
Okay,
Cari.
Partisan on this issue. I think that people generally think diversity is a virtue. It makes businesses better. It makes institutions better. But they also don't like when you have companies or organizations.
You know, there's always a white lady that wants to come in and interrupt whenever Black women are speaking. But let's listen.
That are spending huge amounts of money to stand up DEI office. As an example, Fairfax County Public Schools, $400,000 spent on a DEI office, but kids are not reading at the levels that they should. They're not advancing at the levels that they should. It's not the issue
But were
of
they
diversity.
doing that before the office was stood up?
Well, no, and probably not. And so I'm not saying that connection.
So maybe implementing DEI might
No,
actually help
but
people
it's
have
not
a
an
better
argument
education
against DEI. It's how much
Mhm.
resources are we actually putting?
But that's
into
not
it?
what that's not
Ashley.
the way the conversation is being posed in America today. The
Ashley,
conversation
once
about
Cari is
DEI
done,
and woke
Ashley,
and all of that sounds about
I need you to
marginalized
set
Black
these
and
white
brown
folks
people
straight.
who already are
I
threatened
need you
and are seen.
Cari, she's doing an okay job, but Ashley, we're gonna need you to set them straight. You know, like the heavyset lady, whenever she said, "Hey, it is what it." Ashley, we need to hear from you. We have to. Cari, you know, you did okay, but I mean, Cari, she's so beautiful that she could say the right thing and the wrong thing. Probably wouldn't matter to a lot of people. All right. But Abby, y'all go ahead. Ashley Addison. Ashley Allison. I tell you what right now. My name is Black from start to finish. I don't even listen. It's just like, yeah, my name's Portia and everything, but you have a good name. You might be able to not have to, deal with the things that I have to deal with whenever I apply for a job, thinking about like, oh my Lord, they're gonna see my name and just no, yep, she's Black. But not Ashley Allison, Cari Champion, or Abby Phillips. Cari and Abby, let Ashley have the floor. Let her have the floor.
To be threatened in this community, in this society, and they're not getting the same opportunities. It was the same thing with affirmative action. Went to UCLA, they got rid of affirmative action. Everyone said you got in because of affirmative action. When I graduated, affirmative action didn't take my test. Affirmative action didn't help me get to where I'm at today. It gave me access that I didn't have based on the opportunity that I lacked because of the circumstances I was born into, which had nothing to do with me, but the country in which we live in.
I think I talked to you guys about this the other night. I went to UCLA. Shout out to California, knows how to party. Me, totally didn't party. I was scared. This is the truth. I'd be lying to you if I said anything else. During my time, again, she's 50. I'm not 30. Maybe different sets of circumstances. However, in my group for the internship that I did specifically for cardiothoracic surgery, I was the only one, but I was never of the mindset like what I had to experience in my first two institutions. I wasn't like a dumbass, so I wasn't, affirmative action. To be real with you, I didn't even know what that was until like after the fact. But she became Cari Champion. Yeah, it might have been hard. But she's still Cari Champion to a point at which we know who she is. We know what she looks like. Some of you may not have known who she was or what she looked like until you saw her tonight. But she has a platform in which she can do what it is that she's doing and continue to educate the American people about the plight of the Black struggle, if you will. And she's doing it to a white man on a white man's network. Let's keep going.
So the reality is,
have you seen the test scores of UCLA Medical, by the way?
My point being, Scott, is that everyone doesn't have the same access. People like to hire their friends. They like to hire the people that they like to be around.
Do you think they like to hire them?
Cari, they like to hire their friends. You work there. My name is Portia. This is at The Urban Landlord. This is my show, Politicking with Portia. We can be friends and you can hire me. Yes. I'll make myself available. You create your stuff, hire me. And you know what? If you don't want to do it, I mean, I know Oprah, she sold it and everything, but Tyler Perry, he still has his. Hey, listen, hire me, Cari. Hire your friends. Mm-hmm. Pull us in the fray. And if you don't have a business and you don't want to hire us, then I get on to CNN if it's just, friends. My email, Cari, it's Portia@jghb.info. I am going to drop it in the chat for you. Just in case, jghb.info, just in case you see this, because, you're talking about how they hire friends, and it's just like, hey, that's what they do. You know what, Cari? You know what you should do? The same fucking thing. Hey, listen, I ain't got to be a teacher or nothing like that. I want to be up there with the rest of y'all. I don't want to argue with no damn Scott Jennings on CNN. But if that's what I need to do to get in the position to kind of get a little bit further, I might consider it. Shoot me an email, Cari. Shoot me an email.
Do you think? But I also think around the idea of diversity.
No, Donald Trump hired all of his friends. But I want to go back to people that are in his cabinet right now. You know, because you are a smart man.
Is he wrong for hiring all of his friends? Because that's me. I told y'all the other night. Yeah, kind of discriminate nothing, but like it kind of is what it is. That's just kind of what I'm doing. That's the type of time I'm on. Yeah. that's the type of time I'm on. Yes, Cari. Yes. Hire your friends. You about the only group that doesn't do that shit. We'll be hopping back into 1970. We're time traveling today. Hire your people. Hire your friends. The people that look like you. Create your own shit. Get out of theirs. Do your own thing. Pave your own path. You know why? Because it's 2025 and you don't have to argue with Scott Jennings on CNN. You don't have to do this. Why don't you have to do it, Cari? Because your accolades and your experience says so. We're going to get through this. We're going to have a music break, and we're going to get into the biographies of these women, and we're going to finish the part 2 of this video. You're saying hiring friends, this, that, and the third. Listen, because all of the groups do it. They all do it. Especially for those of us down here in Texas, you might be Midwest, up north, East Coast, all of that. Y'all might not be as familiar in the experience, but I mean, hey, hell, here in Texas, oh no, they come together and they band together as a group. They don't hire nobody else but their own people, period. They still do that right now. It is 2025. They ain't doing none of that shit. Y'all didn't see all of these protests. Y'all didn't see them breaking out all over the country. Y'all have also heard the Hispanics talk about why would I go and ask a Black person for shit? Y'all don't even look out for each other. Y'all don't do shit. If I needed some help, you think I'm going to ask a Black person? For what? That was not always your story. That was not always your story. Cari, Abby, Ashley, Maxine, Jasmine, Joy. That was not always your story. Period. Whenever other Black women before you, they were working together as a collective. But here you are finding ways to cross paths with other people to tell them that you support them, the Black and Brown coalition. We're one, we're together. Are you? Or are you only together whenever it makes a difference for you? For you to push this narrative and to walk away from the pride of being who you are and what you represent. You want to talk to me about diversity and inclusion and carry on with this and that and the third, but we're the only group in the United States of America, in my opinion, that are defined by our stereotypes. Change it. I told y'all about the mirror in my parents' house. Don't forget who you are and whose you are. I can't do this shit. I couldn't. Because even if I am weak, even if I am broken, even if things may be a little bit more difficult for me, even if I have to work 10 times hard, it doesn't matter what the road looks like for me. You ain't finna fucking know it. I'm gonna tell the whole world. Nah, I'm gonna just do it. And it's not that I'm mad that you guys are telling the world, but me, since you talk about Black people so much and Black women so much, being the most educated, since that's what you talk about, I don't want to hear or see your arguments with fucking Scott Jennings. Okay? I want to see what it is that you're doing right now from your position to make a change, like Jasmine Crockett is. Y'all are on CNN. Jasmine Crockett is in Congress. Talk about that kind of shit. Yeah, Cori Bush, she lost her way. She didn't get reelected. Maxine Waters is still in there. You got Ilhan Omar, immigrant, whatever the case may be. You have Iyanna Pressley. We got the Black Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson. If this is your position, tell me, a young Black woman, Hey, talk to us about them. Fuck Scott Jennings. It's 2025. If black people want to know what white people are doing and how they think, they can look it up. But let's keep going because we have to get to Ashley, because Ashley is going to be the only one that sets the record straight. She has to let this white man know and other white people know what her struggle is. And sometimes you have to crash out. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. But she did it. And she was allowed to. She did it and she was allowed to. Nobody stopped her. Your ancestors were stopped, Ashley, but let's keep going.
No, you know this.
Why don't you understand how political appointments work? I don't understand.
It's not about, but this is why you can we just go beyond? Can we just go beyond? Can we just go beyond the cabinet?
Can we just go beyond the cabinet? Okay. Let's go beyond the cabinet. Let's do that. And we're going to hop into the next clip, the part 2. We're going to go beyond the cabinet. That's what we're going to do right now. Okay. And we're going to hear what you have to say here. Let's get you loaded up. All right.
And the Senate is now for.
All right. So let's listen to a few seconds of this and we'll have our music break and we'll get back into it. Crashing out.
Because yes, the president gets to pick whoever he wants, and the Senate is now for the Republicans. And I would have hoped that some of them would have been had more profiles and courage, but they didn't, and they actually put people in that I do believe in your party. You have more qualified people who could be in that cabinet. I'd like to think that, but that's not what they chose.
Secretary of
That's not what they chose. So go for it, okay? I think the issue in this country right now is
Okay, all right. Okay, so before she gets into that, we're going to have a music break. You guys stay with us, stick with us. I am going to be dropping the link so you guys can call in and we can talk about whatever. And I have a few more videos left for you guys. And I'll be ending it because Stanley's going live tonight. And we want to make sure that you guys are able to be there with Stanley and to hang out with him. And I don't want to spend too much more time on this because I don't want to cut into Stanley's time. So music break.
Told me not to lose my head, but it's too late now. He keeps running his mouth, trying to tear me down. Oh, I'm feeling that fire, can't calm it down. Keep playing, motherfucker, I'ma crash right out. Baby, hold me back, I'm about to lose control. The shit's about to burn, gonna take my soul. You don't know me yet, but you're about to find out. One more word, bitch, and I'ma crash all out. Oh, crash out, I'm about to lose my cool. Crash out, got me acting a fool. Better step back before you feel my wrath. Oh, baby, I'ma crash out, I can't hold back. At the party last night, I was keeping it sweet till some trifling bitch stepped on my feet. She laughed, called me crazy, thought she had me beat. But when I crash out, ain't no retreat. Baby, hold me back, I'm about to lose control. This shit's about to burn, gonna take my soul. You don't know me yet, but you're about to find out. One more word, bitch, and I'ma crash all out. Oh, crash out, I'm about to lose my cool. Crash out, got me acting a fool. Better step back before you feel my wrath. Oh, baby, I'ma crash out, I can't hold back. Oh, woke up this morning feeling kind of bad.
Sometimes you can't hold it
He's
back.
been running around, now I'm way past mad. Caught him cheating, oh yeah, I lost what I had. When I crash out, shit's bound to get sad. Oh, baby, hold me back, I'm about to lose control. The shit's about to burn, gonna take my soul. You don't know me yet, but you're about to find out. One more word, bitch, and I'ma crash all out. Oh, crash out, I'm about to lose my cool.
Lose my cool.
Crash out, got me acting a fool. Better step back before you feel my wrath. Oh, I can't hold back. Oh, baby, I'm a crash. I'm a crash out.
Yes, ma'am. Shout out to Crashing Out, you know. Shout out to Gina Tay. Sometimes crashing out is necessary. You know, everybody may not agree, but, you know, we all have our moments, especially Black women. Sometimes you have to crash out, you know. Sometimes neck rolling is necessary. Sometimes talking with your hands are necessary. Sometimes talking over other people on national television is necessary, because if Allison didn't do it, who else? Who else? And crashing out, it's not a bad thing. No, it's not a bad thing. She had to let Scott Jennings know, everybody there know, to include the Black women that were also there with her. She had to let everybody know. She had to make her point known. And that's what you guys are about to hear. And because of moments like this in American history, maybe by the time I get there, if I ever arrive, if I ever choose to pursue it, I too can clap back at Marjorie Taylor Greene whenever she tries to come for me. And it's okay. I too can be like Jasmine Crockett, you know, Ebonics and stuff like that. That's fine in Congress. They need to know I'm just being myself. Maybe I too. So crashing out, you know, it is what it is. However, we're going to get back into it. And let's see what Ashley had to say. Because I believe what she had to say for our beautiful Black woman, our ancestors, women, our ancestors, even for the likes of a Maxine Waters who has been there for 40 plus years. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to talk to white men like this, especially on their platforms. I mean, golly. But we can, though. We can. We can. And I know for a fact, if CNN tries to let go of her as a correspondent on this show, yeah, she's going to have some backlash. Yeah. She will have people rallying around her to cancel CNN because they got her up out of here. There's a different level of power that Black women have in 2025 that they have never had in the entire existence of their presence in this nation. And because they can do all of this and carry on and all that, it's testament. I've shown y'all some videos of me in town hall, city hall, school board, and y'all know I'm in there like, no, it ain't this, it ain't that. It doesn't matter who my message is being directed towards. It's just the fact that I can speak. White women can vote before Black women could. I'm just in here talking locally. I'm not, you know, I ain't on CNN, but you know what? The fact that I can, it's testament enough for me. Let's see. Ashley Ellison.
We live in different realities.
That's right.
I live in a reality where I know I do not have the same opportunity as you. I know I don't.
And you know
and
that
I know
too.
Let's go.
And you know that.
Let me just tell you about me.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I want to answer this.
I'm not talking about how you feel. I'm talking about how I feel. Me, a Black woman in this country,
but not in this city.
And I will run. And if you want,
I'm a New Yorker, not in this city. You cannot say that. You can't say that in this city. But I have a.
I'm not talking about New York. I'm talking about Ashley.
Let her finish.
Right here. I got a law degree, a master's, and 2 bachelors. Probably more education than all of y'all added up together at this table, right? And I have always.
Okay, yeah. So added up for everybody there at that table. That's what. You know, that's what she said. So for me, I'm not gonna lie. I want to know more. because she is who she is. And hey, ain't nobody else there on her level, not even the black women that are up there with her. They're not even on her level, not at all, not even close. Because she is the dude. But I would like to talk about what she is, who she is. And I want you guys to know this about Ashley Ellison. This is from the White House under President Barack Obama. Here we have Ashley Ellison, Associate Director in the Office of Public Engagement, for the Black president. Ain't no way those ladies back in the 70s would have ever thought America would ever see a Black president. Oh, hell no. But they did. We did. America did see it. May your souls rest in peace. But like I told you, I'm a believer, so that I know that they're sitting high looking low. Yeah. Black people. Yeah, we did that. And in the midst of doing that being done, we have a Ashley Ellison. Ashley Ellison is the Deputy Director in the Office of Public Engagement. In this role, Ashley manages a team of associate directors who work with leaders in the African American entertainment industry, faith, disability, Jewish, international, women of color communities. He also works on the policy areas of criminal justice, my brother's keeper, an economic ladder of opportunity. Prior to Ashley joining the White House, she served as the National Director of Partner Engagement and Outreach that enrolls America. Prior to joining Enroll America, she was a constituency coordinator for the 2013 Presidential Inaugural Committee, focusing on women and faith outreach. In 2011, she joined President Barack Obama's re-election campaign in Ohio as a regional field director, and then became the state's African American vote director. Ashley Ellison. For the whole state. She was the director of the African American vote, so I'm only led to believe that, of course, everything that she's doing, she had to break through some doors to get there, of course. But when she got there, this is what she did for Black people. And, we're listening to her now. We're going to listen in to her a little bit more. But, she's done this. This is what she's done. Before entering campaigns, Ashley worked as a freelance journalist covering local Brooklyn, New York news, and has been an advocate for fair housing, voting rights, and economic justice. She also was a New York City teaching fellow, working as a special education teacher in the New York City public school system. She has a law degree and a master's in public education. See, whenever Ashley got going, she could have stopped. She could have. She didn't have to keep going. But no, she took her ass back to school. Yeah, she did. And not only did she take her ass back to school, she became a JD. Told y'all about Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett did the same damn thing. She started in St. Louis, she moved to Texas, and she became all of the all. Well, Ashley Ellison did the same thing. Now, did Jasmine Crockett go out and get her master's? No. Not, in the way at which Ashley Ellison, I guess, for everybody else that's a Black person that's on this panel right now, I'm smarter and I have more education than anybody else in this room, period. She's an attorney and she went back and got her master's in education. I salute you, Ashley Ellison. You're worth being celebrated. Because even you, in the midst of whatever you may not realize or see that it is that you're doing for young Black women like me, hey, listen, I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at it. You might wonder, where did Ashley, where does she go to school? Let's take a look. Ashley, builder, creator, advocate, and organizer, Ashley Allison is an Obama Biden administration and a Biden-Harris campaign senior staffer with more than 15 years of experience building campaigns and strategies that lead to victory. Well, just like I told you guys about Maxine Waters, her dealings with Alzheimer's and dementia, y'all know I dibble and dabble here and there in politics, and I too have ran a many of campaigns that led to successful wins. Again, different parties, but same goal. As a national coalition director for Biden-Harris 2020 presidential campaign, she led nearly 500 staff. She was responsible for 500 people. That's a lot. 500 people that were expected to listen to her and follow her lead as she guided them to be the beacon of what would happen in support of making sure that Joe Biden got elected. This woman here, we saw Lena Horne, and of course, we're going to be getting back whenever we continue our time travel. Ashley Ellison is a big, dark-skinned Black woman. And I don't say that out of disrespect at all. I don't. I say it because there was a time where dark-skinned Black women, they would not see the doors in which she's walked through. I'm not dark-skinned. I told you about my brother and my sister. I'm glad I'm in the middle because I couldn't imagine both of their ends. But Ashley, she didn't let that stop her. The stigmas, the colorism, the house slave, the field Negro, this, that, and the third. Ashley Ellison. Fuck all that. Listen, I hear you. I'm not going to sit here and act like that I don't know that this is a thing. I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do is I'm going to be better than good enough, and I'm going to take my time to go out here, whether student loans or not, scholarships or not, whatever it looked like upon my life, I'm going to go out there and get what is for me. I'm not going to make any excuses. I'm going to handle this. That's what Ashley did. She did that. Sure did. She did that. Ashley's commitment to racial equity and civil rights has been proven through her career. Of course it has. I wouldn't know who the hell she was, honestly. But I know who she is enough to know that she's on a platform in which I can speak about her. I mean, who knows me? You know what I mean? I ain't nobody. But she's doing enough within her space and in her position to make an impact on young Black women like me. She served as the executive vice president at the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights from 2017 to 2021. That's a lot of years. She did that. Under her leadership, she led the organization's strategies on how to run campaigns and policy efforts during the resistance. Prior to joining the Leadership Conference, Ashley was a deputy director and senior policy advisor for the Obama White House of Public Engagement from 2014 to 2017. She honed her crisis management skills while leading the White House efforts on criminal justice and policing reform. Ashley's organizing skills were first noticed in national politics when she joined the Obama campaign in the most contested battleground state of Ohio to run African American outreach for the Obama 2012 election. Before entering politics, Ashley began her career as a high school special education teacher in Brooklyn, New York. Shout out to Kimmy Cakes. And earned her master's in education. She earned her law degree with a specialty in public interest law focusing on housing rights, voting and democracy, and racial equity. Ashley serves as the board chair for the Color of Change PAC board and is a member of the Free Press Action Fund board. is a political commentator for CNN and the former host of the podcast Pod for Cause. That is Ashley Ellison. Ashley Ellison. She's come so far and she's done so much that for me, again, I'm a young Black woman looking at this. I want to be more, of course, in the political arena to where I can actually affect change by legislation if I ever decided to go through with it. But nonetheless, I'm talking about her because I know her name. Ashley Ellison, although what we're about to hear from you, we're about to hear it. We're going to listen to it. I'm not going to even sit up here and say, Ashley, you're wrong. I'm not going to do that to you. I won't do it to you. To say that you're wrong, but what I do want you to know, that you've done all of it. A lot of it. Yeah, you have. Congratulations to you and happy Black History Month, Ashley Ellison. Happy Black History Month. You had to work 10 times harder to do this and that and the third, but you know what? You can sit up here on this CNN panel and say how 10 times much harder you had to work to compete against the white man. I just encourage you not to forget Ashley Ellison, about the white man that will break your ass down to your knees, grab a rope and string you up on a fucking tree. Might rape you a few times. Yeah. Have a baby that not you, but he would deny. Getting sprayed down by water hose and thrown in a gulag like Angela Davis with her light-skinned ass. For you, the opposite of her in every which way, to be able to sit up here and do what it is that you're doing today. One of my most favorite quotes, this might come as a surprise to you guys, but I think I've said it on some panel before. Angela Davis, when I met her for the first time, I mean, I didn't know, I knew about her, but I didn't know every single quote. But she explained to me the importance of young people not living off of the laurels of my ancestors' past. And then she put herself in that as she was talking to me. I must say, I mean, I don't know if it would have happened any other way. Yes, I'm at a PWI, but I got to meet Angela Davis a few times. Like I told you what I minored in. I told you guys. But these are the things that she's telling me. She's saying, hey, I'm not mad, Portia, at what it is that you're doing. I'm glad you are. Don't stop. Don't stop, Portia, but don't start at what I ended. Don't start there. Portia, start with you. You write your own story. Yeah. You pave your own path. You make whatever differences it is that you make. I've been doing this for a long time. And once upon a time, it was a Black community because that's what it looked like. That's what it was. But it doesn't look like that anymore. So you do what you can do, where you can do, how you do. May sound crazy coming from me, right? Conservative, never voted Democrat, this and that, Trump supporter, whatever this, that, and that. But sometimes the Black conservative, I don't even want to say it's misunderstood. I just feel it's more or less of don't even want to understand. Yeah, I was raised like this, but of course I went to college just like every other Negro that's a millennial and might have gotten, a little wild ideas here and there. But I got to meet the likes of Angela Davis that told me, oh, no. If I could go back, I would have never got locked up. Right? How much can I do from where I'm at? Do I regret it in a way of my future, this, that, and the third? No, it's just that if I could have spent more time bettering myself, picking myself up, and expanding myself all across the United States of America, I probably would have been better suited spending more time doing that than spending more time here. But I'm making up for that now because I'm sitting here with you. That doesn't mean you stop fighting. But this is where you fight. Education. Portia, get your degree. Do that. Whatever it is you want to become and you want to do that. They'll never say that you can't. They'll never say that you ain't. And you be a part of the quote unquote revolution that is to be televised. You ain't got to be on TV. But you've already done so. And you don't need that type of recognition. You do it. You go on. You push. You guys are going to hear from Nikki Giovanni here in this video when we get back to it. From back then, I had the pleasure of meeting and spending time with her as well. She died here recently. Every single thing that you do is not meant to be televised. Black women and or Black people, but more specifically Black women, all of it doesn't need to be televised. A lot of times it's what you do where you are that makes the impact that you do where you are. I can't save everybody. We all cooning and buffooning out here. You know, me, I guess I'm coon Negro number one, but how many of y'all have sat down with Angela Davis? I'm curious. How many of you have? Even those of you that are older than me, how many of y'all have done that? How many of y'all have been awarded by our Black excellence women? How many of y'all have done that? But I'm the coon. How many of you guys have done that? And as much trolling as it may seem like I am doing with the show tonight, believe you me, I am not. Yes, I was born in the 90s, but my mother wasn't. What I was showing y'all is from the 1970s. My mom became a doctor anyways, and she had us in high school. You can. I'm telling you guys, you can. I don't just get this from my parents. I get it from experience, lived experience. And I know y'all, oh, Portia, you too young. No, I ain't fucking too young. Not for this. Not to know the difference. Not to see this Black female, Ashley Allison, crashing the fuck out on national TV where the world can see her. I can sit here and tell you, Scott Jennings, and everybody else that's listening to me right now, how good I am, but you know what? I ain't got to tell your ass. I'm going to just show you. I ain't got to say shit. You're going to see it in my works. But because they feel so compelled and so damn passionate to make sure that everybody knows how blackety black they are and how educated Black women are and how far they've come, instead of just sitting down and hushing and just being that. That's why I'm doing the show tonight. You can sit here, roll your neck, snap your fingers, do this, that, and the third. I get it. Kind of. I'm trying to. But you're already enough in this space. You already are. So just be that, Ashley. But again, make sure these white people know. Make sure these white people know just who you are, Ashley. Your actions and what you have done and how you have served and the things that you have accomplished is not enough. You still have to go on TV and remind all of the white people of just how special and how hard you've worked. You're Black. What did you expect? Ashley? What did you expect? As conservative Republican voting as I am, don't ever lose sight of that reality. That is the reality. Yes, a whole lot of Black conservatives with bigger platforms than my own. Well, I guess online anyway. We already know that shit. We know that. Some black conservatives don't care. But, I mean, bitch, what are you trying to prove? To who? For what? Isn't this their country? Right? It's their country. It's racist, white supremacist. It'll never be the same. It'll never be this. It'll never be that. So who are you talking to? Because on one end, you tell me that this is what I'm supposed to understand. This is what I'm supposed to know. And this is the guideline, the book I'm supposed to follow. But I'm seeing your black ass up here argue with these people for fucking what? For what? Ashley, you are already. Argue for what? Abby, Cari, Jasmine, Maxine, y'all already are. A system that's working against you. It didn't work against you, Ashley. It didn't work against you, Maxine. It didn't work against you. And I damn sure be lying if I said it was working against me. But the difference between myself and you all is that I can appreciate you where you are for what it is that you've done and acknowledge you right where you are at. Who the I'm on CNN. Yeah, I might get invited to speak here, there, and everywhere. I don't go on fucking CNN or argue with no damn Scott Jennings and whoever this other bald-headed white dude is trying to tell me what it is that I am and that I ain't. It's 2025. You don't need permission to be a strong, successful black woman with priorities. You don't need that. You don't need them for any of it because you were that before you even got there. So we celebrate these ladies tonight. But we don't want to miss. Ashley has to let these white men know. And the reason why it's to me important that I play it is because in contrast to the things that I've told you already, those black women couldn't do what Ashley is doing. They couldn't do what Abby is doing. They couldn't do what Cari is doing. They couldn't do what Maxine is doing. They couldn't do what Cori Bush is doing. They couldn't do what Fannie Willis is doing. They couldn't do what London Breed was doing. They couldn't do none of that shit. Y'all heard them. Even though that's one example, but still. The black people of yesteryear wasn't going for that shit. Fannie, bitch, what are you doing? You're an adulterer? Oh no, bitch, we gotta part ways with you. We don't want nothing to do with that. Oh hell no. No ma'am. No ma'am. Because we believe in supporting our black men. And while we can acknowledge and admit that we don't know the struggles that our men go through, but you know what the fuck we gonna be is there, Fannie. That wife of his that he stepped out on too. You see. The children. Yeah. He did it, but you did it too. Black woman to black woman, I thought we were sisters. What the fuck you doing pushing up on my man for, bitch? I ain't going for it. And I can't celebrate that, nor will I ever respect that. Why? Because I was raised quite a bit differently. But whenever I think about the history of black people in America and how families were torn apart, whenever black people decided to come together in love and seal their union, jumping the fucking broomstick, this, that, and the third. No, that's everything to me. It's everything to me. My black man, oh yeah, that's it. Hopefully he ain't ever got time, right? But the thing is that in my mind that like whenever we get married, I know that the only time that he has is for me because I'm for him in that way. But you got to worry about bitches like Fannie Willis's and black churches letting this bitch come in the pulpit and speak, knowing all of the things that she has done and who she is. That's a nasty, dirty woman. And yeah, white people do the same shit, but you know what? I'm not out here seeking for white people to be better than what they've always been. What the fuck am I doing? I don't expect that from you, but I expect it from us. Which is why even Jasmine Crockett, she gets on my fucking nerves. But you know what she is? She's a married woman with a husband and black children. You can knock her for a whole lot, but if you're just looking at that at base level, I'll give her props. Sitting up on CNN complaining to white people about what you can't do, how much money you don't make, this, that, and the third. Baby girl. Majority of black women don't make half of what you make, and they never will in their lifetimes, ever. And that's just you. You know, like Moynihan said, individually. It's just you. But of course, we want to go ahead and hear. We want to make sure that we want to make sure we listen to Ashley. Tell us how hard her struggle was.
Been the least paid person on payroll at every institution I have worked in, and it's not because.
Hold on, wait. Let's rewind it. We're crashing out.
Let her finish. I got a law degree, a master's, and 2 bachelors. Probably more education than all of y'all added up together at this table, right? And I have always been the least paid person on payroll at every institution I have worked in, and it's not
Even
because
in the White House.
Even in the White House.
Well, whose fault is that? I don't think you worked for George W. or Trump.
Well, guess what happened when I was there? DEI.
Let me go back a little bit. Well, guess what happened when I was there? She said, even in the White House. We just read her biography. Who does she work for? Who she work for? Obama? Even in the White House, her eyes, her neck rolling, her energy. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, it ain't a white. You ain't gonna get me out of my element like this. I'm not gonna let you know that you've won. I'm not. Yeah, they may get paid more. This, that, and the third. I'm not gonna go on CNN and say this shit. Don't nobody know what the fuck I make. They ain't your goddamn business what I make. But I'm getting paid. I ain't homeless and shit. We talked about Maxine Waters in her district, Skid Row. Listen, there's a lot of people that look like you, women too. Whatever happened in their life that put them there, even young women like me. We're not where you are. That don't mean that we won't get where you are one day, but I mean, shit, there's a lot of single black mothers out here. You know, like Maxine, number 5 out of 13, she still became Maxine. And whenever Maxine was coming up back in her heyday, she wasn't doing the shit that you're doing. She paved the way for you. And those before, even Maxine. Start your own shit, Ashley. I respect it more than you sitting on this whole holy national television, damn near crying in your argument, your neck rolling, eye rolling to these white men that apparently don't have anything to do with your struggle, and they don't even have anything to do with your success. So because you were able to do that on both fronts, I'm not finna fucking entertain you. I'm finna show you. Yeah, that's all I got. Because I'm Ashley Ellison and I'm worth being celebrated. And I don't need confirmation like we're gonna see here soon from a white man because I already know I'm the shit. Who the fuck is Scott Jennings and this other bald-headed dude? I don't even know this other bald-headed dude's name. All of you successful black women that have platforms, in my mind, I think that y'all would do what whenever we get back to it, these black women in the 70s were doing. They're coming together as a collective. They understand that they've passed the threshold of 18 and 25 and even 30. What is our focus? Our children. Making sure they know so they don't have to go through what we went through. They don't have to experience what we experienced. We're just going to keep the shit pushing. We're going to take the time out. We're not going to sit here and complain about this, that, and the third. About, oh, well, the schools aren't teaching about it. Bitch, teach your own kids. You teach them yourself. This is America. Didn't you know? I thought you knew. That's what you're fighting against, right? So whenever you birth your own children, you don't depend on the white man and his education system to teach your kids their history. You do it. The fuck? What are we doing? There's no need for her to be up here acting like this, but she is. And that's why I'm celebrating her tonight. And I hope you, Ashley Allison, you see this. I haven't looked to see any follow-up about your behavior, this, that, and the third, but Ashley, if you're listening, I need you to know you did it. You made that mistake. You look like a fucking clown to me, but that's me. But we're all allowed to make mistakes. But it is Black History Month. Ashley, your worth is far more than its weight in gold, and you don't ever have to do anything like this again because you've already arrived. You've done the work. You've did everything that you were supposed to do. And so everything you do now from up until this moment is to continue being Ashley Allison, the successful Black woman that you are. That's enough for me. It might not be enough for the white folks that you like arguing with on CNN, but it's enough for me. Let's go ahead and finish this.
Least paid person on payroll at every institution I have worked in. And it's not
even in the White House?
Even in the White House.
Well, whose fault is that? I don't think you worked for George W. or Trump.
Well, guess what happened when I was there? DEI.
Scott.
Look.
I'm head Scott.
Look,
no,
you're my friend. I respect you tremendously. I think you're probably the smartest operative in the Democratic Party, and they should listen to you more. That's number one. Number two, you and I share a comparable background. We're both from the Midwest. We both come from middle-class families, lower middle-class families, maybe. I actually think we share a lot of similarities in our journey. But I think you made it, and you are the most respected voice often at every room or every table you're in, not because of anything other than your talent and your work ethic. And that's all anybody ever is asking for, is for people with talent and work ethic to make it. And that's what I see in you. That's how I see you.
But let me tell you something about.
And you know what? If the days were long, like how they were back in the day, a white man apologizing to this Black bitch after she just lost it. I don't know. To all of our Black female ancestors that have passed on, as you sit high and look low, oh no, this shit is so crazy that Black women can get on TV and like spaz out. White ownership, white guys, whatever it is, they can do that. Y'all couldn't do that shit, but they can. And they ain't worried about it. They ain't afraid. They're not even afraid of the cops. They're not afraid of them either. They ain't afraid of no type of authority. Why? Because they realize the power that they have and what to do with it whenever they have the opportunity to be able to use it. And they use it. It's not like they're getting shut down. We've seen too much of Jasmine Crockett, even in the face of Marjorie Taylor. You have your civil rights. I don't know how much more closer to white men you want to be, but besides marrying, I don't know what y'all look for. We have a constitution. The system works. Just because people that are elected and put in these positions, that doesn't mean that it doesn't work. That just means that the people in those positions don't make it work. That has nothing to do with the overall idea of Negro failure and incompetence and you having to work 10 times harder. Again, we know you. What about that young 21-year-old mayor that was elected? What did he do? Where is he at? What about Tiffany Henyard? What is she doing? What about the mayor of somewhere out in Louisiana? Oh, even in St. Louis. even the ones that aren't even elected anymore, all of the things that they have done, you've had the power to do the things that you want to do in this white system. And a lot of times you failed, unfortunately. And instead of focusing on what you can do different, what you can do different and how you can be different and a better person and not exemplify and or represent the failures of your people, you be there and you do what the hell Jasmine Crockett is doing, because again, y'all know I cannot stand Jasmine Crockett. I cannot. Jasmine Crockett ain't in no damn scandal. She's not. She's not in a scandal. It's too many black people that we've talked about over here that are in a scandal. Jasmine Crockett is not. She out here, she like in the press every damn day. Talking about this, talking about that, making sure her constituents know what she's doing, this, that, and the third. And like I said, we don't agree. She's coming from the other side, but she's doing her, she's doing her thing. I'd rather have Jasmine Crockett as a representative than Fannie. Ashley Ellison, bitch, I didn't know nothing about you until I saw this episode. I'm not gonna even lie. I didn't know. Cari Champion, I didn't know nothing about you. And then Abby Phillips, I didn't know nothing about you. But y'all are all good representations of your people. Keep being that. And stop worrying about what Scott Jennings is saying, how racist white people are, this, that, and the third, because you still, Trump, he's been inaugurated. Yes, this, that, the third, but you still get to talk on TV. Because if they were that bad, they wouldn't let you, none of y'all say a damn thing to where somebody else could hear it. They wouldn't allow that, but they allow that. Unless you not forget about your beloved Queen Mother Sheba, black woman, all on her own. Kamala Harris, that's the first black woman that became the vice president, something that, you know, I guess America thought they would never see, but we saw it with Kamala. And that was after Obama. There's reason and cause to celebrate.
About my story and my family story is that we have faced discrimination. I have faced discrimination. I just said I was the least paid person, even in this moment sometimes, to my counterparts. It is just the reality of the country we live in. And I'm not saying, I do believe I'm qualified. I know.
And work ethic to make.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing it just in case. Because she's like, I'm not saying that I'm not qualified. I am qualified. Show that you're qualified. Fuck Scott.
Make it. And that's what I see in you. That's how I see you.
But let me tell you something about my story and my family story is that we have faced discrimination. I have faced discrimination. I just said I was the least paid person, even in this moment sometimes, to my counterparts. It is just the reality of the country we live in. And I'm not
the least paid person. And that's, I hear you. Me, I do speaking engagements, of course. My prices aren't the same as Ashley's because I'm not an Ashley Allison. I can only hope to become an Ashley Allison someday. CEO of Turner Connolly Group, Senior Biden-Harris campaign official, civil rights and political strategist. If you want to book Ashley for a live event to where she shows up in person, you gotta drop 10 stacks. Okay? And if she's not satisfied with that 10 stacks, she wants 10 more. So live, her speaking fee, $10,000 to $20,000. If you want her on a virtual event like what we're doing right now, which of course I'm assuming she would be cammed up and the like. Same thing, $10,000 to $20,000. I can't get up here and ask nobody for no $10,000 to $20,000 damn dollars just to hear my fucking opinion on something. I'm not in that position, but Ashley is. $20,000 just to hear what you got to say. She's there. Again, I'm not. I can only aspire to be. And what other way in which, beyond the example of my parents, as I am a millennial and I'm navigating this life through America, how else would I know that I could? If I didn't have these examples of women like Ashley Allison. Ain't no telling how much she gets paid every single time she makes a premiere on CNN. But even when she's not on CNN, You ain't getting her ass unless you drop 10, and she can decide at any moment that that's not enough. I want 20. Shit. Which I think this is. Ashley has the power to do that. She does. Somebody values what it is that she's saying. Otherwise, they wouldn't be paying for it.
Not saying I do believe I'm qualified. I know I'm qualified. You won't ever tell me I'm not qualified. But the system that I live in doesn't matter about my qualifications.
I don't agree because
when 2025.
Oh,
I don't think we're there.
You can't go. That's just not true. That's just not true.
There's a mountain of evidence that suggests that you are wrong. Okay, let's just
again.
take Ashley.
I'm a New Yorker, so I'm jaded. I have the Attorney General is a black woman. The mayor's a black man. The head of the Senate is a black man.
Okay, New York is a small representation.
Well, small. New York is not that small.
Politics. Let me just talk. Let me talk about
every judge I appear before is either a woman or a person of color.
Ashley just gave an anecdote, but the numbers also show Black women are one of the most educated demographics in this country and one of the least paid. Why would that make any sense?
Why would that make any sense? And don't talk to me about the judges you stand before. Talk to me about the theory. Talk to me about the world in which we live in.
Let's look at the United States Supreme Court. How can you say we're not going to look at that from the top to the bottom? And I'm talking about the legal system.
New York is a more progressive. And we just got a black woman.
Hold up. Let me.
We just got a black woman on the
board. We got a black man from the 70s.
You brought up the Supreme Court.
Give me one second. Stanley just said, "Hey Stanley, I know it's 10:53. Stanley, I'm gonna get through the rest of the 70s, and a couple more videos. So I see you in the chat, and I don't want to keep you waiting. But Stanley says, so she is a business owner. So she did create her own. Yes, a lot of them did. A lot of them, they did create their own. But instead of see, for me, what I'm trying to do, like, how Crack does with his charting the course. Hey, I'm trying, like, hey, how can I get like you? I don't want to hear, like, yeah, there's going to be some roadblocks. Yeah, whatever it is. But you did it and you got all the way to this point. That's what I want to hear from you. I'm not, you already got your own shit. You might as well. Joy Reid, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a panel, Abby Phillips, Cari Champion, Ashley Allison. How can we get where you are? And what is it that we're doing for our people as a representation of our people with our families to pull us further along instead of arguing with white people about why they should accept us and bring us into their fray? You're already in their fray. You're there. You haven't got fired. You're there. This was just from like less than 48 hours ago. You're there. I'm not about to waste my time arguing with these people. Just, if anything, yeah, we could talk about it, bring it to light, expose it, but keep it pushing. And what we're going to do for our future generations. So they don't have to have these conversations on CNN. But that's just me. But shout out to Stanley. Shout out to Stanley. Let's listen to some more of this.
Hold on. What percentage of it does it represent the United States of America?
Why does it matter? Why we got to go by numbers?
Why is it so hard for you to acknowledge what she just said? Why is it so hard?
Why is there only one Italian American?
No, but why is it so hard for you to acknowledge what she just said about Black women being the most educated?
I did acknowledge it. I said that's not my experience.
Okay, because you're not
more Black women.
No, I'm a New Yorker, and that's
New York is not representative of the rest of America.
Correct.
That's also what. It's also the most diverse city in the country. Well, that's exactly. So of course there's more representation and women.
And Scott, I think if you really see, you said something very beautiful. This is your friend. You guys share a lot of the same values. You guys think alike. You guys are literally friends off air. You text. You have good conversations. There is the yes and in that. There is something that says to me that what she's saying is true. You think she's smart. You know that she's smart. She's more educated than mostly everyone at this table. And so what she's saying isn't a lie. What she's saying is a real life experience. And so why is it so hard to understand why something like diversity, equity, inclusion needs to be a part of what we do in a system that never even acknowledged a group of people, never saw us as a human commodity, just literally never noticed who we were. And now here we are years later asking for some simple rights, some simple civility. She's asking to be paid like you get paid. She's asking to be acknowledged like you get acknowledged. And she knows that that is not the case because she is a Black woman.
She had a high-ranking position in the White House of the United States of America.
Dear friend,
she is one of the most celebrated political operatives in the country.
There's
Do you know how hard I had to work to get that?
Do you know how hard? Do you know how hard the son of a garbage man had to work at it? So I'm just telling you,
I'm not saying that
talent and work ethic are everything, and that's why I think you're here.
It's not true. It's just not true. It's just not true.
The other thing is the access to opportunity is, I know you don't want to think that that is true, but access to opportunity is what DEI is supposed to address. And not just when it comes to race, although race is important, but when it comes to women, when it comes to people with disabilities, when it comes to people from different socioeconomic brackets, from rural parts of the country.
I think that's the biggest issue. There's different socioeconomic brackets.
So now
more
we're
than
trying
race
to
and gender.
say, now we're trying to say that everything is equal just because I say it is, even though all the evidence.
Who said everything is equal?
Well, that's literally, we're already living in a meritocratic society is what Scott and his colleagues want to say, when that's actually factually not true.
Do you not think everything is equal?
But I think it's generally,
true.
So
I think it'll seek its own level. I don't think the government should be telling us to seek its own level.
But you literally
DEI is not about the government. Y'all are talking to private companies and telling them you can't operate the way you want to operate.
But Arthur, you literally just said, I don't think it will seek itself out, because you literally just said human nature. That's how we operate.
That's right.
Sometimes,
yes,
which is why the civil rights movement was so important.
I think it's more socioeconomic than it is.
This is why, like, when they talk about like canceling the Department of Education, why they talk about the federal government. The reason why the federal government was so important, particularly for Black people to seek justice in this country, is because it was the one bastion of hope that people had when states took control and they had discriminatory practice laws.
Okay, but
the Supreme Court.
What? How long ago? Tell me how long ago was that?
How long ago was that? We gotta go. We gotta go, but it was not that long ago.
I know.
It was not that long ago.
Yeah,
it was in Ashley's father's lifetime. It was in my parents' lifetime.
How long ago was that, they say? It wasn't that long ago, but I mean, bitch, it was long enough ago to where I wouldn't be seeing your black ass on a white network. But how long ago was that? No. Because we have a video that we're watching where the Black man said, hey, Black woman, y'all are the Mother Earth. Y'all are the everything. Even after you guys, those of you who have been there, y'all heard the way that the Black women said, we have not been there for our Black men. But however, through that experience, if I got to be 10 clicks behind him, it ain't nothing I would not do to make sure that he knew that I was there for him. See, you say for what? Listen. Y'all are still pushing back against them. And so for those of you that missed it, let's go ahead and share it again. Let me find my timestamp before we get back to the 70s, because, you know, we time traveling tonight. We're at 2501. We're time traveling tonight. And you know what? If it wasn't for Black men, I mean, to be quite honest with you, we wouldn't even know about this. I mean, all of these years later, unless you were born then, y'all know it is 2025. I mean, I wouldn't have known this shit because I wasn't even close to it. I wasn't close enough to be able to comment on it. So we're going to listen to what this Black man has to say for the Black woman. Hey.
This show will concentrate on one of the greatest institutions in the world, the Black woman. In order to get the real feelings and perspective of our sister, we went to her. A group was brought together with as many differences as likenesses, but held together by the common thread of the Black experience. Another institution was added, Sister Lena Horne, who can, from first experience, speak about survival if you are born a woman and Black in this society. Our woman has borne us, nurtured us, and saved our race, and in the process, she often got the worst of it. As a unique institution, the black woman remains.
Mm-hmm. The black woman remains. Again.
This show will concentrate on one of the greatest institutions in the world, the black woman.
The greatest institutions in the world, the black woman. This is a black man in the 70s who was born in the 30s, 40s. The greatest institution, not America, in the world. We need to talk about this. And hey, shit, I don't just want to talk about it. Fuck me. Don't even listen to me. I want y'all to hear from them. Again, I'm not going to go all the way through it. All of the links are in the description box. These black women talk about what it is that they needed to be for their black men. It wasn't a competition. It's never been a not in my mind. Not in my mind. This is me personally. It's never been a competition. Never, ever. Why would it be? We want the same things. I told you guys earlier. These black women admitted to not being what their men needed for them, so much so that they left them. These women divorced these men because they couldn't understand their struggle. They couldn't understand what America meant to them. We have women's suffrage. They had to put in place laws for women to even be able to vote. That wasn't just a black woman, that was all women. Not to say that black women didn't have it harder. Of course, we know what time it is and what time it was just from history. But a lot of the women that look like me, they just said, hey, I mean, honestly, I really don't know. I'm going to see about it and whatever the case may be. But they found whatever black women that they felt were good enough representatives to speak for black women on America. And all these black women said, hey, I mean, shit, like I hear what you're saying. I mean, that sounds great. 10 paces behind, like, okay, so I don't care if I walk to the side of him, the left, the right, the front, or the back. I'm going to wait on him to follow his lead. And I told you guys earlier about Coretta. It's not that black women are incapable of doing it, you know, red pill manosphere. They are. And the same black women that you see in this video, to me, in my opinion, there's far more black women that are like the women in this video than they are not. Their ancestors, it just trickled down. Maybe you haven't met them, but it's there. We're there for you guys. We rock with y'all. Period. That's what it is. But however it worked, and unfortunately, it still works that way. It still works that way. You just heard Ashley Allison tell you about what she couldn't do, what she can't do, what she ain't did, what she ain't done because a white man this and a white man that. Ashley, there's a lot of black men that'll never reach the heights that you have. They just won't. And there's a lot of black men that won't even find a woman like Abby Phillips. Abby Phillips, like, yeah, she's on this show. You see Abby Phillips off the show? Fuck no. Her man, he is her beck and call. Abby Phillips, let me make sure y'all know who Abby Phillips is. Let me go ahead and show y'all her page. Abby Phillips, she ain't on that shit. And even in the midst of that, you heard every single thing that they were saying throughout all of that, but not Abby Phillips. She's like, oh, fuck, no. Wait a minute. No, not my man. That's the father of my children. And I'm not going off of what it is that I think is right. I'm going off of what it is that he says is right. And so, yes, I show you guys these things. And again, in the midst of it, like, I'm not against it. I stand with what these women are saying and what they're pushing. I mean, how could I not? Everything they're talking about is quite literally, it's Black excellence. That's what it is. That's what they are. And that's what they continue to be. Now, again, politically, no, I don't agree. But at the end of the day, these women are something. They're just something. I mean, even here, I'm about to show it to you guys right now. Hopefully, I don't know if I got it pulled up because my cell phone close. Abby Phillips, that's her husband. Sure is. That's her man. Yep, that's her man. And what? Black families, this, that, and the third. That's what Abby's doing. Even her and her husband always going on vacation, always prioritizing their relationship. They bring their children out, beautiful children. They are a beautiful representation of Black America. Now she's up here and she's talking this and that. You know, you can kind of add in theatrics for the show. You know, CNN, this, that, and you can get that. But I like to see this. That's what I like to see. I'm so busy living my life, raising these daughters, letting them know that there is not anything that will ever keep them from it. I told y'all, my mom, she was in high school and she had, she was in high school and she had us. She sure the hell was, believe it or not. My mom was in high school when she had us, and my dad was off in the military. And while my dad was gone, like I said, mom was in school. You know what I mean? Like they didn't depend on their family members and things like that. We were at school with my mom. We were at school with my mom. She didn't even graduate high school on time because she had kids. She kind of grew up like Maxine Waters. But my mom said, oh, hell no. You know, hey, listen, this is what it is. You know, my mom, she went out there and she did that thing while my dad was overseas. Desert Storm. Mama did that. Yeah, she did. I love my mom. I know y'all love y'all mamas too, but I love her story. Because my mom, quite literally, my mom, from all of the odds, my mom, she should not be who she is, where she is, her own practice, her own, everything. My mom did that. My dad was gone. And of course, the kids wondered if dad is coming home. He did. Amen. Thankfully, he did. He did that. But we didn't fall short. Ever. Even though mama had us young, she did that thing. I don't give a damn about none of that. My mama did that. And I always love seeing other Black women that are out there doing and living and being successful and showing it, but not complaining about it. You can talk about it, but don't complain about it, because whatever system this is, without it, you wouldn't even be able to talk about it in the first damn place, but you'd be glad that you are. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. Well, I mean, I don't want to say nobody. I mean, I don't. Because I can appreciate you where you are. I can admire you for the roads that you have climbed. So let's get back into this with these Black women's. I have a few more Black ladies that I'm going to get into. It is 11:10, so I have to speed it up so Stanley can get up here. We had our lovely Lena. Tell you what, her just saying what she said. She married a Black man. It just didn't go that way. She couldn't understand him. She couldn't understand him to a point to where she couldn't even stay in the marriage because the struggle was too big. For her, she said, I wasn't a big enough woman. I wasn't big enough for him. I saw this many years ago. Whenever my dad came back from war after being gone for so long, you know, he can come then. But this is back in the day where, you know, they didn't have like iPhones and stuff like that. You know, we would get our letters. That's when we had to write letters. Me and my brother and my sister. My dad's, he's overseas. He's serving his country. My mother never painted it as anything other than that's exactly what he was doing, because quite literally that's what he was doing. You know. Me and my brother and my sister, we always wrote our letters. My dad would write his letters back. But we were taught to understand what it meant whenever mama got that phone call and it was my dad, and as much as we wanted to hear his voice, mom taught us to understand. Okay, that's her man, okay? That's her man, and she's gonna spend that time with him, and you'll see your dad when he gets home. Why? Because one day y'all are gonna leave us, so we cannot ever jeopardize even the smallest amount of time that we have together, because we're not raising y'all to be here forever. So yeah, we're the priority. You have this red pill manosphere space, something that I just don't understand, because it's not my representation. Even Stanley, I think I can't even recall who Stanley was arguing with. It could have been Tyrone or Solid Snake, but Stanley, even though, like, okay, hold on, how old am I? Stanley, 60. Almost 30 years older than me. He can tell you a story. And Stanley never changes it up. It's always the same, just like mine. Almost 30 years ahead of me. Sometimes what they present in media, that's just not what it is. So I think even in this moment tonight, Black History Month, and this is not the only time that me and Stanley talk about the things, but there's so many of us out there that just don't, I mean, like, we don't even be knowing what the hell y'all talking about. I ain't from the hood. I don't know. I mean, like, my dad, he was gone, you know, but he was gone for a cause. He's fighting for the, you know what I'm saying? I don't know that. But as I listen to these Black women speak about their Black men and what they could not understand, I have to shout these women out, because they tried to understand, and even whenever they may have failed, they stayed. Now Lena, she left, but the other ones, oh, and I was like, oh hell no, I'm staying, because we do this together. Jasmine Crockett, Maxine, well, I mean, shit, Maxine's still with her husband. Cari Washington, not Washington, what is it? A Cari champion. She was married to a white guy, but it's okay. I mean, like I said, she's 50 and she's beautiful, so she can get away with a lot of things. And you just had Ashley Ellison and Abby Phillips. I just showed y'all Abby Phillips and her family. This is where we win, to me. Maybe not to change the world, but we can have children and we can teach them. And that's what we do. Oh, water on my phone.
I don't think, maybe all the sisters don't know what a K building is.
Well, K building is the building up in Harlem Hospital that was taken over by community people. I, for one. And first time it ever was done. We're still fighting to keep control. But like we tell the doctors, we do our thing or don't be no thing. We blow it up. I mean that. I don't care if the CIA listening, blow it up, because it has to be a change. And people have to stand up, especially Black people, for their principles.
Y'all, I know y'all hate me when I do this, because I can't always help myself. If it ain't that thing, it won't be that thing. I don't give a fuck. We'll blow that shit up. This is a Black hospital for Black people. I don't give a damn about none of the shit that y'all saying. Whatever y'all done seen in the news, whatever these white folks, and I don't give a damn about none of that. That's why I told you, like, this whole thing. This lady right here, I don't give a damn about none of that. I don't care. This is what we need, and this is what we're going to do. And so if I'm willing to die for it, because in my time, it may not happen. I might not ever see this shit. I'm up here on this new broadcast We're talking about Black women and what we're doing while our men are away. A lot of our men, for those of you who were here in the beginning, a lot of their men was out there fighting with Martin Luther King, and they got strung the fuck up. But they're still there. Yes, he may not be here, but I ain't ever leaving him. And in the event that I might, I'll never stop fighting for the cause. Disrespect him for what? Devalue him for what? He is gone fighting another fight. What am I doing right now? What am I doing? She just said they can blow the shit. I'll blow this shit up. I'll blow it up. I don't give a fuck. I'll blow all of this shit up. But you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to leave my Black man alone. Period. Because they need us. And we need them. So it's going to be up to what it is that we are doing. It may not seem like that is the case so much so today. I get it. I understand. But for all of the freedoms and the things that we have right now today, there were Black women out there supporting their men while they were out here sacrificing and going through this, that, and the third, things that Black women didn't understand then and won't understand now. I said, it's beautiful to me. I want to hear her again because I like her. I like her.
Don't help me. I surely
surely
will die.
Bill that was taken over.
What K building is. I don't think maybe all the sisters don't know what K building is.
Well, K building is the building up in Harlem Hospital that was taken over by community people. I for one.
I for one.
And first time it ever was done. We're still fighting to keep control. But like we tell the doctors, we do our thing or don't be no thing.
Do our
blow
thing.
It up. I mean that. I don't care if the CIA listed, blow it up because it has to be a change. And people have to stand up, especially Black people, for their principles. Because, other groups don't think that we have too many principles, that it's nothing really that we want, that we think is worth fighting for. We can always go over in Vietnam and kill somebody damn near look like us. But we never, have banned our resources and our dreams to actually get something constructive. We're always fighting somebody else's wars, fighting for somebody else's ideals. We never really want to fight for ourselves. That's why, as the sister was saying, the K building meant so much. This was something for our people, something we believed in to the extent that we would have died right there.
Yeah.
And for me, myself, it's the first time I ever had anything that meant that much to me.
It is with drug addicts who wanted.
Well, we opened it mostly because we took it. We had, just like you said, we went here, we went there, asking everybody, could we get facilities for adolescents? And every day you always heard, I'll call you, don't call me. So then one rainy evening, we decided to go up there and take 2 floors that were badly needed in a community of 150,000 addicts. Because as the sisters here say, you get tired of watching your people die.
Yeah, you do.
So we took it. Well, we had a principle. This is what I'm saying.
You get tired of watching your people die. They didn't block the streets, burn down their neighborhoods, tear shit up. Oh no, see here, listen. I hear you, but this is what we finna do. This is what we finna do. Yeah, it could have been by way of something else, but we finna take over this hospital. We got these 2 floors. We don't know what the fuck y'all, what type of time y'all on, but I'm letting y'all know what type of time we on because we are tired of seeing our people die. But then you have Patrice Colors and BLM. A movement that changed a lot for the fabric of America during that time. You had DEI, you had it everywhere you could see it. You have black girl magic. You have all pro blackity black everything to a point to where you have these white people in positions of power. Oh, we're allies. We're here with you. Are you? Something that, you know, they might not have imagined seeing, because for those of them, in my mind, during the time of MLKJ, yeah, I get it. But for BLM, oh, fuck no, absolutely not. Not for y'all to come out at this rate as if we haven't come from a place. Now, yeah, maybe the cops weren't right. Maybe the kids that lost their lives weren't right. Nonetheless, what they did is they said, hey, we're going to be in here. I'd rather this shit blow up and go to shit. Whoever's in this house, I'd rather them all die. Period. Before I bend at the beckon of my enemy. But they did. Okay, I'm fighting to be a part of this system, this society. Well, you know, they ain't let me in, so we can take this shit over at the hospital. Why? Because I'm tired of seeing people that look like me dying. I'm tired of seeing people that look like me dying too. No matter if I'm from there or not, I'm tired of seeing that shit. I don't want to see if it's black on black cops on this, if it's us together because we're fighting over whatever the case may be. I don't want to see that shit. All I want to do is see my people thrive. And for whatever it is that makes us think that we are incapable and there's only one way, it's not. There's multiple ways. Or, you know, that our situation is far more disturbing than what our ancestors went through. No, the fuck it's not. You can quite literally go out right now. I don't encourage this, but you could just say that somebody committed some sort of racist behavior before you. Make sure you got your phone out and you'll be set for the rest of your life. And even generations, because that's the America that we live in right now. You are actually being heard, Negro. Yeah, yeah, you are. You are. However, I don't want to be heard like that. I don't. Shit happens, but I don't want to be heard like that. I'd rather be heard like this Ashley Allison on CNN talking about, yeah, but don't nobody, I'm smarter than everybody in this whole building. Ain't none of y'all got shit on me. I'm the smartest bitch on set. I got all of the degrees. I have all of the experience. Yes, some of y'all older than me, but I am that. I am this. I deserve that. Before I see a protest of people in favor of another one of ours gone. I don't want to see that. I mean, is abortion not enough? That's enough. That's more than enough for me. I don't want to see it. Nonetheless, there is the 1970s, there's today. What they could not do back then, Black women can do today with so much more vigor.
The principle is still there, and every day we don't relax.
Hold on. I don't want the volume to be down. Let me stop sharing and reshare because I don't have time. On StreamYard, they be playing YouTube. They are trying to get us up out of here, but we're not going to let them do it. We're not going to let them do it. We're going to keep it going.
Especially Black people for their principles. Because, you know, other groups don't think that we have too many principles, that it's nothing really that we want, that we think is worth fighting for. We can always go over in Vietnam and kill somebody damn near look like us. But we never, you know, have banned our resources and our dreams.
We'll die.
People don't think like us. We'll fight for other groups. I showed this earlier, but I feel like I might as well share it again. Share it again with you guys. Again, this is not like an all ending, all defying, but like I was saying earlier, you guys, y'all seen these protests all across the nation, well, for whatever reason, I do not know, while, you know, the Hispanic community is saying, oh, we're Black people, they're not there for us. We were there for them. We marched with them. We did this, that, and the third. Okay. Maybe that whole Black and brown coalition, that should have never been a thing. Okay. But, I mean, here we are. You get to, you know, cross the lines and hear what they think of you, in contrast to, in my opinion, what everyone thinks of you as a Black person. That's my opinion. You might be in that part of America where you've never dealt with this, like, in real life and in person, and you might be seeing this for the first time online. But as she just said, she's like, hey, be for your own, prioritize them. So we're going to get back to that. I want to run it back really quick, and then we're going to pull up a video I played earlier, and then we'll get back into the 1970s, and we will hurry up and wrap it up for Stanley.
A building is the building up in Harlem Hospital that was taken over by community people, I for one. And first time it ever was done, we still fighting to control. But like we tell the doctors, we do our thing or don't do no thing.
We do our thing or won't be
I don't
nothing.
care if CIA listen, blow it up, because it has to be a change, and people have to stand up, especially Black people, for their principles, because other groups don't think that we have too many principles, that it's nothing really that we want, that we think is worth fighting for. We can always go over in Vietnam and kill somebody damn near look like us. But we never, have banned our resources and our dreams to actually get something constructive. We're always fighting somebody else's wars.
Fighting somebody else's wars. And of course, for me, I'm thinking about today, and I'm like, well, is this my battle? I'm a Texan. Is it my battle? Yeah. I'm thinking it. Like this for a long time. I told y'all the only reason why I got involved in education and the only reason why I got involved in politics is because of this very thing. Because I'm over here, bitch, all out of shit. I'm like, damn, like the Black kids, they didn't got pushed out of all this shit. Damn. And I see it, try not to get triggered. And this is not the end all be all. This does not represent all of these people, but just, 1970, 2025.
Lately, I have seen a lot of videos of Black people making fun of Mexicans for what's happening right now with Mexican people. I have also seen Black people make videos talking about Mexicans. Don't come to us for help because we're not helping. First of all, Mexicans are not alone. They have Honduran people. They have Salvadorian people.
Mexicans are not alone. I'm in Texas. It's just easier to say Mexican. However, you might be in a place like Vegas, because this is the only time I've ever seen this before. Like in Nevada, that I've ever seen this. Like so many different types of Asians, but they don't look alike. So you're able to tell. Here in Texas, we have like our Lao, our Korean, Chinese, Japanese. You can kind of tell. It's the same thing with the Hispanics. Okay, you got your Mexican. You can tell a Mexican from an El Salvadorian, a Venezuelan, a Guatemalan. But one thing that I can say that I have not grown up around is like the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans. But growing up, and I wanted to keep in mind like the geography, because maybe people further up, they haven't had this experience. But as long as I've been alive and aware, it's not just the Mexicans, it's all of them. Like they hate Black people. Listen, but they don't like Black people at all. And so for me to see the reaction, by way of social media for the show, it's just like, oh wow, wow, y'all didn't know? Y'all didn't know? Okay. So it's interesting to see it, because it's just like, gosh, for me, I'm just like, damn. Man, they didn't came through. Like our kids can't ride the bus. They don't get breakfast. They don't get lunch. They don't get the after school program. They ain't even got a bus to take their asses home in public school. And I was like, what's going on? What's going on? Right? But I also told you guys that very day that that black mama came in there with that paper and I read it, I went to that school board meeting that night. I was the only black person in there. And every single time the issue was on the docket, I was always the only black person in there. So I was like, can I continue to be mad at them? Or us? Because we only show up. And this is just in Texas, just in my county. We only show up, which is very rare. If it's, it has to be something that deals with a white person. But like the Hispanic community, they don't give a damn what the fuck. I mean, listen, there are school boards, town halls, city halls, commissioners court. They even going up to the Capitol. They doing all of this stuff to make sure that you hear them. And the majority always wins. Always. What are you doing? The Black versus Brown coalition, listen, they've been knocking you out in every single facet. Again, I can't speak to no other state, but I can definitely speak to where I'm at in Texas, and I already know what time it is. Y'all ass done got pushed so far out your neighborhood, you think that white people are the cause for the gentrification. They're taking over everything. Schools, stores, everything. But in order for them to do that, they have to go to political offices to even make it happen. But they show up. You have our elected officials that put the message out. You still don't show up. You don't call. You don't email. You don't do any of that. You don't respond to the mail. And so they end up winning and you lose. They move your ass out and then they get on fucking social media and tell you, hey, just in case you didn't know, here's the deal. Y'all don't do shit. You ain't shit. You wasn't shit then. You ain't shit now. And so here's the deal. We're taking over your neighborhoods. You can't build shit. So we're going to go ahead and knock all of the shit down and rebuild it. That's fine. And then your kids, truancy, no matter what it is, behavior issues, this or that. Because I'm not going to even lie to y'all. Like my Hispanic kids, I hate to say it, but I mean, shit, they so scared of you saying mommy or papi, abuelo, abuela. Listen, they ain't playing the shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that. But they know that and they take advantage of that. And then whenever you have the opportunity to combat that, you don't even show the fuck up. And so it's just like, golly. So I'm trying to make awareness for Black families, and then they don't even believe me. And I'm Black. And here I am trying to get through the school year because I have 17 different languages in my classroom. And I ain't seen a Black American parent come up to my school yet. But all of the other ones, they parents that don't speak English, I got that damn Duolingo and Google Translate. I'm trying to see what's going on. Like, how can you help? How can I help? What can we do? You can't blame nobody else for that shit. You do what you do in the effort in which it best represents your people, because this is America and we can all have the opportunity to thrive, right? But the most disappointing thing for as many years that I've been in education is like, it's just like, damn, it's still not enough. It's not enough for me and my other Black colleagues to even be in this school. It's not enough. It's enough to their kids, but it's not enough to their parents. To come out here like they are in Chicago, and believe it or not, like the Black folks in Chicago, they was like, oh, hell no. But down here in Texas, no. They ain't doing that shit. Geography, it makes all the difference. Doesn't mean that we don't like these people and we hate these people. It's just, it's the reality. That's how they feel about us. And it's just like, for me, it's just like, all right. I mean, I've always been on board with the deportations, but let's keep it going.
Salvadorian people, they have Guatemalan people, they have Nicaraguan people, and a whole bunch of other countries that are willing to join forces with the Mexican people. Black people, what makes you think that Mexicans are going to come running to y'all for help? What for?
What for?
Y'all Black people can't even help yourselves. That's wild. Mexican people are hardworking people. Mexican people stick together. They make it work.
Is that right?
That's the total opposite of a Black person.
Is that right?
Call me racist? Go right ahead. I'm just keeping it real. Like I said, Mexican people are not alone. They have.
always wondered what this whole black and brown coalition was about.
Of all of us.
Always. I've always wondered what that was. You know, I didn't hear it up until like I was older. I was in my 20s when I heard about the whole black brown coalition. I've never heard that ever before in my life. Ever. But again, geography, different experiences, this and that. I'm like, damn. Like when I was coming, oh shit. Like if you thought the white people was bad, oh no, the Hispanics, they were 1,000 times worse. So you would like if we were to have a chart and I was to rate them from 1 to 5, if you will. Like I told you guys, me and my siblings, we were the only black ones. Okay, so like my brother 2 years older than me, he was gone. He was there for my first 2 years. He was gone for my last 2 years. And my sister, my first and last 2 years, she was there. And, you know, we were the only blacks. But like, man, the Asians and the Mexicans, it was like, oh shit, it was crazy. It was crazy. Obviously, I'm all good and fine, you know, just me reliving childhood experiences. But I've always known this because I've lived it. And so to see like black people responding or to see this trending, because y'all know me and social media, listen, I don't know a thing about it. I've been having to watch damn YouTube videos on how to navigate like through Twitter and all. I mean, like all this stuff is YouTube, yes, but everything. I'm like, what the hell is going on? But looking at it's just like, oh gosh, this is crazy. And it's not crazy that it's happening. It's just crazy the reactions. I'm not saying that it's invalid. It's just like, damn, I didn't grow up like that. We already knew what time it was. Just like old lady in the 1970s video. Y'all trying to get approval and acceptance for these other groups and they ain't even worried about you. Why would I go to a black? For what? Fuck, what are the blacks gonna do? But then at the same time, you had the blacks to look to be able to do what it is that you're doing. Protesting for civil rights. Protesting for acceptance to this nation. Protesting to be recognized as a citizen of this nation. So, I mean, I hear you. You came over here on your own mission. Black people, they were brought here outside of their own mission. We are not the same. And in my mind, it's just like, fuck, y'all hijacking the movement, not even minus the experience, all of it, like the gays do, like the trannies do. Y'all doing the same shit. Acting like our struggle is the same. It is not. You don't have to bring your ass over here. I don't need to hear none of these lessons from you, this, that, and the third. But of course, this is a show we're running just to give you guys examples and some context, this, here, and that. Hey, listen. Shit, we done been here for a long time. Y'all just got here. We've been here. Black people, what are y'all gonna do? Bitch, we ain't doing nothing because we at home. Y'all need to go back. We ain't doing nothing. We ain't doing none of that shit. But we were there for you. Hopefully, black people drop that black and brown coalition because listen, you're for you just like every other group is here for them. We've been seeing these mass protests. You'll see a sprinkle of black people here and there, but they got enough people, you know, at their time to do what they want to do. But they are doing what black people are doing, trying to make it a thing. Like, no, it's not that because we're not illegally here. We were brought here. I mean, shit, we've been here for over 500, 600 years. I don't know what it is you're talking about, but I'm not feeling it. You got to get up out of here. You got to go. You got to get up out of here. Come back when you want to do it the right way.
What makes you think that a Mexican will say, oh, okay, well, we have the blacks. Let's go to them. Come on now. Y'all don't even trust each other. What makes you think that a Mexican will trust you if you don't even trust your brother? Get your popcorn ready and watch how Mexicans make this work.
Well, sir, I can only say that the popcorn will have to be ready, and all we can do is sit to see if it does work. Because I got a really nice feeling that it's not going to work the way that you think it is, but, shout out to y'all. Trump is getting y'all the fuck up out of here in every which way. Yeah, so hey, it ain't got nothing to do with like being braggadocio or whatever the case may be. It's just we were already here. Yeah. And my hope is that like Black folks that are just like, oh no, we need to, we need to do this, we need to do that. Of course, we all, it's America. We can work together as a nation. But Black folks, it's just like, you can't bring everybody into your fight and your struggle. You can't do that. You can't accept everybody. Get where you need to be. Because whenever you pull other people into you, they might latch on to your vision and use it to fulfill their own. And while they're fulfilling their own, you get left behind every time. That's just a cycle that's been happening. But it's something about what's going on in America right now that makes me have more optimism. That more Black folks will be like, you know what? There's no excuse. Whatever it was that we've been doing, not to say it hasn't been working, but we're going to have to step up our game. Because like Angela Davis told me, Portia, it's not enough for you to live off the laurels of your ancestors. You have to make your own way. Your generation, and generations after, you have to make your own way. Here in Texas, yeah, you go Southside, Eastwood, Stop 6, Oak Cliff. Listen, Southside, period. They're in there. They're in there and they're in your schools. Y'all start complaining here and there, but not enough because they're not stopping. You took out a loan on the mortgage. You can't pay it. They're buying that shit cash, putting your ass out. And they're remodeling the shit. And it looks like Mexico. I wish Speak On It was in here. And Jay Boogie was in here. Ripper the T was in here. Listen. A lot of times we don't always know. Black folks, they don't know. Because they haven't experienced it. And then for those that are experiencing it, they don't always get a voice. This has nothing to do with like a civil war, like to hate these people or, whatever. But it's just like, no, this is your right. You're here. This is what your ancestors fought for. We're watching this shit. You ain't heard not a Black woman on this whole shit say, I'm not American. I want to go back to Africa. You ain't heard it at all. You ain't, because that's not where we're from. We're from here. We're from here. We're from here. So shout out to these black women. We're going to get into some other parts of this as we keep going. I'm going to keep going. Shout out to Black Manta. I think I just saw Black Manta, Sam I Am. And I think I also saw Free Zone Lou. Maybe I could be wrong. Okay, yes, I did see Free Zone Lou, guys. I am really not paying attention to the chat at all. I'm just trying to get through this. I've dropped the link a few times. And so, like, if you want to hit the link, by all means, feel free to hit the link as we come to the close of our show so that Stanley can come up. We're going to finish this video. And if anybody comes up, we can talk about it. You could tell me what you don't agree with and things like that. But not too long to not disrupt Stanley's time for his show.
Fighting for somebody else's ideals. We never really want to fight for ourselves. That's why, as the sister was saying, the K building meant so much. This was something for our people, something we believed in to the extent that we would have died right there. And for me, myself, it's the first time I ever had anything that meant that much to me.
Those were drug addicts who wanted.
Well, we opened it mostly because we took it. We had, just like you said, we went here, we went there, asking everybody, could we get facilities for adolescents? And every day you always heard, I'll call you, don't call me. So then one rainy evening, we decided to go up there and take 2 floors that were badly needed in a community of 150,000 addicts. Because as the sisters here say, you get tired of watching your people die. So we took it. Well, we had a principle. This is what I'm saying. The principle is still there, and every day we don't relax. We keep right on so we can get it perfect. At least we're able, like she said, to save the children. And this is what we have to do. You have to save children in order to save the race.
I want to say something that some of you may disagree with, and that is, I don't think you can just work for black children. I think that the minute you start working on the problems of the black child, you find that you have to be concerned about all children, don't you? I mean, if you're working on drugs...
Well, don't ask me that. I will never refuse any human being to come in there, but I'm concerned about mine, because you can't go, up in the Bronx when you haven't even cleaned up. I can't clean up my house. In other words, how the hell I'm going to clean up yours? I got to clean up mine first, just like this sister said. Then clean up yours. Because, like, drugs with us has been in our community 25 or 30 years. Nobody really ever cared. We have kids up there 13 years old, been on drugs 2.5 years. And the Board of Education haven't even missed mass school. Like we say, they freed us 300 and some years ago, turned around 50 years later and gave us dope. So I don't really go, for all of that about going across the river and doing something. I think we should stay on this side, try to do what we have to do for each other.
I don't think that we can work just on our own problems unless we are concerned about the total society. And as a matter of fact, unless we go across the river too, and we're concerned about a lot of things happening in the world. This is a very small planet. And we feel the impact of these forces. I don't think that we can concentrate just on what you call the black nation, so long as we exist in America, which is a sick society. Don't you think we have to work on that?
No, I don't. I
just wanted to define this as a difference.
I appreciate everything you're saying, but quite often when people do not understand, they cannot relate. And I don't really think you understand what's going on in black communities. I think you're very comfortable. I mean, I please.
Go ahead.
I think you're very comfortable sitting in your office and trying to be very community oriented from your desk and in your plush air conditioned place.
Not very
no, but you have to get, I would like to see your office moved to a rat infested apartment.
If I live in one of them roach infested
right, we've all known what it is.
No, but I live there right now. I mean, I live there right now.
But my point is, you have to understand how the system operates in order to take it over and to make it more responsive to you. Now, there are ways of, and I think there are ways of turning programs around. I think all of you are involved in that.
Take a walk.
Really?
Pardon?
Take a ride. I mean, really slow. I mean, if you live there, go at 114th Street and 8th Avenue, then curve all up through there. You'll see how the system works.
Indeed.
You will see how the system works. And when we see, professional people of our own race starts to work with that system, we know where it's coming from. And a lot of us black people have to begin to learn that we are black, and that man will always look at us just as that. Regardless of how much he might eat with us and pat us on our back, he still look at us for just what we are.
1970. I have a problem with people that decide to work with these people. Yeah, because whenever they do, it's cush, you got air conditioning, all this other shit. But no matter what it is that you do, they will always look at you for what it is that you are, who you are. I told y'all about the mirror at the door at my parents' house. All of us was born in the 90s. This is from the 70s. Don't you ever forget who you are. Ever. I can even say that for Republicans and Democrats. I don't need a damn second to ever allow you to put me in a place I've shown y'all videos before. These white folks, they be paying me damn arms, legs, toes, fingers, ears, eyes. And the first thing I say whenever I walk in there, 'cause I ain't gonna not take their money. Shit, I ain't gonna do that. But I go ahead and let them know what time it is. See, like whatever it is that you thought that this was gonna be, it's not gonna be that. Yeah. So yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah. I'm here. Y'all paid me. I want to show up. I don't want to do the wrong thing and things like that. But hey, absolutely the fuck not. If you were expecting me to come here tonight to bash black people in your favor, to listen to you tell me how I remind you of Candace Owens. Listen, baby, I'm not Candace Owens. If I were to ever become president, I would have Bootsy in the White House for the dance between me and my husband, and we are wiping it down. We are not the same. Now, is she black? Of course. Do I admire what she has done? I ain't got the respect for Candace. Because Candace is willing to do what I have not been willing to do on a national stage. Like, I'll go out, I'll say what I got to say, even here on the panel and stuff like that. I don't want to take it from them, and it's not for me to sit up here and do that whenever I am in real life off the panel, you know what I mean? But in real life off the panel, I ain't with none of that shit. I'll kick the shit with you guys, you know what I'm saying? Talk shit. It's a show, we got to keep it lively. But no, everything that it is that I'm doing right now politically, even on an educational level, I am going to have children. And whatever it is that I can do right now, before the things that I have done so far, what I do right now, what I do later, it's all for the benefit of my children. I can't change the world. I think sometimes people have this big old dream and this big old hope. Honestly, at one point, I kind of did. But then I realized that who can I impact? Who can I touch? Like, I'll come up here, I'll talk to you guys, share certain things with you guys. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's about my husband and our children. And I don't, I hope you do well. I pray that you will. But you don't need to go out here and openly combine with another group to let it be known that you guys are a part of the same coalition, and y'all is this, that, and that. It's the Black coalition with the Brown coalition with the LGBTQ, the trans coalition, the gay coalition, the lesbian coalition, the queer coalition. I ain't got time for none of that shit. You live your life as you do. I ain't got to get into none of that. My house, my parents' house, my granny's house, Papa passed away, my great granny's house, Papa passed away, my brother's house, my sister's house. I can touch that. My kids, not my biological children, but me and my job, teacher, yeah. If you look at how everything is going now with the BLM, the whole 9 yards, and you see how it is going with Trump, I voted for Trump, yeah, for sure. Where do you fall as a Black person in America? Where do you fall? Whatever it is that these other groups are saying about you, so you should me, I ain't got time for that. I can't give into it. I can't get into it too much, but it's just like, nah, it's too much. We've seen too much. We've overcome too much. And the more you let these people tell you what you can't be, what you won't do, and everything else up under the sun, that's your bad. It's not my bad. And I'm not going to feed into that shit. I was a little turned up the other night. Oh, yeah, a little bit more tame. But I've done a lot of things in my day to where it just really doesn't offend me whenever I look and hear and see what someone else says I'm incapable of doing, because it's just like, yeah, shit, I hear you, but I've done this shit in 4 different states and another country. So what are we talking about? We're not the same. But many of you, maybe you did know, maybe you didn't know, we are celebrating Black women tonight. I hope to share something with you guys that some of you may have known and didn't. For the Black women to come to a position of prominence to a point at which they are referred to as queens. Queens. There was some Black man out there that agreed with that. There was some Black man out there that said, you know what? She carries and bears my children. She does this, that, and the third for our family, our household, while I'm out here working, doing this, that, and the third. But in the midst of these times where, of course, and today it doesn't really look like that, there were Black men out there, like at the start of the show, I showed you guys. He said, you know, we celebrating these Black women, and instead of me saying a damn thing about them, we're going to ask the Black women, we're going to let them talk. Where Black women are in today's society, I mean, quite honestly, they wouldn't be here without the assistance of the Black man. So much so. I told y'all about Coretta. She was like, hey, I'm gonna do that. And she did. And our ancestors that did for the red pill and manosphere, don't y'all for a second think that that's just it. A lot of Black women were passed down those attributes. Not just from the women, but also from the men. And what you guys are about to see is something else that men did in favor of Black women. I never really knew about this place until I knew, but I was like, oh, wow. Who knew? This is pretty great. The Black woman.
The Shrine of the Black Madonna here in Detroit is an interesting church for many reasons. First of all, it has a Black Madonna. Secondly, it celebrates a Black theology. And third, it celebrates holidays in an interesting way, a Black way, as it should be. Case in point, Women's Day, October 25th. Here at the shrine, the theme was New Directions for Black Women in the Liberation Struggle.
Traditionally in Black churches, there's a Women's Day, which has no relevance to anything that's important to Black people. It's just a fundraising activity by Black churches where women go out and try to raise as much money as they can. We are concerned with making the Women's Day a festival which symbolizes, points out, highlights the importance of Black women to the church and to the total liberation struggle.
What time is it?
And then think of that. I might go back a little bit so you guys can hear it, for those of you that didn't hear it earlier. This is what we decided to do, because our women had our backs so much. And for the 10 clicks, the 10 paces behind him, these Black women, they didn't just stand with their Black men. They were happy about it. We still have some time to go in this film, but these women weren't complaining. They said not one thing negative about Black men yet. And we are 36 minutes out of a 51-minute segment all about Black women. They ain't said nothing negative about a Black man yet. The only thing they said is, hey, if he say no, it's no. Whatever it is he talking about, that's what the hell I'm doing, okay? Like, I'm glad to be here on this panel and everything. Like, I hear you, but if my man said that this shit ain't it, it's not it. But whatever it is that he say, that's what I'm doing. Because whatever it is that I seek to do Whatever it is that I seek to accomplish here in America, I cannot do so if I am not at the behest of him. I love that. I love that. I ain't gonna ever step away from it. I love that. Told y'all Abby Phillips. I showed y'all Abby Phillips, her and her husband. Shit. Yeah, she up there on CNN, but whenever she take her ass home, that's what time it is. She ain't got no baby mama stories for you. Jasmine Crockett don't either. Maxine Waters don't either. They don't have these black bitch baby mama stories. They had children with their husbands. Yeah, Jasmine, she's ratchet. She's ghetto. She is. In this position, yeah. But whenever she go home, that man's still there. Whenever she go home, you can't make me think for 1 second that she is not the mother or the wife that she is to her husband. Same thing with Abby Phillips. I don't like their politics. Don't. But I'm not going to sit here and say that what they're doing and the example it sets, that it's not enough. The only thing that bothers me is whenever they say that it's not enough, or whenever they say, oh, the white man kept me from this. The man is holding me down. I'm tired of white folks this. I'm tired of white folks that. White folks didn't keep, not even y'all. In today's time, white folks didn't stop y'all from becoming all of the things that y'all became. And the women in this video in the 70s, the white folks didn't stop them either. Shit. It didn't stop them. They may have talked about their husbands and stuff like that and followed them more than y'all do, but I mean, white folks didn't stop shit. Just like white folks ain't stopping y'all. And like I said, like Patrick Moynihan, I read it over the years, and I was just like, damn, like I don't like that. That's not me. But for whatever reason, a lot of these black women that are in these positions of power, they just kind of like, you know, they sound like him to me. Can't do shit, won't ever be shit. You just ain't shit. And that's man or woman. But I can't accept that. And again, as I'm going through this tonight, all the shit that y'all may not, you know, praise, I'm going to praise it because you guys are all impressive. Y'all are so impressive that y'all caught my attention. I don't even like listening to y'all and shit. If I'm being real, I just don't. I don't. Even me doing the research for the show, it's just like, okay, oh my God. But it was enough to make me say, you know what, Portia, shit, just talk about it because it is impressive. They've done the thing. Even though I don't like them, as far as their politics are concerned. But let's keep going.
Then let the black nation rise. Then let the black nation rise.
What I'm going to say will be in two parts.
Two parts.
The first part will be talking about black women in the struggle, and it's called Queens of the Universe, because black women be queens. If they could just see their beauty, you see. We black women have been called many things: foxes, matriarchs, sapphires, sisters, and recently queens. I would say that black women have been a combination of all them words, because if we examine our past history at one time or another, we've had to be like them words be saying. But today, there are some words we can discard. There be some we must discard for our own survival, for our own sanity, for the contributions we must make to our emerging black nation. And we must move to as the only queens of this universe to sustain, keep our sanity in this insane, messed up, die-conscious, pill-taking, masochistic, misan-orientated society got to be dealt with. Because that's us. You all hear me? Us. Black women, the only queens of this universe. Even though we be stepping unqueenly sometimes, like it ain't easy being a queen in this unrighteous world full of Miss Anns and Mr. Anns. But we steady trying.
Women have been traditionally, historically, tremendously important to any oppressed people in the sense of making it possible for an oppressed people to survive, making it possible for them to pass on some of the traditions and culture of a people when the existence of a man was seriously threatened from day to day and from week to week and month to month. And so really for that reason, we call the church the Shrine of the Black Madonna to symbolize not only the religious significance of Mary as the mother of Jesus, but the significance of all Black women and the generations of struggle and sacrifice that Black women have made in making it possible for Black people to survive and come to this day. It's also important that we realize that in this day, the role of Black women has changed because we're much more clear about what the liberation struggle is all about. And Black women have the task now of creating young Black people, Black children, and Black adults who can participate in a liberation struggle that seeks for independence and for freedom and for community control and the things which are important to people who are seriously engaged in liberation.
Many years ago, just as this whole segment at the introduction, Black men, hey, this is what we're doing. We have the Madonna, the Black Madonna. It is still open and fully operational today in Detroit. You just heard him say why they did it. Men did it to celebrate Black women. Yeah. And their sacrifices and what they're doing. They staying at the home with these kids, they teaching these kids, they're doing that, and they're supporting their men as well. It's a beautiful thing to me. And I ain't ever been to the Black Madonna church. They, the whole shrine and this, that, and the third, but hey, hell, I don't give a shit. It's there, it exists. And whether any of these Black women that we're talking about tonight, whether they've ever been to this church or not, they are far beyond the church, far beyond it. And they have so much impact and have had impact. It still do have impact. It's Black women all across the United States of America in positions in which they were elected in, and they still complain. We have Solid Snake in the building. Solid Snake. How are you? What's up?
I'm doing good tonight, Portia. How you doing, man? I'm hoping you're doing a little better.
Yes, I am. I'm doing good.
Yeah, man. This is a nice little live you done did. I'm surprised you hadn't had any panelists come up with you, co-panelists like the women. Where the women at?
Oh, I set the show up like a couple of days ago. And I was going to do it yesterday, but I didn't want to interfere with Stanley's show. But whenever I set it up, I had the link pinned in the chat and everything. So I thought the link was pinned in the chat the whole time until I realized it wasn't. So I had to post it. I guess after a couple of days on YouTube, after you create the show, if you don't go live, anything that you do within a 24 to 48 hour period, it deletes. And I didn't realize that until I did. So that's why I started posting it in the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, God, you got Portia up here tonight, and she ain't got no feedback with her. There usually be somebody up here with you. I'm surprised nobody hit the link.
Yeah, no, it was listen, I didn't.
But I'm gonna hit the link for everybody so I can do my daily thing. And there's everybody. Welcome to the John Galt, the Urban Landlord channel. We here with our host Portia tonight. Hit that like button if you're just coming in. Hit that share button and share it to your friends. And Stanley Cross will be up next. And we
Cross
have
and
no idea what he's going to talk about tonight because I hadn't had a chance. I just got off work. But welcome to the show. Get comfortable because we're going to ride pretty much all night, I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure we're going to ride all night again. Everybody should be well rested.
We ain't here for now. Y'all got me for now until you don't. You got me until you don't, but I'm here for now.
And after the live is through, I would like to request anyone that had a comment that they probably weren't able to make on the video, please leave it under the video because we do need more comments on these videos because that will help us and allow us to reach out to more people in the algorithm. I know we love to be in our little cubby hole in our little world, but I mean, it's good that we share and get this information out there. I mean, let's make this channel great. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to 5,000. You know, let's do it.
Great. We can just, we can make it greater over time. Yeah.
I mean, we good, but I want to have goals. Let's set some goals.
We have our goals, but since we're not monetized, it's
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Once we get monetized again, But in the meantime, we're shadow banned. I've been having to go to the community post, and YouTube has this thing where you can post where everybody else is live on YouTube across the world. I guess that's how I take it. Whenever you go to your main page, you can click live, but they have a section where you can actually post your show. You'll already be there if you find it, but you can actually post your show intentionally. So I've been having to do that because a lot of our people, they haven't been getting their notifications, this, that, and third. But, we're doing the best that we can. But whenever we get monetized, the sky is the limit from there. And that's just YouTube.
Always check that bell because sometimes you'll probably slip up and you probably had a phone in your pocket, or you might have wet hands, and that bell will unclick, and it won't automatically notify you all the time. Sometimes you might use your secret. I don't know how it works, but a lot of times notifications don't get to your phone. So it would be kind if you would graciously go ahead and check that bell and make sure it's linked to all notifications for the channel. You know what I'm saying? Because we need everybody here. We need the comments. We need the opinions.
Yeah, so whenever you're shadow banned, even if people have it clicked, Snake, YouTube is not going to.
We shadow banned.
Yeah, no, we've been shadow banned for quite some time. But that's the thing. That's why I was saying so I have to.
It wasn't my fault.
So of course, people check in. They can actually check. So sometimes whenever you refresh your page, you'll be like, oh, they're live over there at the Urban Landlord. But, it is what it is. We still have a good show. I wouldn't even say nothing to complain about. We have a great audience. People are here. They show up. And I'm appreciative. So if I got 2 people in the building, or if I got 1, or if I got none, I ain't mad at it. We have a wonderful community here. And I'm happy about it. So I don't know how much of the show you've been listening to so far, Snake. But
all night. I've just been at work.
Okay, so do you have any comments on the black women that we've recognized tonight?
Well, I wish I wish we had more conservative women that are conservative being promoted in the media. I wish we had more black conservative women in the media being promoted. I think that's something that I think that, like I say, I'm glad Elon Musk did his thing because this if you watched it, if you see the little thing he put on X, and you look at a lot of these little donations that's been given out, it seems like they literally been promoting the Liberal Party and policies through, elections and all this, and that's probably why you don't see a lot of the great black women that hold these positions, Somebody may know them locally, but we won't never know them nationally, We know about the Stanley Willises. We know about the Tiffany Henyards. We know about the liberal side. We know the Maxine Waters. Hey, we don't want to see those people. Those people are, in my opinion, I don't mean no harm if you feel that way, because the black woman queen and they like my mom and all that. Look, man.
Black
A lot
woman,
of
the
these
queen
women were
mother. Like
trash.
says. Who's trash?
I think a lot of those women are trash.
Why do you think that?
Like, look at Maxine Waters today. What is she defending? Seriously. Why is she still holding political office? Why is she still trying to be a voice for the community? And she living in she having one of the worst communities being represented with the, come on now.
Well, you know, because the people of her community still vote for her, so that's why.
Yeah,
she wouldn't be there if she wasn't still getting the votes. I told you guys, I mean, that's 17 terms, over 40 years.
That's
so
crazy.
the fact that people are still voting for her, you know, we don't obviously live out there, but at least those Black people out there think she's worthy enough for their vote. And while we may not agree politically, right, that doesn't take away from the history that she's made.
Nah, you're right. You're right.
You know?
I mean, but I just hated to see that today. You know, that was so embarrassing. Like, why she had to be the one to do it? Why you couldn't send one of your aides or somebody to do that? Why you had to be the one to be like, no. You know, but then you the one getting embarrassed. Like, and now you got people making YouTube videos about some white dude just standing there telling you no. You know what I'm saying? That is so embarrassing. It is like they don't have any shame. I don't know how far we gonna take this no shame thing. You know, I don't know how far everybody want to take it. You know, I don't.
That's why I told y'all the story about the mirror at my parents' house. And whenever I brought it, it's just like, not like you're trying to step into this territory or whatever. And I'm not saying that they're wrong for doing it, but in my opinion, it's different. For Maxine and those other Black women that spoke. And again, like, you know, I could be wrong. Like I said, it's just my opinion. It's just like, I just don't want to be on national, international TV begging this white man that quite literally doesn't give a fuck about what it is you're saying. Like, whatever muscle it was you were trying to show.
Yeah.
He was so disconnected. He didn't give a shit.
He didn't. He was like, and here she is. She acting like this the civil rights or something. Oh, you gonna listen to me or something? I'm like, really, Maxine? Why? Did they put you up to this?
In my mind, it's just like, shit, this is Maxine Waters. I'm not, listen, if I'm a Maxine Waters, yeah, whatever point you're trying to make, sure, cool, whatever. But like, I ain't going out there because I'm Maxine Waters. Listen, if I'm gonna against this, I'm not gonna let y'all see because I don't know what's gonna happen because Trump is president now. So yeah, fool out of. And so because I'm not gonna make a fool out of myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, hell no.
I'm looking like, who is her manager? Who is her publicist? Who is the person that handles this?
But she wasn't the only one. She had her other Black women up there with her.
Yeah, you know, and it's like every time I
y'all the loudest ones, and it's just like, man, like y'all can do so much more. Like, just that's why I was reading their biographies because it's like, shit, y'all have accomplished so much already on your own. Like, that's why I want to celebrate y'all. It's like y'all have done so much.
You know, that's why I said a while back, you know,
I'm like, dude,
this is getting so overran, this whole entire respect because I'm Black, reparations, and all these things have been going on. It's like it's so oversaturated. When it does come time and when we do actually have a chance to bring it up, everybody gonna be so desensitized to it. This is exactly happening right now. It's almost like a fuck you moment for the African American race because
man,
it's literally like America saying, hey man, fuck y'all. You know what I'm saying? We'll do this shit on our own. And if your ass don't play ball, we is gonna ship y'all ass back to Africa. And that's exactly the gist I'm getting from this. You know, everybody want to say, oh, they can't do that. These are the same people that have sat there for 40 years crying about what the white man ain't did for them. And in those 40 years, you could have been making way for guys like me to come in and take over and adjust and, you know what I'm saying? But everybody I know that's successful got to lean on a white man or a foreigner. Come on.
Well,
and I'm talking about this in my little city, but I know it's pretty much the same everywhere else.
It's not.
It's not isolated.
Like in one arena, you can say that, but then on like the other side, like I think about like how I mentioned earlier, like Stanley. Here I am, born in like the late 90s, right? And Stanley, he'll come up here and he'll tell us his story about his parents. And while yes, my mom, she was young whenever she had us, I get it, but it's just like we are doing these things. And so like as far as my position, it's just like I hear you, I see you, all of that. But like I'm proud of you. And I'm proud of what it is that you're doing. And that paves the way for me. Whether I agree or not, it does. Because like what else do I have to compare it to?
Yeah.
I don't have anything else to compare it to. Even Ketanji Brown Jackson. Yeah. Okay, we can look at whenever she says like, well, I don't want to, give you whatever exact definition of what a woman is. But I mean, shit, she's a Supreme Court justice. Who am I? I'm not a Supreme Court justice. She's something to look to for me, in my opinion. Like, I know that I can do this. I can become these things, whether I agree with them politically or not.
Can I offer? Well, I have a question.
Hey, what up, Stanley?
Hey, Solid Snake, and some advice. And
oh shit, my phone done died.
The question is, why do you care so much what Maxine Waters is doing? Why is it?
It's not so much, Stanley. It's not so much. It's not so much just her. It's
okay,
just,
well,
in my opinion, Stanley. In my opinion, Stanley.
Okay, I mean in general. Why? I mean,
it's not Maxine Waters. It's not Maxine Waters. It's just that we got video clips of her in embarrassing situations, just like Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Okay.
And for some strange reason, we don't put the bar in hell when it comes to black women.
Snake,
not
really
letting
quick.
me finish my point.
Snake, really quick, so I can respond to Stanley. Like I said, I said this at one point. It may seem like I'm trolling, but I'm really not. It's just I care what she's doing because she's made history. I care what she's doing because she's doing a lot of things that Black women in the past could not do, and so that's why I'm mentioning her in
all honesty. My impression is that Black conservatives in particular worry about representing the race, which I find
Stanley.
Okay, I need to be able to finish, Solid Snake.
Hey,
Stanley finish.
I find that anachronistic. Okay, it's for all intents and purposes, and I agree with people like SKC, believe this or not, the Black community ceased to be cohesive after 1964. Okay, in a way, being confined to a community, basically segregated, was a little bit like a virtual jail. My opinion is that after 1964, Black people are free to be individuals. Okay, if you don't want to be communitarian, you don't have to be. And I've said many times that I have never really had heroes. Like my parents are my heroes, other than maybe Frederick Douglass, and I wouldn't call him a hero. It would be more like, someone I kind of, have modeled over the years.
Yeah.
Having heroes is immature as an adult. Consequently, I might make a joke or two about a Maxine Waters or some other quote Black leader. But as far as I'm concerned, no one Black person represents the race. No one Black person is a credit or a detractor from the race. Okay, it's old fashioned that, you represent the race. That is so anachronistic. I've literally never thought like that. Even as a teenager, I also mentioned that years ago, somehow or another, somebody mentioned to my son, oh, are you this? Or who are you? Or, it was something like that. Are you black? Or something like that. And my son, who might have been 4, maybe 5, he looked at the person and said, I'm Trevor. Okay. And I was so proud of him. Okay. He represents himself, and maybe as a child, he represents his parents, but he doesn't represent a whole race. No one does.
Right. And and I agree with that completely. And it's like not all of us, but like whenever they make these blanketed statements, it's just like it's all of us. And it's just like, no, it's not all of us. So like I agree with it's not all of us. And that's, ultimately, like for me, it's just like, okay, well, I hear you, I see what you're doing, like on your platform. We may not agree, but whenever you guys have so many of these, like big platforms and y'all are saying certain things, it seems like, you're speaking for all of us, but you don't speak for all of us. And whether you do or not, to me, it's important to acknowledge what you have done and what you have accomplished, because it is impressive.
Okay, and John mentions Obama. John, I might have been one of the exceptions. Okay.
Oh, John.
I acknowledge that it was a historic event, but it was Obama. It wasn't a win for Black people per se. It was a win for America.
But did we see it that way at the time?
I've never told my son, you could be president or you need to be like, Obama doesn't represent me as an individual. So if everybody saw it as, if Black people saw it as a win for Black people, I wasn't one of them. Okay, this whole thing that Barack Obama never did anything for Black people, I've never thought that. Why would he represented all Americans, representing one segment of the population? That would have been ridiculous. That wasn't his job to represent Black America. So basically, John, maybe many people expressed that it was a win for Black people. I wasn't one of them. And if someone came and said that to me, I tell them they were full of shit.
Oh, see, Stanley, I have to say on that. Okay, can I speak?
Yeah,
well,
go
really
ahead.
quick, I would say,
Okay.
like for Stanley, he is a representation of what we are capable of. And Stanley, like I said, like older than me, but like he came from like the same family that I came from. And so like even me, like, pointing back to like these ladies back then, just as an example for the show, it's just that is a lot of things that we see today, that because again, we're in like this technological, all of the internet stuff, all this like that's what we're seeing today. And so like we have access to information like never before. And so where I grew up, social media, it was a thing. I never really got into it. Believe it or not, I never really got into it. I always thought it was strange. And so what I leaned onto was my parents, talking to them, experiences, this, that, and the third. But like I said, like the way that I grew up, it was just me and my siblings. That we were the only Black people. So like whenever I hear stories about like whenever you talk about like how your parents were that way all of these years ago, it's just like, okay, well, obviously that was a thing. And just because it's 2025, that doesn't mean that it's not a thing any longer, even though, talking points might focus on something different. But to see Black women in these positions, and not just Black women, I just chose to focus on Black women tonight, but Black men, it's just like, you've come a long way and you're capable and all of these things like that.
Well, let me give you an example. I mean, my father grew up during Jim Crow. He's 81. I have yet to hear him, and we talk politics every now and again, never that deeply. He's never once come to me and said Obama. He's never expressed he probably said, "Hey, I never thought I'd see a black man as president in my lifetime," but that was it. It's never been like, "Oh, I'm so proud for black people." My father's not like that. He is grounded enough to know that one black leader does not necessarily represent black people, because black people are as heterogeneous as white. The black community is as heterogeneous as the white community is. We are American. This myth of a collective, it ended when segregation ended. Okay, we scattered to the winds. Okay, and I think John Galt, if there are people that John Galt is talking about, there's many people who don't think there is a black collective. I think it's a myth. And if people believe in that myth, it's like believing in race. Okay, race exists, but it doesn't really. The black community exists, but it doesn't really.
Okay.
And black people would do themselves a favor if they stopped thinking of themselves as one solid segregated community. People like Byron Donalds wanting to go back, oh, it was better during segregation. Well, yeah, because we didn't have anywhere else to go. Okay, I don't give a fuck if it's anecdotal or not. I know it's anecdotal. I'm saying people who think that Obama was a win for black people, they're kind of fooling themselves.
Okay, but what I'm saying is a black man was elected. Now, what you simply could have said, Stanley, was that a black man was elected, but that doesn't represent black leadership. That's what I was saying at the time.
No black leadership.
Obama was not an example of black African-American leadership. Okay. What he was an elected president of the United States. Just mainly voted for by the African-American community, but mainly also by the Caucasian and the immigrant community.
Old ground.
That's all I'm saying. I ain't disagreeing with you, Stanley. I just...
Okay, well then you don't need to go on and on agreeing with me.
Okay, I tell you what, but this situation with Ketanji Brown Jackson.
I said,
now that's what I wanted to talk to. That's what I wanted to talk to. Let's go back to the theme of the live that Portia's having. We'll discuss that later.
Obama was a win for America.
Okay, we're not talking about Obama. We're talking about women in leadership positions. That's the gist of the theme I'm getting. So it's like we're not talking about the male version of it.
You're not talking about anything in particular.
Oh, exactly. But I do have this to say about Ketanji Brown Jackson with that question of what's the difference between a man and a woman, and she fumbled that ball so ridiculously that she has a lifetime appointment that could be looked upon as somebody that's been influenced. She showed weakness. I don't think a woman should be, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think a woman should be in the Supreme Court at all.
Let me give you a slice of reality, Solid Snake.
I mean, they've been there. That's not saying that they always been.
Said your piece. Now let me say mine, and let me level set you.
Okay.
While you are entitled to your opinion, you are entitled to come up on a panel and express your opinion. You need to understand that you are not on Ketanji Brown's Jackson's level. Your opinion is appreciated, but probably only by you and those who agree with you.
Exactly, Stanley. And that's all you need, don't it? That's all you need.
My point is that she didn't fumble anything. Okay.
How come she didn't? She fumbled that question historically.
It was a political process, and answering it the way you wanted to would have had consequences. Answering it the way she did would have had consequences. It was a lose-lose proposition.
No, it's not, Stanley. It's a simple question. What's the difference between a man and a woman?
Okay,
Man, got a ding-a-ling.
Solid Snake. You're not getting my point, and I don't
What
think
I'm
you're
saying,
capable.
Stanley, she's
I
opening the
don't
door
think
for a
you're
whole gray
capable.
area of misidentification.
I
This is
don't
why
think
we
you're
have men
capable.
in female prisons
I'm
getting women
losing
impregnated.
confidence. I'm losing confidence in your ability to get my point.
Okay.
So I'm done. We can move on.
I just don't understand you, Stanley.
Obviously,
you buy the book on certain things, but then when it comes down to certain things that you know gonna expose your party for the frailty and the lack of leadership that they exhibit every damn day.
Solid
all of a
Snake.
sudden it's my fault, and I'm just gonna move on.
Okay, for Zhang Wei, this will be for Zhang Wei and you, Solid Snake.
Oh, come on, Stanley. You always doing that.
fretting. Stop fretting over the white gaze. Be, God damn it, be yourself.
And you know what? Ain't nobody
The
fretting on no
most
white
important
gaze.
thing
Why
a human
you always
being
got to
in
ride on white
America
people?
can
Leave the
do.
white people alone. That's all I'm asking. Leave the white people alone. They ain't did nothing to you.
The
Shit, ain't like
best
they walking in your
advice.
house, hanging you, picking you out
Okay,
your cabinet and saying,
motherfucker,
"Hey,
you can
come
suck
on, nigga,
white
we finna
dick
have
all
we
you
finna
want.
have a hog tie. We picked you up at the grocery store today." I'm just saying, Stanley. Stop acting like we've been fighting for our rights and we've been kicking
Solid
white
Snake,
people ass for the
you're
past
drifting.
400 years.
You are drifting.
Stanley, I don't believe we really ready to fight the white people now.
I
You
don't
got
care.
your
Most
kids
black
out here
people.
already ready to flash out on any grown nigga that gonna tell them anything they did wrong.
Solid
you ain't gonna
Snake.
have no attitude correction if you ain't even got no
Solid
respect
Snake,
for the older
you're
men
not
in your
Solid
neighborhood.
Snake.
Because
Young
90%
man.
of the women that grew
Young
up in
man.
the fucking 80s and 90s
Young
are all
man.
fucking hoochie mamas.
Who are you?
Hoochie mama, hump that hoochie mama.
Yep,
Come
you're
on, man.
just
You
gonna
think
keep
this woman
going and
gonna
not
come
take a
in and
breath.
raise a child and respect black men? Stop it.
Stop worrying about what white people think and be yourself.
They the majority population, Stanley.
So the fuck what?
You think they're gonna stay weak for so long? You
Snake,
Okay,
how?
I have
Snake,
no
how?
idea.
out there promoting
Snake.
LGBT and tying black people into.
Hold on, wait, Snake. I need you to listen really quick. How much of my show have you seen tonight?
I've seen most of it.
Because Snake, I think you just said like, oh, because they're like the majority of the population, but I do want to finish this video at least. And Snake, I'm gonna bring you back up. But the thing is that like my thing was with this and these women from back then, it was black men and it was black women, and they weren't worried about like white folks no matter what it was. You know what I'm saying? Like they were just doing their own thing, even whenever they took over the hospital. And like there was one lady that offered pushback, and she said, well, I think that, you know, we can't just focus on, you know, the black kids. But that made me think of that one guy that has the school. Oh, I think his name is Q Butter. Because all the other black ladies, they were like, you know, you have this cush job, you know, you're here, there, this, that, and everywhere. And then like the heavyset black woman, and she was like, listen, you come where I'm at, the roaches, the rats, this, that, and the third, then you'll see how the system works. But even in the midst of how the system worked, these black women, they're just like, hey, no, we're going to overcome. We're going to do this anyways. And we're going to support our men while they're out there doing what it is that they're doing. You know, and again, this is old, but I just love to see it. And I love to hear how they just were so braggadocio about supporting their men. And even too, like with the Maxine Waters, like all of these different women. Yeah, I don't agree with them, Snake, but I mean, shit. In their own right, all of these women made history.
All these women were supported by white women. Liberal white women. That's what they were supported by. No, listen, Portia. He can sit there and downplay that question all he wants. But the first black Supreme Court justice member, this shitted on every damn black history of people you talking about now that knew the difference between a man and a woman.
Oh my Lord.
She literally said a politically correct answer at the time.
So what?
So yeah, what? Like, Stanley, she's sitting in there, she's representing And regardless of
She
how
does
you
not
may feel about
represent
it,
black
she
people.
does represent the African American benefit to the
Okay.
American
Okay, all
populace.
I have to say
Come
is
on,
that
Stanley.
she
Stanley.
does not represent
No,
black people. She
you moving.
represents
Okay, then
herself.
let me be the Supreme Court Justice.
You know,
Okay,
Let me
Snake,
be
I'm
the
just
Supreme
Snake,
Court Justice. All of a sudden, she's overqualified over me,
Snake,
but then
Snake.
I can answer the difference between a man and a woman.
So
it ain't
what?
how you
Snake, I
fucking
can
feel
say,
or how you think. It is what you.
Snake, I can say that she does not represent me. She doesn't represent me, Portia, you know, as an individual, but she is the first. I mean, she is the first of her kind. You know what I'm saying? So it's like she may not represent me, but like Snake, like what if I ever wanted to, you know, become a Supreme Court justice and hopefully whatever it is that I'm doing as a judge, state, local, federal, you know, to get myself recognized. It's just, I mean, shit. She's
the thing
she's
is
a Supreme she's a Supreme Court justice.
she still doesn't represent you. She might be a mentor. She might be someone you might want to model yourself after.
Yeah, like
But she does not represent the black people.
Yeah, she doesn't. It's just like, you know, if I were to, if that were my focus on what it is, you know, for her position.
She don't know the difference between a man and a woman. How does she
Okay,
know the
I
difference
don't know
between a
why
black
you're
or a white?
obsessed on that.
Come on,
I
man.
bet she does. She's given birth to kids. She knows the difference.
But she didn't answer the question that way, did
Okay,
she?
I'm sorry she didn't answer the question. I literally just told you
it's okay
it
for
was
her to not
politics.
answer the question for the largest
Okay.
judicial positional
You know,
power of the
Snake-
world. But then when Donald Trump tell you I paid that bitch the way I had to pay that bitch, you want to lock the nigga up and give him 34 fucking felony counts, and it's
God.
supposed to be
Silent
okay.
Snake.
I remember that.
Silent
Oh man,
Snake.
I'm not comparing apples to oranges here.
Solid
Stop it.
Snake, you are a boulder rolling downhill gathering snow.
Crown Reese says, shout out to you, Crown Reese. Crown Reese says, Solid Snake. Charles Barkley says, he is not a hero to no kid. That's the parent's job. And then we have here from Palomino, Ricky Z. Shout out to you. I believe I said something earlier. Your name is new to me in the chat. Howdy.
He's been
Welcome in.
here a while.
And you know he's probably been on your show.
I think it's a he.
He or she. I'm sorry. I do apologize, but thank you for being here. We do appreciate you for being here. I haven't been able to like type in like my little messages in the chat, but I do appreciate that. I mean, we always love to see newcomers. I know I do. Palomino, Ricky Z says black leaders represent other blacks in minds of everyone but blacks. That's what's important to know. It's a fact and it matters.
Okay, well, I have a question. If they're elected to be a leader, or if they're the leader of a group, like, you know, leaders tend to be selected by some process. So someone like Ketanji Brown Jackson, I wouldn't say she's a leader. She might be a role model, but there's a difference between a role model and a leader.
Supreme Court justice.
There is a difference between being a role model and being a leader.
Stanley, you don't understand the importance of that question. What's the difference between a man and a woman, and listening to her answer? If they put a white man up there and ask him what's the difference between a slave and an employee, just due to the mental propaganda being placed on the American citizens by our own media industry, God damn it, he can sit up there and say shit and still get elected and be the vote that brings slavery back.
Solid Snake. Solid Snake.
To your answers and come on,
Solid Snake.
This.
It's not my show. You bring that bullshit. You bring that bullshit. If you bring that bullshit over to my show, I'm gonna roast your ass.
I know you gonna put me in the back again, like y'all
really sound obsessive compulsive over this.
You damn right I'm obsessive compulsive. You got right.
But
I got a lot to lose, Stanley. I ain't like you. I ain't got no 1 foot out the damn door. I still got time on this motherfucking planet.
Snake, hold on really quick, Snake. Hold on really quick, Snake. So we have Abiola. Shout out to Abiola in the chat. You always know. You know what time it is. This is every day for us. Abiola. I know you said something about -6 somewhere up in the chat. Abiella, do you have shoes on your feet? Shoes on your feet. You know what I always ask. Shout out to you, Claris. We have Crown Reset says, who cares? It doesn't affect you. And we got Black Manta in the building. Black Manta in the building. Black Manta. A shout out to all of you guys for being here. Hold on, wait. I just scrolled up. Abiola said minivan. Abiola, what are you talking about? Y'all have cars there? Let alone vans? Shout out to you, Abiola.
Crown Reese, that's an interesting comment. I think it actually does affect people who care what white people think.
I want Crown Reese to elaborate on that. Crown Reese,
hold on. Really quick. Whenever you says who cares, it doesn't affect you. Crown Reese, can you give us a little bit of clarity? Like, are you saying that in position of Snake or Stanley?
No, I think he's saying that Justice Jackson's response doesn't affect him at all.
Okay.
It does. It does.
How so?
You ever heard that old Chinese saying, Stanley? See, I don't understand how you always say America needs to be like the Chinese, but then you don't understand none of the Chinese literature. But one of the facts of one of the sayings I heard from old Chinese proverb was probably a Kung Fu movie. Hold on now, Portia. It probably came from a Kung Fu movie. But I'm gonna tell you what it says. A butterfly can flap its wings on the coast of one island, China. And the motherfucking waves will reach Argentina or South America, some shit like that.
Yes, so called the butterfly.
Stanley, every little pebble in the lake creates ripple. It is not an insignificant
It's called
action.
The butterfly effect.
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Stanley, have you ever seen that movie, The Butterfly Effect?
He could just, I think I have. I'm not a big movie fan, to be honest, but bottom line is you could have saved all those words and just said butterfly effect, and I'd have known what you were talking about.
Shit. Well, see, that's what I be talking about, Stanley. You don't listen to me, man.
I listen to you.
No,
You're a bad co-panelist. You know what, Stanley? I'm going to say it. You're a horrible host. I ain't gonna say it on Portia. I ain't gonna say it on Portia. I'm gonna wait till we go live. Then I'm gonna cut you up.
I'll be the first to
we in this motherfucker together, man. And you wait till 12 man come up. Ooh. Already.
Well, 12 man, he was here earlier. But I mean, to me, like, whenever you say what you're saying about Ketanji, I don't want you to think that I'm not hearing you, because I do, but I know you're making the argument that it matters to me. Like, I'm showing all of you guys tonight, which I do want to finish this, the Black woman. And like I said, like, these women, they were born in the 1910s, 20s, 30s, 40s. And there's other men out here supporting them, this, that, and the third. And so no matter what, they had a Thurgood Marshall during this time. You know what I'm saying? They had, like, whatever it was, Martin Luther King, this, that, and the third. But that did not stop any of these women it didn't stop them from, pursuing their dreams, reaching their heights, and achieving what it is that they did. And yeah, Ketanji, shit, she was like, I don't know, I can't answer that. But Snake, I'm not gonna lie to you, if I was in that position, I'm not gonna sit here and say that I wouldn't have said the same thing. I mean, shit, she's about to get, she's getting confirmed as a Supreme Court justice. She's the first of her kind.
Yeah, but Steve, Portia, what I'm trying to say is that what happened today is a reflection, it will be reflected upon tomorrow. What happens today will be reflected upon tomorrow with today's eyes of that day. So what I'm saying is, okay, I get it, Stanley. I get it. But if we just had local mayors and everybody else all of a sudden coming up on these criminal offenses and all these RICO charges and this, that, and that, yada, yada, that's a misrepresentation of our race. But these
God damn it. You know what? Now you're starting to Now you're really starting to piss
Yeah,
me off.
it's called accountability, Stanley. We need to get the bar out of hell. At least
Okay,
raise it up to ankle
solid
level
snake.
above ground,
Solid
above sea level.
snake.
Snake, really quick.
This
Okay, so Stanley,
representing the race bullshit is
It's
anachronistic.
about representing the race. You just heard a man say it.
I
If an
literally
Hispanic,
just
if an
said,
Hispanic
don't
American
come,
run for
solid snake,
office, he
a
will
piece
be
of advice.
representing the
A
Hispanic
piece
Americans
of
of the
advice.
United States. You can't
Piece of
just go
advice.
and say, "Oh, he
A
don't represent
piece
me
of
because I'm
goddamn
black and I
advice.
fucking hate him."
Solid snake.
That ain't how this shit
Solid
works.
snake. Don't bring that represent the race bullshit to my show.
Oh my God. I didn't say every president or elected official represent the race, but 9 times out of 10, it could be concluded as such, Stanley, regardless of how you may feel about it.
You heard.
It's not your opinion, Stanley. It's
I'm not
fact.
gonna repeat.
It's no longer an opinion,
I am
Stanley,
not.
when it's shared by
I am
populace.
not going to repeat myself. Don't bring
You
that
don't have
bullshit
to,
to my
Stanley.
show.
I'm not retarded. I'm wondering, are you retarded?
I don't care about the retarded point or anything like that. Don't bring that shit to my show.
Oh, whatever, Stanley.
Well,
Because
Snake,
you
I
know
mean,
it's
he's
true.
serious. You just make sure, because like you're on
Yeah,
my
he's
show right
getting
now,
all
so that's why
serious and shit. He just
that's why
don't
you're
wanna
here, Snake. That's why you're here, because you're on my show.
That's the only
So
reason I'm not shitting on you.
Hey, he always
So
getting
it is-
shit with
it is
somebody
my
busting
show.
them liberals up in their ass.
So
I be
Snake,
pinning
on
the
my
tail
show,
on the
you
donkey
know,
portion.
you can go
I
for
pin the
bad
tail on the
here,
donkey.
but Snake, listen to me real quick, because this is my show. You know, that's why you're still here. So as Stanley said, you might not have heard him because you were speaking. Whenever Stanley goes live after I end this show, he will get you up out of here, okay, Snake? So I just want to make sure.
No, I'm not gonna
ready.
even get him out of there. I'm just gonna sit there, leave him on the panel,
Oh,
and
no,
talk about that
You ain't running tonight.
that
I'm tired of giving you wins.
1940s
I'm tired,
food
Stanley.
show he wants to
Stanley,
put
you
on.
I'm finna break you like a buck. You gonna be
Okay,
black,
you
broke,
know
broke,
what?
or
Well,
whatever.
we have
what?
Crown Reese up here.
Black
Crown
buck,
Reese,
broke,
you
Go
would like to
ahead.
hear from
I'm
him.
not gonna. I'll deal with you at the appropriate time.
Crown Reese.
Hey, Portia.
I don't know. I'm just having fun.
Hey, Portia. Hey, Stanley.
What's up, Crown Reese?
What's up? What's up, Snake? Hey, it just goes back to earlier. What's going on? Hey, it goes back to earlier what Portia, sweet self, put up here earlier, and she talked to the sister Angela Davis, and basically what she told Portia was, get off the people behind you bandwagon and do your own damn thing. And that's
Exactly.
what taking responsibility, if you know what it means. And then you came in, Stanley, with really standing up and being a man. Boy, that's why I like listening to you, because you just like get to the damn point. And you know, and I really remind you for that shit, you know.
Well, Angela Davis is right. You should not rest on the past. You can appreciate what was done to, to make it easier for you, but you can't relive the past.
Hell
and you gotta, and it's taken me years to actually kind of quantify it or qualify it. Be yourself. Okay, that is probably my number one piece of advice to my son. He's a good
Man,
person.
tell me about it.
Be
Tell me
yourself.
about it.
That is enough.
Yeah. Stanley, I say the same thing. That's a good thing right there. That's a good thing there, because I tell my son, he'd be like, well, Dad, these people need that. No, don't worry about them people. You do what the hell you supposed to do.
Exactly.
The community, you know what I'm saying? The community starts in the home. The community starts inside the home. And when you get that shit together, all that shit pops together.
This may not, I mean, this is just what I pulled up really quick. So it's almost been 6 hours. And sometimes I'm like, sometimes I might be saying too much up here. And, Crown Reese, you might call, you call in like you did tonight, and you remind me of the things that I said earlier. But Angela Davis. But at the same time, you can't assume that making a difference 20 years ago is going to allow you to sort of
Yes.
live on the laurels of those victories for the rest of your life.
Man,
And,
there it is.
you know, for me, before I even knew this quote online, like I said, she said it to me in a different way. She said it to me
I
in a
know
different
it.
way, but it was just something about it. Just, you know, during my undergrad, you know,
You
like,
understood what she said.
yes, no,
So
I did,
Portia,
and it has stood with me all of that time. And of course, I didn't just meet her once; I've met her multiple times. I spent multiple times with her, and then once we get through the rest of this video, you guys, I think I mentioned to you guys about Nikki Giovanni as well. As a writer, to hear these women, you know, even, you know, because I would imagine like today in this time, it would be like, oh, pro-black, or they this or that, you know, far left, whatever. But for me, my experience with them, it was not that. It was
well,
not that.
my
It was
mother
just
was
only
a fan of
inspirational to
Nikki
me.
Giovanni.
Oh,
That's how long. I mean, I've known about Nikki Giovanni since I was in grade school. I've never met her, but I have heard her talk several times. You know, she used to do the college circuit. But the bottom line, Angela Davis's quote that you just had up, that's
yeah.
just not for black people. It's for white
It's
people
for
too.
everybody.
When
Yeah,
I
it's
It's for
talk
for
everybody.
about
everybody.
when I
Yep.
talk about stolen valor white people, this is what they're
Mhm.
doing. They're resting on the laurels of their forefathers and the founding fathers.
That's right.
Absolutely. And even like I said, in the midst of that, you know, just I was in college at a major university. I mean, the class was very diverse, but my professor, him going out doing his talks, and before, you know, whatever it was that he saw in me for me to go about the country, and I would speak before, and I would actually introduce him. I had the opportunity to meet Angela Davis for the first time. And me as a writer, writing poetry, just like you guys will hear from Nikki Giovanni, I got to formulate a relationship with Angela Davis, and it was beautiful. I mean, it was beautiful. It was, even though, again, you guys know my politics, but I can't deny that, and I never will, because like some of the most important parts of my life and my upbringing and my understanding, I have two of my favorite quotes that you'll always see. One is from MLKJ, and one is from Angela Davis. And this one, living off the laurels of those victories for the rest of your life, you have to make your own path, period. That doesn't, you know, that doesn't mean don't look back to history, but you got to do something different, because, hey, shit, I'm Angela Davis. I did this shit. And Portia, you know what? The likelihood of you ever experiencing what I went through, you probably won't. You won't.
Right.
But that does not mean that in your time, whenever it is your time, that you won't have a different struggle from me. But look to me to remember my own. And you do something different that'll bring us further along in the American society than what I have brought us to. I'm telling y'all, I'm telling y'all, like, it was just, you know, again, like I said at the beginning of this, like I talk my child say this, that, and the third, but like whenever you guys get to know me, whenever I share certain things, it's just like, no, like I've had a lot of people that were influential back then that so happened to be so blessed to live a life longer than others, to where they got to actually meet and experience and get to know what was to come after them. But I can say for Angela Davis, she never told me, don't you stop, don't you shut up, you keep going. And whenever I met Nikki Giovanni for the first time, so I had Nikki Finney and I had Nikki Giovanni, and it was one of my assignments in class. And the one thing that we did is that it wasn't all the time, and it wasn't all the time, but you know, being a student of Nikki Finney's, and I didn't need to take her class, but she requested me for her class. Because, I mean, shit, at this point, English, poetry, this writing, creative writing, I didn't need it, but she requested me specifically for her class. And so I'm in her class. I love to write stories, poetry, things like that. And so we had an assignment, all of that, following the rubric, this, that, and the third. I turned everything in, all of that. And she sent my work over to Nikki Giovanni. Because there's no way I would have ever had the pleasure of meeting Nikki Giovanni if I didn't know Nikki Finney. And whenever the end of the due date for this assignment, this, that, and the third, Nikki Finney, Nikki Giovanni there in our classroom, in this small little room in my college, small little room. And she came in and she said to me, Portia, your words are like magic. Whatever it is that you're feeling or thinking, you have this way of putting it on paper to where someone else can read it and they can feel it so much so that it's like magic. And I can tell y'all, listen, I was young and shit. I was all into my shit then. Like, I was all emotional and everything, but I had to keep it cool. I had to keep it. But I'll never forget that. I'll never, ever, ever forget that, because even like, yes, Nikki Finney, she's older, her and Nikki Giovanni, what they went through, it's not what I went through, right? Because I had the opportunity of having them both guide me and take me in for all of the awards that I won and the things that they put me into that I just didn't think that I was capable of. But I'll never forget that they told me that my words were magic, especially Nikki Giovanni. Like, it's someone that a lot of Black people may not know, or, you know, a Black woman that they may have never seen. And so, like I say, I can get up here and, you know, it's a show. I'll get up here and talk my trash. But like, whenever I'm being serious and I'm telling y'all stories about me, it's like, nah, like,
be careful. They're going to call you a feminist.
hey, listen, I can be as feminist as be with that, because it's just like, who else? Stanley, I don't know nobody else.
Well, Nikki Giovanni was, you know, in that bell hooks type of space.
Yeah, she sure was. And she was, but you know what? It's Nikki Giovanni. I ain't got nothing else left. You know what I'm saying? It's just to be this kid, don't know much, don't know what my direction is. I'm in school. I wasn't expected to be like put in a class. I didn't have to accept, but I did, you know, and just to expand my writing profile, to learn from the both of them, and to get involved in like different competitions, writing, reading this and that, speaking this and that, and being there with them. And of course, like I said, meeting Angela Davis too. Like, I have to make my own path, and I have to do this, and whatever it looks like here, and whatever it looks like there. And again, regardless of my politics, a lot of these women really had a huge impact on my life, because where I come from, my mother, she is my all in all. Because, you know, you can look at my mom's situation. There's no reason, you know, why mom could have quit. She could have stopped. She didn't have to take us to school with us because my dad was overseas. Mama didn't have to do that, but she did. And she never let us think that we couldn't, or we couldn't this, or we couldn't that. And so even for me, I told you guys, I wanted to go to a Black school so bad. My parents said no. I went to one school, I transferred to another. And at the other that I transferred to, who the hell am I? Who am I for Nikki Finney to request specifically for me to be in her class, a class that I didn't even need? Who am I for, yes, my minor was African American Studies with a focus on the Black Panther Party. Who am I to meet Angela Davis? Who am I? Who am I for even in those two positions? Nikki Giovanni, me? I tell you, sometimes when I look over things in my youth, And right now, like if I were to go away today, if I said, Portia, this is it. There's a lot of things that I have done that I'm pleased with. And when I look at what I'm pleased with those things. The laurels. Okay, well, I hear you. I've seen you. Okay, so I'm not going to live off the laurels of you, but I just might adapt to what it is that you do, or I might, put that in motion. Yes, I was working for a school district, this, that, and the third. Well, I'm at a charter now, so sky's the limit. Even when I was talking about, business and things like that, I want them to see me and know that they can. Shit. Me and Angela Davis, no one was she, this, that, and the like. I knew about her. She didn't anyways. It never stopped her. There wasn't anything that was going on.
Hold on, Portia. Hold on. I got a question.
Oh, wait,
Not to stop your diatribe, but are you doing that so people that look like you can achieve, or people that think like you achieve?
Is that a question to me?
No, that's a question to Portia.
Oh.
People that look like me.
Okay. So if you're doing it for people that look like you, and the people in the past did it for people that look like you, how can we say that people that look like us aren't representation of the people we are?
The fuck?
Snake, I honestly, that's what we're saying, that they are.
But no. Stanley just said that Ketanji Brown Jackson doesn't represent him. Barack Obama doesn't represent him. But my thing is, I can do everything in my power to represent an American citizen. But I know through the eyes of the people of the country, I will always be seen as black.
Okay, let me level set you.
I get you, Stanley, but sometimes you move the field goal.
No. You don't get
it. Trolling.
Okay, I think what y'all don't understand.
Hold on real quick. So, Snake, you're saying, okay, they don't represent me. So,
no, I didn't say they didn't represent you. I said that you are. I'm saying, in a sense, you've been in agreement with Stanley that Ketanji Brown Jackson, being a Supreme Court justice, doesn't respect or doesn't honor or doesn't represent African Americans is a lie, because all African Americans don't live in a social pot. But at the same time, we're moving in our ways and in our lives that does. And that's why we're doing what we're doing to achieve the goals we achieve, because we want children to see that, hey, you can do it too.
Okay, you know what? I think maybe I need to remind folks, I'm not ancient, but I have lived a life. Okay, and I understand that my life is not everybody else's life, but I can tell you right now, the notion that Ketanji Brown Jackson represents the black race is anachronistic. Okay, I hear Palomino in the chat. I hear you, Solid Snake. You keep asserting that this is fact, that for instance, that, God damn it, Snake, let me finish.
She's too ugly to keep up with.
The notion that I, as Palomino states in the chat, am judged by other people by my race is ridiculous.
No, it's not, Stanley. No, it's not. That's why she was elected, because she was a member of your race. That's why she was in the Supreme Court to be a representation of our race.
We are just going to have to disagree
Stanley,
on this.
She was actually put there in front of that council.
We are going to have to disagree on this, but I will remind you. I will remind you.
You can't deny that, and
I will remind you.
You're just being diabolical at this point.
I will remind you that I'm a tad. I'm just a tad.
I'm not going to keep on telling you the same thing every day.
Motherfucker, you're not telling me.
You got to be wrong, motherfucker, to be right.
Solid Snake, I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but you're in no position to tell me anything.
I ain't said I had to be in a position, but I'm in the place.
You aren't telling me anything.
I'm not in a position to tell you
You
anything,
need
and
to
I'm right here on the
understand.
panel.
You need
Are
to
you serious,
understand.
Stanley?
You need to understand where you live, who you are,
It don't matter
and
where the fuck
accept
I live.
your
I live
plight.
in America, motherfucker. You think I can
Solid
have the
Snake,
same voice in
I
Africa?
hate to
Stop it,
be
Stanley.
all
Stop it.
classist on you,
You do
but
what you do because
you
you
are
think
no
you can get
one.
away with it
You are
because you
no
don't think
one.
anybody can think
You
with
are
you.
no
That's a
one.
lie, Stanley. That's a
You
lie
are
you
no
propagate
one
on
to
this
tell
panel, and you need
me.
to stop it. Just because you
You
sound
are
smart,
no one
don't
to
make you
tell
smart,
me
Stanley.
about how to live and how I
I got
have
the
lived.
pennies in a
You
bunch. Get it
simply
out of
are
there,
not
man.
the right
Hey,
messenger.
dig your drawers out your ass, Stanley.
You
Stop irritating
simply
yourself.
are
Go
not
watch your
the right
ass.
messenger.
All that dry shit crusted up
You
and you
need to keep
irritated at
that.
me
You
because
need
I'm
to
telling the
keep
truth.
that Uncle Tom kiss white ass
Oh,
bullshit to
Uncle
yourself.
Tom. Ain't nobody a bigger Uncle Tom than you, Stanley. Nobody.
Hey, all I
Nobody in
have
the
to
world a
say,
bigger Uncle
all
Tom
I
than you.
have to say
Because
is
anything
that
that affects the black people, it don't represent you. But anything that the black people got to do and make themselves better and try to
you
conversate
know
about it,
what?
you got to
Preach
have your
on,
motherfucking 2
preach
cents in.
on in
And
your
then you want to
podunk
sit back and
Louisiana
run when
town.
it don't achieve your
Preach
motherfucking
on,
goals. Because your goals are layered in hell. Shit, we
motherfucker.
don't have
When
to
I
have
wake up,
achieving high
when
goals with you on the
Solid
panel
Snake,
because you know what you're going to do? You're going to sit back and distract from the fucking
Solid
information we
Snake,
had to offer the people.
Solid
Stop
Snake.
it.
Talk to me when you don't have to punch a clock.
Hey, Stanley, I'm going to talk to you when they take away your motherfucking
Hey,
benefits.
all I have
Bitch,
to
you got to
say,
work.
all I have to
I
say
can't wait till
is as
Elon
long
Musk
as
get
you're,
through with your
as
ass.
long as you're
I swear
punching,
we had to
as
outsource
long as you're
accounting.
punching
We
the
had to
white man's clock,
outsource a motherfucking country. We had
Yeah,
to
the bridge for
outsource
that here to
our
get a gunshot,
motherfucking
Stanley.
job to the person to put y'all ass in check
as
because
long as
y'all
you're
niggas
punching,
want to sit
is
back
it
and
the white
deflect
man,
and pay
is it the
$40
white
million
man, or the
to watch
Hindu
some
man's
fucking
clock you're punching?
butterflies. $80 million to go watch some motherfucking
Yeah,
clouds.
you can talk
But
all the
then we sitting
bullshit you
back here
want,
complaining
but at
about
some point, the
HBCUs
white
and
man's
banks
gonna
being
expect you at his
uneducated,
cash
but you
register.
want to go and pay for motherfucking training sex and training motherfucking
Hey,
operations
you can
in the
yell,
motherfucking
you
Middle
can
East at a
pretend
fucking
all
$40
you
billion
want,
clip, but we
but
ain't got no motherfucking
tomorrow
got.
you
Come
will
on, man.
be
Michelle
tomorrow you
Obama,
will be
that's
putting
recent,
the white
came
man's
out of that
money
motherfucker and
in
said we
his
need to
cash
eat
register
healthier.
for him.
And right now we paying $10 for a fucking goddamn dozen of eggs, but they paying $40 fucking billion to turn motherfucking Arabs into trainees. For what?
All I have to say, Solid Snake.
Mind your business. Stay the fuck away from them people. You ain't got to go and spend $80 and $100 billion,
All
$1
I have
trillion
to say,
over there
Solid
to
Snake.
train. You can spend that money
Look
right
at
here
it
in America, and
crashing
you can
out.
repair these roads. You can repair these bridges. You can bring a better motherfucking
Hey,
goddamn
you
motherfucking
are
infrastructure
worrying
in this
about.
country.
Hey,
But you
Solid
standing up
Snake.
here defending these
Solid
bastards,
Snake.
and that woman
You are
couldn't even
worrying
tell you
about
the difference
shit
between a
that
man
does
and a
not
woman.
Which I
concern
think you
you.
need to play your song.
He does
Stop
not.
it.
He's worrying about shit that does
Stop
not even
it.
concern
Stop
him.
it.
Portia play that song.
Hey,
Stop it.
hey,
Clarence.
if you died
Atlanta.
tomorrow, if
That's
you
right.
died tomorrow,
Capriano.
that bridge is gonna be fixed.
Shout out
Crash
to
out.
Capriano for the cash app.
That bridge is gonna be fixed, Solid Snake. You have
Crash
nothing
out.
to do with it.
Crash out, Portia.
Shout out to you guys that send cash apps. Nate, shout out to you, DiCapriono. Nas 415. I just want to say to you guys, like, I don't really expect to ever get cash apps because I know, like, you guys always send them to like HB and John and stuff like that. So, like,
Hold on.
I usually like whenever I do get a cash app, usually, you know, sometimes it's like, you know, a few times. When I say three, hold on, wait, Snake. It might be like 3 to 5 times a month. Not that much, just sometimes. Those of you that do, it's always the same. Those of you that do, so I do want to say thank you to you guys. It means a lot for me. It means a lot to me. It, you know, because you guys don't have to do that, and y'all know me. I don't ever mention it, whenever I'm live. It's just, I don't know, it's just weird for me for some reason. It's just weird. But I do really appreciate you guys for doing that for me. Means a lot. Palomino, Black Manta. So let's watch a little bit more of this.
Hold on, Portia, before you you can play it after I say, or you can play it while I'm saying it. But I'm gonna say it like this: Black Manta, I did not say I can't wait till Elon Musk deport Stanley.
You said that the other day.
I meant I can't wait till Elon Musk take away his motherfucking benefits so his black ass can go punch a goddamn clock and fill out a fucking job application and know that there is a racial bias going on in the application process.
Okay, let me respond to that right quick.
I'm white or Mexican with my motherfucking name. Because when I was in
Go ahead, Stanley.
Solid Snake. I don't mean to brag, but if they took away whatever it is you think I have, believe me, I will stay retired and I will be okay.
Snake?
Goddamn money, because I need help, motherfucker.
I won't be punching the clock
fault
anytime soon.
It's your well, fuck you too, Stanley. You took all my money I had the other night. That gas app, you motherfucker. You ain't no good. You dirty
You
black
sent me a
motherfucker.
cash app? When?
No, they sent you a cash app to keep me on, motherfucker. You could have at least
Oh,
donated
that was
back
damn. That's
dirty
like 6
motherfucker. I
months
could have been
ago.
getting that shit to the stream yard. You know what, Stanley? You ain't no goddamn good. You ain't no goddamn earthly good for no black person. Stop it.
I don't claim
I can't
to
even
be
believe
a
we
black
allow you
leader.
on. Boy, if I had a channel, I would have been banned your black ass.
Hey, Palomino, don't judge Solid Snake by
That's the
me.
way you deflect and
Do
try
not
to
judge other
avoid
black
real
people by
conversation,
Stanley.
Stanley. This is me the fuck off. And you don't understand that shit. You cannot be not black when the fuck you want to be not black.
What?
Well, you know, Snake, I'm black all the time, so I don't.
When have I
understand this
when
shit.
have I ever said I wasn't
How
black?
you gonna sit back and support fucking pedophiles, child traffickers, motherfucking race baiters, motherfuckers that sit back and sit there and allowed all these illegal motherfucking immigrants into the country, but goddamn it, my child gotta get a ban from high school because he got a nickel bag of weed from a nigga that they allowed the motherfucker to have.
Okay, all I have to say,
Bullshit,
all
man.
I
You
have to
niggas need to
say
stop playing.
is
Just
you're
because you can
proving,
think
you're
well,
proving,
don't mean you reason well.
you are proving
Snake,
so
you need a hug,
Motherfuckers
man.
ain't got no sense of fucking reasoning.
You are
reason
proving
that
so
goddamn
many
the way
points.
we look out here to the rest of the goddamn world make us look like shit.
Snake, you need a hug, bro.
Solid
I
Snake.
don't need a hug. I need
Okay,
to get a
Solid
goddamn
Snake.
motherfucking 50
If
cal
you,
motherfucking
I can't
shotgun
see.
and
This
then
is why
have
Solid
goddamn
Snake
the property to
doesn't
go
stop
shoot
talking.
some
Because
motherfuckers in
if
the
I said what
goddamn
I
brain.
have to say, it's going to hurt
Make
his
America
little
great
feelings.
again by supporting black infrastructure. We got to infrastructure the black community to goddamn learn how to build bridges and retake measures and stop looking at a
I'm gonna have
motherfucker
to
with
get
a
a
car.
word in
So Snake, what did you, Snake?
Complex.
Why your ass ain't downtown in the Congress and City Hall building? You up here talking
What would
to
you
us?
call like what we're doing here right now? Like what I'm doing right now? Like that's black infrastructure, right?
Voting population.
Okay,
It'll take away a
Solid
lot
Snake,
of votes from the Democrats.
you need to explain to me
Take
why
your ass
your
to church.
minor
That's what the
child
fuck
was in
motherfuckers
high
need to be
school with
doing.
a bag of weed. Start there.
No, you know what you do,
Okay,
Stanley?
you
Start
don't need to
there
be.
where you stop.
Okay, God damn it. You don't need to be worrying about bridges and infrastructure and any of that shit.
No,
You
that's
need
right.
to be worrying about why your child was in school with a bag of weed.
And customer service.
Yeah, start with the goddamn basics and then get complicated. And don't be telling me how to live my life. If my son's smoking weed, it's in college and I don't know about it. But it damn sure wasn't in high school.
Well, I got a 15-year-old boy. I can't see that happening. And the route that I got him going, he ain't only think
You're
about
worried
no
about
white people.
Ketanji Brown
So wait,
Jackson.
who got
You
what
can't
going?
even
What the
control your
hell?
own kids.
I'm glad.
Man, see, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all don't know what the fuck going on. Y'all so goddamn rebellious and so motherfucking goddamn
Oh, I see
politicized on
DiCapriono in the
bullshit.
building.
You don't
DiCapriono,
even see
thank
the
you
real.
so much for the cash app. If you didn't hear me say it before, thank you so much. I just wanted to make
This
sure
is
that you know that I got
ridiculous.
it, and I appreciate you, and I thank you so much. Okay, so we are here. I'm gonna be going to sleep soon. I'm gonna stop sharing to make sure that my volume is still there. We'll see some more of this, and then I'll have to fast forward a bit again. Or maybe not. I might just finish it after this so that Stanley can go ahead and go live. But yeah, Black women 1970. So let's see what we have right now.
Revolution, what are we doing now trying to change things? We didn't just wait until now to start trying to change things.
That evening, the women put together a festival that spoke to the church members about blackness and history of black revolution. Recognition was awarded the most interesting presentations, and a soul food dinner was served.
Soul food!
A black celebration for Women's Day and a black church, the Shrine of the Black Madonna. This is George Martin in Detroit for Black Journal.
Detroit. The Black Madonna. And like I told you guys earlier, the Black Madonna is still there.
Ladybird, ladybird, fly away home. Your house is on fire and raps on the phone.
Can I ask you one question? You'll have to answer it. Recently, a white show asked.
Lena Horne. Beautiful. Jesus. Beautiful.
That was Fred Sanford said.
You know, back in the day, you know, and that's the one that, like, I just loved seeing. My papa, he was born in 1928. My papa, he was old. But Papa always had all these magazines, all these newspaper clippings, and this, that, and the third. And I just love seeing them. And like these women, they were so timeless to me. And like as time went on, you know, Papa showing me this and that, it was just, oh my gosh, these women are beautiful. And so we have here Lena Horne. And even in her older age, you know, everybody doesn't age as gracefully, you know, in the same, but I mean, God dog, she was just a beautiful woman. So let's hear a little bit more from Lena Horne. We'll have a little bit more from the panel. And I think we're going to get a little bit of Nina Simone, just depending on how much more. I'll keep going.
Q2. Give them 90 minutes. Can I ask you one question? You'll have to answer it. Recently, a white show asked you to give them 90 minutes. Why did you turn that down?
I turned it down because in the first place, I'd rather do it on my own show if I had one, if we had one. And I didn't feel like giving my life to someone that I don't feel very close to.
I want to ask you a question.
See here, so who Lena Horne was and what she did, talked about this earlier. There was a time where she was older. As of right now, the white folks said 90 minutes. She was like, hell no, it's not representing me. So like, since I don't have my own, I much rather, you know, work with people that look like me, her history, her people. And so, you know, sometimes you just got to say no. And whenever you say no, you just set that precedence. And that's why she's here for this particular clip or show that I'm showing you guys right now. But you guys heard about what she said whenever she was married to a black man. She was like, I wasn't a big enough woman for him. I mean, but she's Lena Horne. I mean, I don't know how much bigger you get than that, but she was like, but not for him though. And it took for her some time. And so whenever the lady that's interviewing her, she said, so where did you go wrong? She said, I failed him because I was unable to see the struggle of the black man at that time. And because I wasn't big enough to handle his struggle. That's what, but she admitted, and she took the accountability for that. Even here in this moment, yeah, like these white shows, they're trying to come and get me. I'm racially ambiguous. I did do this. I did do that. Yeah, I did all of that. Whatever her choice was, but her choice at the beginning was different from her choice at the end. And so she did not do anything with
I
those
do
companies.
have a comment on her on on that point. Um, that her man or she wasn't big enough for her man or something. Um, yeah, you can take that at face value, but I don't take it as seriously as you do.
Okay.
You might want to actually read her biography. A lot of these women, went through hell with their man. Ike and Tina Turner come to mind.
And
Um,
Dorothy
it
Dandridge for
might
me
be
too.
that it might be that she wasn't big enough to be his punching bag.
Yes. And I don't know if you were here when I mentioned that earlier, Stanley. But yeah, because I mentioned this what you're saying right now with Lena Horne and then Dorothy Dandridge. So I do agree with you on that. For sure.
Hey Stanley, you ever tried to go to Amazing Lucas channel and see if you can get him over here on the channel to support
Absolutely.
you?
I have no idea. I have no idea who that is.
See, that's what I'm saying. He in my algorithm. He a liberal like you, and I promise you to God.
I doubt he's a liberal like me.
Well, Snake,
you try to be.
Snake, just to be very clear, Lucas would never be over here ever. Absolutely not.
Is
I
he
think
some-
Lucas
I mean-
would love it. And you know what? That's what I was thinking about doing this weekend.
Is he a black liberal?
Going over to his channel and see if I can bring him or some of his channel members over here. I don't know why.
Hell no. No,
I'm
I mean, because like Snake,
I feel like I can do something like that.
Well, no, Snake. At this point, he lost his leverage. I mean, he was about to cross the threshold of 2 million, and his ass came all the way down to 200 to 400,000. Like he lost everybody with the flip of the switch.
Because most of the people that I know from
he's nothing like
were supporters of his.
I mean, but don't know, like whatever it is.
Yeah, he's got 456,000.
Stanley, he was almost up to 2 million at the time
Really?
before
What
the
did
switch.
he do?
We
can talk about that later. It's really you need to get back to your show.
I mean, just really quickly, like he just kind of flipped the switch, but like Snake, I don't want to. I heard what you said, but I don't even think that Stanley would even not with the amazing look. It's just absolutely absolutely not.
What
does he do?
Oh God!
He used to
Stanley,
be like
gotta
really
go.
heavy. Stanley, he used to be like really heavy, and I'm pretty sure on the comic world he is. But he was like a staunch Republican. Like he's out of California and things like that. But like he started to change it a bit. He changed his whole entire dynamic. And
he changed
for
his
the
whole
amazing
dynamic when he started supporting men and women's sports. That was the night I was
the
there.
whole entire notion of Lucas, as far as quote unquote black conservatives in the YouTube space, he broke the mold quite literally. He really did. He really did. But he started to dial it back and he changed, but then like he went so far beyond the pale that he couldn't even come back from it, because he could have been like the Mr. Beast, quote unquote, for like black people. But
conservative black.
Like Stanley, he lost like 800,000 subscribers. And you have to know that it wasn't just conservatives, like it was, non-conservatives as well.
Rational
But
thought.
no,
Well, he went too
Stanley
far to the right.
He was already like, so his platform was comic books, anime, stuff like that. And so then he steps into the political world, and his step into the political world was conservative Republican. But as time went on, the Cynthia G's, the Tariq Nasheeds, he started to get involved with those types. And then so he started to change his dynamic.
Yeah.
And the amazing Lucas at this time, and like Stanley, I mean, shit, it is 2025. Like Stanley, I'm talking about 10 years ago. This is how long this has been going on. He started to change his tune, and he started to listen, to these pro-blacks, this, that, and the third. And whenever he made that switch, he didn't just switch on people that were just listening to him for his comic reviews. He kind of turned his audience on its ass, Stanley, and he went from damn near 2 million, 3 million. But like if you were to compile all of his followers over all of social media, we're talking about the amazing Lucas Stanley at 10 million. It's
Yep.
the shit. It got so bad that he had the left and the right leaving him alone. And so, like for Snake, listening to your recommendation, Stanley would rip him a new asshole.
I'm gonna tell you another guy channel.
It wouldn't
I
matter
wanted
what
to
the
go
hell he was
on,
talking about. Stanley
but I
would
know
rip
he's
him.
gonna rip my ass. But I shouted him out on one of his channels in the comment section. And what's that guy? He got the channel name Ken Ganda. He moved to Africa, but he considered himself O'Shea Duke Jackson.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
motherfucker up, man. He be dropping some bars.
Yeah,
He do. I don't agree with everything he say immediately, but like if I give like 24 hours, and it's like Jesus Christ, he was right. You know what I'm saying? It take me like a 24-hour period before I can actually argue with
none
it.
of them. I can't. But again,
But I can't believe he left America. That's why I can't fuck with him. You know, he always
He
gonna
did,
be the
but
guy that defected.
Lucas
you
and
know?
Stanley, absolutely not. It's just no, absolutely not. It's just
man, that'd
in
be
his
a good
position.
one. That'd be a good
Well,
one.
I
That'd be
mean,
a
I'm
good one.
not
He can
that.
challenge Stanley can challenge his liberalism.
Well, no.
Stanley
It's
could
not.
actually literally challenge it.
I think it's just like principle across the map. Like Stanley would he would dissect Lucas in less than 10 minutes, and Lucas would probably
He'll take
if
all his viewers. He'll
Lucas
take
ever
all his viewers, and everybody can come over here. And
like
then
no,
Stanley,
if Stanley had the opportunity to talk to Lucas after Lucas was done with Stanley, I guarantee you he would delete all his shit. He would delete his YouTube,
Don't know about all that.
Instagram. Stanley, you don't know Lucas.
Yeah.
You ain't been there for
Apparently not.
like Stanley. I'm telling you, listen. He would just run because he wouldn't have nothing else to hold him. But he hasn't really had somebody come up against him in that way. But
Really?
because he went so far. He was the first Black person on YouTube that broke the mold.
Interesting.
Like I said, this was over 10 years ago. He was the first Black dude on YouTube that broke 1 million.
Hold on. I actually
Stanley,
got
you're
it. Well, I'm gonna
destroyed,
tell you the
Stanley.
truth.
There's no competition.
I was really brave enough to make a comment in the chat a long time by one of our fellow YouTubers at the time before Alex Jones got suspended. And that was Tommy Sotomayor. And I had made
I know all of them.
I know you mentioned Tom. I've been listening to Tommy since I was in high school, Snake, but
yeah, I had mistaken him from another YouTuber that walked into a Georgia gas station and he was talking about whooping niggas. All these kids need their ass whooped and shit.
Well, yeah,
Tommy
no, but like
got on my ass because that wasn't him.
No, Tommy was there, Snake, whenever YouTube first started. And I won't take that from like whenever YouTube became a thing, Tommy was there. That's one thing. But like Lucas, Tommy, he did what he did. He made the connections that he made. You know, he had his own little radio show, this, that, and the third. But Lucas, in the political arena, there was nobody else on YouTube that broke the numbers that Lucas
could
did.
have been the next Rush Limbaugh. And that's why I
Lucas
think he
could have been
did
a lot of
what
different
he
things.
did.
But like he ruined his space with everybody. And I think the only thing that could happen, the only thing that could happen to Lucas right now is him running into Stanley, and
exactly
that being the end of that would be the end of Amazing Lucas. If Amazing Lucas ever had Stanley, he would be done.
I can't imagine anybody.
Exactly. Now you see what I'm saying?
Grizzly bear, Stanley.
He would be
He'd
good.
be a grizzly bear,
Stanley
Stanley. Just rip him apart.
Stanley would end him, and like we know his base. He started off as a conservative, vote Republican, proud Trump, this, and that.
Motherfucker be like, no, motherfucker, no.
No, he made that switch. Stanley would eviscerate Lucas.
Tear his ass up.
You know, shit. Stanley would eviscerate Lucas and his history. Like nobody else, from the moment that Stanley eviscerated Lucas, nobody else would ever know who he was again if they didn't know him before he met Stanley. I'm telling you, that's how bad it is.
Well, then we need to make sure he doesn't come over. Then I wouldn't want to be taking food from his kids.
No, you wouldn't want to hurt down. You wouldn't want to beat down a Democrat. That's what you wouldn't want to do. I'm gonna go and tell you, Stanley. You too goddamn soft. I'm gonna be on your.
John,
What he do?
I don't know what you're doing right now, but you and your lovely, lovely lady, and John, I tell you this all the time whenever we talk. You are far too good for me, and I appreciate you so much. I see what you did, John. You should be up here. I see what you did. I know you don't always like this. I'll call you in the morning. Well, hold on, wait. It's already morning. I'll call you in a few hours. But here comes John, doing what John does. John, you know I love you, and I appreciate you, and I respect you so much. Tell Miss Lisa I said hello. I said hello. Shout out to you, John. But you know, like, I hear what you're saying in that realm, Snake. But I mean, shit, like to introduce or put Stanley on someone like Lucas, I think he would kill himself after he talked to Stanley. And I'm saying
Yeah,
like
okay.
no,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
Stanley,
Now
you
I,
don't know.
now I
Stanley,
know you're kidding.
no, Stanley, you don't know.
Stanley, you
Stanley,
need to
you
go
don't
back
know
and
who
watch some
Lucas
of those
is.
videos.
Like Stanley,
You
I'm
really
not
need
like
to go back to it.
I'm not over exaggerating. Like, listen, I feel like if he talked to the likes of you, oh fuck, I just don't see it. I mean, because back in the day, Lucas was like the only pushback that wasn't like kind of silenced. And he's a young dude too. But like he was super young. Like he was like a kid back when he started, Stanley. Like I said, comic books, this, that, and that. And there weren't all of these platforms, but then he hops into politics, and then he changes his politics to like pro-black politics. And it's just like pro-black, this,
Yeah,
that, and that.
talking about reparations and shit.
Yeah, but then like it's
really?
certain things, like the way that he presented his arguments and the way that he continues to present his arguments, where you guys may agree on certain things, Stanley, the way that he presents his arguments, like you wouldn't go for it at all. And so because he's not used to having anybody challenge him so he can strengthen his arguments, for him to meet you, oh no. And so like I said, Lucas did something to Black YouTube that no other, I mean, shit, I'm trying to remember, like nobody else did that back then. We're over 10 years ago. Lucas did though.
What was that guy's name we was talking about the other day? You were sharing his video on the channel, and I don't think he ever got back. I don't think he ever, tried to say, "Oh, copyright strike them" because they shared my video. It's the one I always compare to B Blacks. The urban conservative, not the urban conservative.
The Black conservative perspective?
The Black conservative perspective, yeah, him.
I mean, Black conservative perspective and Anthony Bryan.
Now, that's another guy I love to have over here.
No, but they don't challenge the status quo. They're not like Lucas. They're not. They're gonna like people like that, like the three I just named, they're gonna agree with me. Like they don't even, they like the echo chamber. Lucas is different. Lucas, he's just different. And whenever he switched up, that shit disgusted me. I didn't like that shit at all. And then like checking in, every 6 months, maybe once a year, I'm like, oh hell no. Like, and you see the fact that he's like all the way down, it's just like, dude, you was on your way to 10 million. You were about to be the difference for Black people trying to get where you are on YouTube. Now you got that one little short guy who does the little interviews in his house. Like they ain't even doing it, they just going live. But you actually had positions that you took, but it didn't go anywhere. But you were going to be the first one that did what you did, but you got shut down. And I guess maybe he still has like 500,000, but like Lucas, he was on his way to like 10 million, 20 million. He was the one that they said was going to break the mold, but nope, he broke his own damn mold.
Yeah, he got tired, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know what the hell he got, but he ain't met Stanley though.
He got fucked up.
And I imagine if Stanley, if that would have ever happened, him to have Stanley, he would probably actually start to grow again. He might actually. I mean, so hypothetically, if he came through this way and Stanley's live and they get a show together type of thing, I think that would throw him back into the algorithm because when you're damn near close to 10 million subs and you lose all of it to be not even half a mil, shit. You know, like that's a hard hit. I don't give a damn. We're not even at 2,000 subs. So I can't even imagine. But like for someone like Lucas, he was just so all over the place. And he hasn't come back. You know, he's doing what he's doing, and I'm not going to sit here and shit on him and say like 400,000 subs. It's not a lot because it actually is, but it's just someone like Lucas needs someone like Stanley. So I the more that I'm saying this out loud, I can hear it, but Stanley would eviscerate him, and he would have to delete his damn channel. So that's the only reason.
Well, I don't think like I said, I'd never even heard of him. So, you know, maybe I'll listen to a show or two, but I just took a quick look.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Stanley, what you could probably do.
What is? Hold on, wait, Snake, real quick. You said you just took a quick look. You said you took a quick look at what, Stanley?
Just I went over and looked at some of his video. Well, I mean, scanned through his catalog of videos. There's nothing there that seemed unusual or interesting. It just seems like normal.
It's not about what's interesting; it's what brings in subscribers, Stanley.
What you just said, Stanley.
That's kind of maybe what you don't understand about me. I don't care.
I know.
You know, my shows tend to be fairly boring because I mean, the drama's kind of fun, but it's not all the content I need is stuff that, you know, it's a little bit more straight news. I don't really want to be that controversial.
Whereas one might think that Stanley would see
that's just sheer
someone
luck.
like the amazing Lucas and find from his quick view, Stanley like, no, that's just boring. You know what I'm saying? But it's just, Snake, I hear what you're saying, but it's just like shit.
Well, there's nothing that's not happening over here.
Yeah, it's not, but it's just it's him, Stanley. It's not his topics, it's him that you would. Like I said, like Snake, I hear what you're saying, but like I mean, shit, like Snake, the fact that you even said it, you know what I mean? Like, you know,
So you know, the first thing I noticed is he's wearing his hat backwards.
Yeah, that.
It's like,
I'm telling you, like,
it's hard for me to take, you know, political or cultural comments seriously from a guy who's wearing his hat backwards.
Like I said, if you just
What's up, Wolf?
Later on, if you just ever listen to him,
I might do that on your recommend. I mean, if you recommend him, I will at least listen. But I'm not interested in, you know, some encounter. If it happens, great.
Shit, Stanley, I wouldn't even recommend, because it's just like, no, you know what I mean? Like, no. Like the only thing I can think of is like what Snake said. It's just like shit. Lucas and Stanley, God, no. Oh my God, no. Even though you might be thinking like, okay, so Snake, okay, we know his position, but
I'm back.
He's changed his position, and while he may seem like he's in one arena he thinks this way and. You know, he's trying to defend Black people, this and that. Like Stanley, all of the things that Lucas is talking, Stanley would see right through that shit. And you know, Lucas, he's really emotional and shit. You know, and that's just kind of how he is. And I feel like Stanley would say just like maybe 5 to 10 words in one sentence, and it would make him cry.
Well, see, the problem is I would find, I'd probably just like go for the jugular, immediately.
No, Portia. Stanley will see him as a fellow patriot in combat against the racist ass Republican blacks. You know what I'm saying? And that's but now I would love for Stanley to
Oh,
join that channel
Well,
and be a
as much
part
as
of
you
it.
think you know
let
Stanley
me
in
help
that
you
right, I
out
don't
here.
think that Stanley would fool with him at all.
I don't
I think he
I
would.
don't think someone like a Glenn Lowry's racist.
My bricks ain't lined up right. Anyway, yeah, I get it, Stanley. But that's all I was saying. I was just giving you a little suggestion, just a
Well,
little bit.
I appreciate that, Solid Snake. Now let Portia get back to her show.
Yeah, it's like I hear. It's just like, no, hell no. Like Lucas, no.
One other point I wanted to make, Portia, about Lena Horne, and I, kind of know this.
Hey, Wolf.
It is tough. I can only imagine how hard it would be for a man to be married to someone that famous and that gorgeous. I think
Stanley, because oh my gosh, wasn't she?
Horne is
She was
probably
She
one of the
beautiful.
most
looking like a
attractive
man. She
women.
looking like a man with that strong jaw.
She
I ain't never thought Lena
Horne was
Horne looked
probably
good.
one of the most attractive women I've ever seen on TV in my life. The woman was just ridiculous.
Hell no.
All I'm saying is that I could only imagine how tough you would have to be a man among men to be married to someone that famous and that beautiful. Like, there's no way she could even go to the mall and not be lusted after. You have to be so well grounded. So I don't think it was her. It was probably the men.
Yeah.
And I feel for the men. There's just no way you could be married to her and not have a chip on your shoulder.
I mean, Lena.
But that's my opinion.
No, and I agree. And now, let me make sure. Ken Warfield, hey, Wolf, thank you. You've been coming back. I'm so glad to see you back.
Yeah, he was up on the racist roundtable today.
Jesus, I mean, she is absolutely beautiful. I actually wanted to do a story about let me see, the black actress that hid her race. Let me see real quick. I don't think it was Freddie Watch. I have to find this lady. Because growing up, Stanley, like my papa, I used to always watch old movies, like classic films, 1928. So it's like I always loved them. But like Lena Horne, I was like, God, no. But there's another black lady. Oh, there we go. Donna Drake. Jesus. Gorgeous. She was beautiful. What do you do here at this point? And she was just so beautiful. But like she was passing, the blonde hair. Plus, let me see if I can play this here. A little bit before I play that. Lena Horne, Donna Drake. It's just like, man, you look like this. And it's not your fault that you look like this, but oh, this one should be good. This one should be perfect. I'm gonna pull this one up. This is Donna Drake, very similar to that of Lena Horne. It was back during their time. They had their talent and their skill, and they were absolutely breathtaking black women. And their parents were black and everything. They just so happen to be, light skinned, what I mean? But gosh, look at this woman. Hopefully you guys can hear what she's saying, but if you can't, I understand because she's that beautiful. Donna Drake. Shout out to Donna Drake. Beautiful, beautiful woman. I mean, gosh, just gorgeous, 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 gorgeous. And
Yep.
she, throughout her career, she did this, white passing or like racially ambiguous passing. She had her, her stardom and whatnot, but she was Black, and she did that. She was just, she was beautiful. I mean,
Yeah,
my
she was
gosh.
high yellow.
But still, like, it's just like, that don't take away from, I mean,
I get it, but that's only the history you know. Imagine if that was, let's look at this YouTube streets. This is why I appreciate YouTube and the people involved within it. Imagine somebody ugly as me having such a voice in the political arena.
Let's take a look at Lena Horne before we get back into the main video.
But Lena Horne looked like a fake ass motherfucking Black Panther member with a high yellow ass. I don't believe none of the shit she say politically. No. She didn't invest in it. Tina Turner did more than her. Let's talk about Tina Turner.
I mean, you might have missed it earlier whenever we covered Lena Horne.
What about Tina Turner though? What about
just like
about Tina Turner though?
Just like the other lady that I just showed you. I mean, because we're like Snake, we're in the 1910s and the 1940s right now. Tina Turner wasn't a thought, Snake.
I know. Portia, you know what I was thinking?
Okay.
I think Stanley ready for me to drop down.
Well, no, I mean, Snake,
I know.
Snake, you can stay up until we get to Stanley show, but like I said, like Dana and like Lena Horne,
too long.
These women, I mean, they were just so beautiful.
I'm just listening to the craziness.
They're just so beautiful. And yes, like Snake, they're like, yes, she is. It's Lena Horne. Yes, you. Like, what did you think about Dorothy
Dandridge? Woman that played on Star Trek, the one that repeated everything the computer said back, Aurora.
What did you think about Snake? I don't give a damn. Like, what did you think about Dorothy?
On film.
What about Dorothy? What about Dorothy Dandridge?
Oh, see, I already know you were gonna go there.
Snake.
She was alright in her younger years.
Snake. We're talking about the time. You're talking about some shit today. We're talking about back then. I mean, shit. The only women that they had in these positions, yeah, they were light skinned and shit, but who cares? They were still beautiful.
Hey, they had to put
Tina
Whitney
Turner
Houston
was
on
later
crack.
on.
They had to put Whitney Houston on crack to make her crack.
20, 30, 40 years later, after the Trailblazers, I mean, shit, we're talking about like we had TVs, cell phones, internet. I mean, the women you're mentioning, I mean, hey, we can hear and know their stories directly from them to a point that, I mean, we're talking about autobiographers, biographers, whatever the case may be. And if you're looking between 1970 and before, like, that's what they did. You know what I'm saying? Like, they picked the racially ambiguous looking women and whatnot, but that didn't take away from their Black and their talent and their voice. They were beautiful.
Yeah, but think about them Blaxploitation films. Man, we had so many beautiful Black women and Black media back then in those days that I think they just never got the right amount of goddamn on advertisement portion.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, Snake, right now.
Lena Horne, because she was elevated in a I want to say judicial element of the system.
Hey, but who gives a shit? Snake, listen.
But what I'm saying
whatever
is,
the case
there
may
were
have
many
been
Black
at that
women
time.
actors that looked better than Lena Horne. That probably
but they didn't get the
performed
job.
better than Lena Horne, but probably
They
just
didn't get
didn't
the
play
job.
the game they wanted to play.
It doesn't
So
matter.
I don't put too much faith in a Lena Horne type character because I knew where she come from. I mean, I look at a Sammy Davis model of a Black man that was invited into the white American culture, what they
Okay,
wanted
so
to
but
see
like
the
if the
African
white
American
American
image to
culture,
be.
Snake,
But at the end
if
of
the
the day,
white
that's all that
American culture,
was.
if the white American culture did not invite
They
Sammy
just like
Davis
lighter
Jr. into it,
skinned
you
black
wouldn't even know who
niggas.
the fuck he was. You wouldn't even know who the fuck he was.
Name me,
I mean,
okay,
we can go all the way through
name me a
Motown, this and that. You
dark-skinned
wouldn't
black
know.
woman that was beautiful other than Aurora on Star Trek back in the day.
Nina Simone, she broke the fucking moon. She was beautiful. You can't
Well, of
like
course she was, but why is she the only one?
why? She's not the only one. She's not the only one. She's the first of her kind, but she's not the only one. And
What
that's
was
the
that
thing.
girl?
Like
What was that girl
have
that
this,
played in
and you
Arnold
say this, and you
Schwarzenegger?
say that.
And I
But
think she was the
who gives a
finest
shit if they
woman
were
back
light
in the
skinned?
80s. She played
Nobody
in
gives a
Fresh
shit.
Groove.
You're talking about the 80s, but you're not even looking at the fact of the matter that no matter if they were light skinned, my skin tone, brown skin, or dark skin, these women paved the way for you to be able
No,
to
they
talk
were
about
selected to play the way. Portia, you gotta
I
look
mean,
at it.
but shit, Snake, they did though.
It's
It
not
doesn't
like
matter
the
if they were
Jewish
selected
guy
or
that was
not.
in Hollywood going to ask the current black man on the block who the best looking bitch out here.
DiCapriono.
I'm just
I don't know if you heard me,
saying.
DiCapriono. I love old movies. I'm a huge fan of black and white and The Imitation of Life. Absolutely. So I love older film, and
I mean,
that's
but
probably why Jeremiah show you guys will see it.
my portion, we have beautiful dark-skinned black women.
Yeah, but shit, Snake, we don't listen.
Why? I read a comment the other night on one of these
Oh my
TikTok
God,
videos.
Snake.
I'm just saying, and all of a sudden, somebody in the comment
gives a fuck?
section posted that. No, somebody on that TikTok of Beyonce posted that. When did she get lighter? I was
Shit,
like,
she's Creole.
no,
She's
listen,
Creole.
I was amazed that somebody would say that Beyonce was lighter in that video or that photo, because Beyonce has always been like a red bone to me. You know,
she's Creole.
I mean,
who gives a
already
shit?
hype, but
She's
I'm a
black.
Halle Berry fan.
Just
I like red bones.
I mean, shit, Halle Berry, she's mixed. You look at damn shit, you're making me forget. Out of New Orleans. Gosh, it's gonna have to come back to me because I just forgot listening to you. Who gives a shit? Who cares? You know why? Does it matter in the way in which you're presenting it? Because you know the names of these people right now today. If it wasn't for what it was that they did, when they did what they did, yeah, we understand. They hand selected, picked, did this, that, and the third. But we're in a different time today. And I'm not going to ignore these black women. Who gives a shit?
Skinned individuals other than Sidney Poitier or Morgan Freeman. I always understood why the darker men was always promoted amongst black culture, but I never understood why they never threw that same level of support for darker skinned actresses in Hollywood. I never understood that. You had darker skinned, beautiful women in Hollywood, and they never wanted to promote them. It was always the red bone or the yellow bone.
You know, that's going to be quite literally impossible, the argument that you're making in 2025, because there's a whole lot of dark-skinned black females that are all across the media. I mean, shit, Whoopi Goldberg, Viola Davis.
Whoopi Goldberg is not beautiful. I don't want to.
It doesn't matter.
Hey, you ever seen Jumping Jack Flash?
That's more of a testament.
Hold on,
Whoopi Goldberg is as
Portia.
ugly
Wait
as
a minute.
sin.
Wait a minute. Can I speak as a black man?
No. Hold on, wait. Let me tell.
Whoopi Goldberg is not attractive, and I refuse to allow you to let me think that she is. Whoopi Goldberg.
Whenever she was on The Color Purple, and whenever they had that very significant scene, whenever Suge Knight said, "You sure is ugly," Suge Knight wasn't lying because she didn't need to. Whoopi Goldberg was ugly back then, and she ugly right now. But you know what she is? She's a dark-skinned, ugly black woman who sits at the head of The View. We're not gonna sit here and do this shit. We're looking at dark-skinned black women like they are just unable. They haven't made it nowhere. They ain't did nothing. I mean, Tika Sumpter. To me, one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen outside of Angela Bassett is Tika Sumter. Tika Sumter, oh my God, she takes my breath away. I think she's so damn beautiful. That's a dark-skinned Black woman right there. So it doesn't matter the skin tone, but like you, Solid Snake, you're making it about the skin tone. You're making it about colorism.
Well,
Listen,
you have to understand.
like the 70s. I'm talking about before that. This is what these Black women did, and this is what they sought out.
Someone like Solid Snake, he cares about the white gaze, and when he judges beauty, it's literally a white gaze judging by a European beauty standard. So pretty much, I bet he couldn't. I bet Solid Snake couldn't name a dark-skinned woman that he finds attractive, and I mean dark, not brown skin. I mean a dark-skinned black woman that he finds attractive. I bet he can't.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Stanley. They don't advertise them like that.
Okay,
they don't advertise them like that, Stanley. They only promote light-skinned Black women in that fashion. How many dark-skinned Black women do the media
Okay, see, I don't even need. I don't need to belabor this point. He doesn't even know that dark-skinned Black women are models.
I didn't say I didn't know that, Stanley. I'm talking
You said something about advertising.
Now you're putting
You
words
said
in my mouth,
something about
trying to promote the
advertising.
gaslight agenda.
Okay, see, this is the Black conservative way. Okay, don't answer questions, but keep talking and talking and talking without taking a breath, so no one can actually force you to answer the question. You talk about advertising. What is modeling but advertising? Again, I'm betting you cannot name one dark-skinned Black woman you even find attractive, because you, sir, judge Black women through a white gaze that is attuned to a European beauty standard.
And Snake, you've been here, and I mean, I don't know if you didn't hear what Lena Horne was saying about her experience, and they were saying like she had to go on with this persona that they had to teach her how to sing this, that, and the third, or no, whatever. But it's just whatever the time, that time, even though that's what it was, that's what we know of. But what you can put your hands on and touch right now, like I said, Kelly Rowland. Viola Davis. I can't think of that one other girl's name. It's a lot of them. And they're beautiful. They're beautiful Black women.
No, Portia.
They're beautiful. They're beautiful Black women.
No, Portia, no. They do not advertise or advocate for darker skinned Black women.
What about
Wakanda?
Wakanda?
We have to be honest about that.
No.
We have to be honest about that. And it's not a
really get
about
annoyed.
colorism. It's a situation about representation of our.
I really get annoyed when Black conservatives, so-called Black conservatives, cannot answer questions. You are like Ketanji Brown Jackson. You can't even answer a question.
Ketanji is dark, like Snake. Wakanda.
Well,
Okay.
Portia, I'm gonna be honest with you, Portia. Let's be honest.
Okay, no.
You
Let's
really ain't
be
got a
honest.
conversation in
You
this.
are
Everybody
a male.
already know Portia's beautiful.
You totally besides the point. You are a male, a Black male, Ketanji Brown Jackson. You cannot answer direct questions.
Is why are we not promoting the real image of African American? Why is it
This
always
is getting
a
to a
high
point
Black
where
person?
I'm going to have to get
As
off
far
this
as
panel.
women.
I fucking detest people who can't answer direct questions.
What's the direct question, Stanley?
Name me.
What are you talking about?
He has no clue.
like
I
Snake,
do
the
know what I'm talking
representation
about.
of Black America. I'm a representation of Black America. You, Stanley, like I mean, like shit.
Okay,
Black
but
people.
y'all,
I'm not,
We're so
I'm a
diverse.
break it down
representation
into
of myself.
colorism, and I'm just arguing
No,
the
but
point
like,
about
hold on, wait.
colorism.
Okay, but no, but still, like Snake, I hear you. But like Black people, we come in different hues, tones, different hair textures. Like we're
Exactly,
so
but what I'm
diverse as
trying
a
to
people.
say
But
is
who gives
why
a shit
aren't
like
they
what you're saying?
promoted?
They
Why
do,
aren't they
Solid
promoted?
Snake.
Promote
They
everybody.
Do we sit back and act like dark-skinned
This
females
motherfucker is
are
just
more
on
aggressive
his
than
own planet.
light-skinned females? Let's talk about the dichotomy of how they try.
Let's stop using the word dichotomy because there isn't one.
So I won't make that mistake again.
You are satisfying my bigotry of low expectations here.
Exactly, Stanley, and I approve of my message, and I hope it reach out across all you Black liberals in the land.
Yep. Just go
Because
ahead and
that's what you
skip
have
off the
set the
Earth's
bar. You
atmosphere
have
off
set
into
the bar
space.
in hell, and you refuse to argue above that point.
Solid Snake,
Well, Snake, they're
you
really,
are the
there's
white
really not
man's
a
boy.
point with the dark skinned
You
women.
damn right. If I gotta be the white man's boy, it's better than being a nigga.
I won't even respond to that.
Well, Snake,
I know
like
you don't.
Snake,
Because
your
you are the
position,
nigga, so
it just doesn't stick. I mean, and this, I hear what you're saying, but like respectfully, it just doesn't stick. It isn't like Black women, like no matter the whole colorism, skin tone, the hue, that's just not what it is. It's literally not. It's not.
Yes, it is, Portia.
It's but like Snake, it's not though.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not. There's
Name
Black
one
women.
African American actress that's dark. What would you be?
Cicely Tyson.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Viola Davis.
Let's go through recent news.
What's the young
African American woman that played the
what's the
witch in
young
the new
really
version of
pretty
Wizard of
dark-skinned
Oz?
girl from Mexico?
Everybody tried to tell you that Black woman is too goddamn Black to play the role of
This
Stone.
man is
Wait a minute. Now I got an argument here. There is a direct assault on dark-skinned African American women, and it's not being defended against.
You are literally
They
off
say,
your
"Oh,
rocker.
Storm got to be a beautiful Black woman." So what they saying is basically,
See, this is what he does. He wants to talk and talk and talk so he doesn't have to digest what other people are saying.
Oh, Maxine living single. Like, listen, Snake.
Eric,
hold
yeah,
on,
her
wait.
name is
Why y'all
Erica
keep putting me in the
something
back
or
when I'm
another.
making my argument?
Beautiful woman.
Let me share this
Y'all
tab.
making the brain value go
Lupita,
down.
that's right. That's who I'm talking about.
Snake. This
Beverly
right here.
Johnson was fairly dark.
Tika
Grace
Sumter.
Jones.
Shit, Naomi Campbell. Like Tika Sumter to me. Listen, you can't tell me shit about no damn Tika Sumter. She is so beautiful to me. I just think she's gorgeous. I mean, look, like
Look
Snake.
at Dan
It is so many dark-skinned Black women that have done so much.
Sit your ass in the back
shit,
for that.
like
Because I didn't even want to look at that woman.
Jones. If you even
Yeah,
look
of
at
course, Solid Snake
Beverly
isn't paying
Jones.
attention.
Man,
Lupita.
I don't. Lord.
They dark skinned.
Solid Snake.
Jones.
Solid Snake. You are not acquitting yourself well.
No, Stanley. No, Stanley. You stuck in your
Even
bubble.
Gabrielle Union. And I mean, look at Tika
Oh,
Sumter.
hell no. Oh, hell no. You act like I ain't read reports of Gabrielle Union. Hold on. Wait a minute, Portia. You cannot. We're not talking about
Yes, we
colorism
can,
at this
Solid
point.
Snake.
Hold on, guys. Give me a chance. Give me a chance, Stanley.
My God.
I know y'all don't like to take these L's, but I gotta give them out.
Oh my Lord.
I give them out like the prison give out bars of soap and razors. Let me go and tell you like this, man. Gabrielle Union literally on public media transitioning her damn
this
son.
is literally besides the point.
Snake, that doesn't take away from how beautiful
This
she is.
dude,
She's beautiful.
this dude is
That situation alone,
Solid
I have
Snake.
barred the NBA
Don't
from
come to
my
my
life.
show.
Just a simple fact that Gabrielle Union had the right to transition her son under a famous
What does
NBA
that have
ball
to do
player,
with her look?
I have
Snake,
canceled the NBA in
Snake,
my life.
that has
I
nothing
don't
to do
watch
with
the
what she looks like.
NBA no more.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna
but
let
that
y'all know
has
that.
nothing to
Don't
do
ask me
with
about
what
no
she looks like.
NBA scores, no NBA team, because Gabrielle Union got away with child manipulation and child
This
mutilation
is just.
through transition
If
a
this,
damn
if,
child through an
do you
Tika
think,
Sumter,
do you
she's just so
think,
beautiful to me. I
do you
can't
think
even. I
white
can't even.
people are
Stop
judging?
it.
Are white people judging the black race by Solid Snake? I hope
No,
not.
but I tell you what, black people ain't doing.
Look at this
Black people
picture of
ain't
Tika.
paying attention to how the
Who is
fuck they
that?
being buck broken in the political system.
This because
In the political
I have
view.
my
I
Angela
may
Bassett
sound
and
like
then
a
I have my
revolutionary,
Tika
but
Sumter.
guys, please believe
I
me, I'm
think
not.
Tika Sumter is just, oh my God. I just think she is just so beautiful.
I don't know who that is. That's like Jasmine Crockett. Everybody want to hype this woman up like she's pretty. She
How do
got
we,
the big ass
how
fucking
do we
goofy
really
eyelashes
tolerate
on.
this guy?
All
look,
this makeup.
here we go. Tika Sumter. I mean, gosh, my dog. Listen, Tika Sumter, Angela Bassett, they're my two. Tika Sumter is beautiful to me.
She alright.
She is, to me, she is breathtaking. Like, it's
How
just
she
like, gosh,
breathtaking, Portia?
to me, no,
How
but to
she
me,
breathtaking?
I just think that she is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, I've always felt she's a beautiful woman to
Hey,
me.
she's not.
I'm a
She's not
5-year
Ty
grown
Yella,
woman that
so
want to go into modeling.
this is
And
Solid
I see
Snake
a lot of
looking
dark
through,
skin, overweight,
his
unhealthy
white
little
gaze.
children around here.
Stanley.
And if I
Not
utilize
Stanley.
that
Snake.
makeup,
Tika Sumter, like she's super dark skinned. You know, these pictures and stuff like that. But Tika, she ain't brown skinned by any
If
stretch of the
she's super
imagination. And I
dark
just think
skinned,
that
she can't be beautiful. She can only be a height.
she's gorgeous to me. I can't. It
And
is just something about how beautiful she
I
is.
rhymes with
yeah,
not
I
right.
in your mind, Stanley. And that's all I'm saying. You can't speak for me. And see, if
You
you
know
was
what?
a real man, you would know you could never do that.
I'm not
But I don't
speaking
know about
for
Tika
you. I'm
Sumter.
speaking
I gotta look.
about you.
Tika.
See, I'm basically doing ad hominems as you speak.
Whatever, Stanley. Whatever. I still won the argument. I don't
Yeah,
care.
of course you did.
Of course she beautiful. Of course she pretty.
Of course
but
she is.
Is she attractive?
I hear a butt coming.
Wait. Is she attractive?
What? Snake, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I think so.
No.
Look at her. Jesus.
You saying she beautiful, but is she attractive?
Okay.
Yes, she's
you know
both.
what, Solid
What are you
Snake?
talking about?
Solid Snake, you're not even that bright. Don't be trying
really,
to
Stanley,
don't
now you
be
want to
trying
insult
to
my
split
intelligence.
hairs.
Stanley, I can argue my point. My
Okay,
point.
you have no point.
What point?
I'm gonna
what point do you think I'm
paraphrase
trying to make, Stanley?
Justice Roger Taney. You have no point that a white man needs to consider.
Attractive. I'm gonna tell you who was attractive. Remember that girl that played on that TV?
I'm checking out.
You know his wife. Do you know his wife, the actress that played? I can't think of her name right now. Now she was high yellow, but the role determines the character and how the character being viewed by the audience. Because all the world is a stage and we are just as actors.
You know what? I know you're struggling to sound smart, but your sound
for us to sit
really
back
ridiculous.
and constantly hype up high yellow, red ball.
I don't know why people even put up with
And
you.
then you wonder why your motherfucking goddamn population dropping.
I'm not going to
because
put up with this
everybody
nonsense on my
dark-skinned black,
planet.
but they can't get a fine-ass woman because they don't see her that way. Because the media don't propagate that agenda.
Okay, Snake. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and like end it.
What's up, Virgo?
We
I'm an
have
Alex Jones ass motherfucker. I'm
we
an
have
Alex
Virgo
Jones
here.
ass nigga.
That was a snakeful. I mean, a
One
mouthful.
of those things, like sometimes you're on point, but like
Oh,
here, like it's
You're
irritating.
echoing, Virgo.
Don't say that because goddamn it.
It's not
My bad, y'all. And I didn't mean to call out God's name like that.
No. It's just
But you need to be more mindful. Don't say that.
I'm well over my time. I have cut too far into
Portia,
Stanley's
you
show.
ain't never over
No,
your time.
don't worry about it.
Time.
It's a
Portia,
good
got
thing you went
all the
over.
things.
That way, Solid Snake can get his panel time. Because I'm not putting up
I
with this
heard something
bullshit
today.
on my
I
panel.
heard something today on somebody's YouTube channel. Somebody that's not a part of this community that I know of came out on one of their YouTube videos and they kept saying all the things. I want all the things. I was like, what the fuck did they just do that? So I know our channel
It's like
is
back in the
popping.
70s.
So everybody,
Back in the
please hit
70s,
that like,
when they only
share,
had like AM and FM
suggest to
radio.
your friends to subscribe
You
to
used
this
to surf
channel
the
because
channels.
they lying.
That's what he sounds
YouTube
like.
is lying to the people.
Well,
tell the truth, YouTube.
You are literally a human AM radio.
Oh, come on, Stanley. That's what I want. I want that AM radio. The John
Just the
Galt
1/6
Urban
you know.
Landlord Radio overnight.
God damn it,
It's gonna
Snake.
be crazy.
All right, so we're gonna hold on. I think
Virgo, you got an echo.
Virgo has a mute. I mean, excuse me, I had to mute Virgo because she has the echo. So like Virgo, you might want to come back in.
Ooh, wait till she lose by 300 pounds.
I told you guys about this on my last episode. I'm not ever going to be able to shake it. We're going to watch a little bit more of this, and we're going to end with Stanley and God sent me you, the black woman. Snake, I rocks with you, but for whatever the case may be, Snake, you were so off point tonight in terms of black women.
No, I'm not.
What I need you to do is just look it up. But what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna look at these babies, because you know what these babies do? They make me happy. So we're gonna watch a couple of minutes of this, and then we're gonna end the show, and then we'll be back like we never left with Stanley Cross. All right. Y'all know how we do here at the Urban Landlord. So let's check out these babies because they just make me smile. Shout out to all of you that showed up for the show tonight. I appreciate you so much. I apologize for that link. I thought it was in there, but it deleted it. These babies. Happy Black History Month!
Shout out to Abiola, Brian Nichols, Lou Freezone, DiCapriano, Black Manta, Dan Herb. Shout out to y'all, man. Kim Warfield for showing up tonight. Virgo on the panel tonight. Yeah, shout out to her.
Snake.
Palomino Ricky. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody that showed love. Clarice in the house. Respect Portia for producing awesome show.
Y'all know I want me a boy. Look at these babies showing out. I told y'all every time I do a show, I'm showing these babies. I'm so
Portia's
proud.
trying to make me cry right now talking about this band stuff.
Shout out to you guys. Happy Black History Month.
I used to play the trombone and the trumpet.
It's too often. We don't always talk about our babies doing this versus shooting up and doing this and that. It's not our representation. It's not our story.
Why are you trying to say shooting up? Why y'all trying to say that? I don't do that.
Snake, I ain't talking about you.
Oh.
The these babies are at a competition. They ain't in the streets. That's the idea. Only black kids are in the streets. No, the hell they not.
Portia. Hey, I told y'all about the time I met Erica down there at Southern University at the choir competition we was having back when I was in high school back in '93. I had met Erica Badu. Man, let me tell you something. You talk about band day. Man, I'm gonna tell you how black people love music, and I'm telling you, I was down there at that choir thing. It was people down there. I'm talking about people. I'm talking about these little motherfuckers knew how to blow. I was down there.
Yeah, Snake. Did you miss my last episode where I talked about I was a marching band and concert all the way even in college too.
Yeah, but I was in high school with it. I was in high school with it.
Yeah, I did middle school, high school, and college.
Bosley.
I understand, but you know what? You know, it's okay for us to reminisce. I get it. I did it the other day. I get it. But these babies here, they just make me happy. I just love to see it. And of course, like I said, it's the whole idea of these black kids out in the streets. No. That, to me, in my opinion, it's not the majority of us. And that's what I love about this video. It just sends me over the moon because they're elementary kids. And if you guys have ever listened to me before, I can't do elementary, and I damn sure can't do 6th grade. But you know what? These babies, they are killing it, and it just brings me so much peace and joy. I'm so proud of them. So let's listen to a few more minutes, and we'll go ahead and get up out of here so that Stanley can get started.
We gotta get up out of here. We talking about some good shit. This Black History now.
I mean, well, shit. You keep on interrupting, damn Snake. But you know what? Stanley's up next. We're not getting out of here. We're getting out of here until Stanley comes back up. So let's watch some more. Look, we're gonna watch some more, and then we're gonna get up out of here. Shout out to the babies. I see y'all. I just can't get enough of it. Out here doing y'all thing like this. Yeah, I won't keep you guys too much longer. It's just makes me feel seeing the babies. I love seeing the babies, and like I told you guys, I'm gonna close it out.
What you was drum major? You ain't never played the clarinet. You ain't tried to play the clarinet, hey? I bet you scared of that clarinet.
Oh no, Snake, actually, in marching season, I play clarinet, and during concert, I play the piano.
Well,
Yeah,
you sound like you can. It sounds like you can.
I mean, because I can. I
was
actually.
a trombone trumpet player. I was good at scouting out niggas. I used to go through the high school. I scout a motherfucker. I'd be like, hey man. Cause I used to have this girl in my class. Well, she wasn't in my class. She was like 2 classes over me. And I used to sit at my grandma's house and
Stanley,
she used to practice on her clarinet.
Stanley, I set the redirect for your show. So
okay,
if you wanna head over and get it started.
One day I walked over there to
her
and I said, "Can you play
so that
this
whenever
Tiffany
I end here, it'll
song?"
go directly to you.
I hope it redirects everybody but Solid Snake.
Really, Stanley? Oh, see, I don't get no respect.
Okay, well, I'll see y'all over there.
Stanley, thank you for coming here and being here with me tonight. Thank you so much.
I get no
respect. It's a good show.
Thank you, Stanley. I'm in the back chat for those of you that are on the panel right now. I just dropped the link for Stanley's show. He's about to get this started. His show, I wasn't planning on being here for 7 hours, but I was here and we had a very great show and a great time. I want to make sure that I show some love and appreciation to Virgo, Crown Reese, and Snake. Snake is a little crazy, but you know what? It's okay. We love him. Thank you to all of you that are in the chat. Thank you to all of you that send cat taps. I hit my cat chat. Thank you guys so much. I will not forget at the beginning of the show the recommendation of the MacBook. Hey, listen, we are doing a $10 a day for Portia J because listen. I just need another MacBook. I need Snake. We're not gonna Snake. Hold on, wait. Snake. I love you, but we got to get him up out of here because he's preaching the devil. I am an Apple user, Android. I just think that it's just not good for me. But shout out to Solid Snake. So guys, we are going to have Stanley here up next, and you guys can just stay put because as soon as this show ends, you guys will be directed to Stanley's show. And I know he's going to have a really great show for you guys. And, before you get there, Stanley, you and me, girl.
When I was a little boy, growing up, I remember the old saying, girls are made of sugar and spice, and everything nice. Boys are made of snakes and snares, and puppy dog tails. But what I couldn't understand is why girls were even made at all. Until God gave me you.
Again, shout out to all of you. I love you all so much. I appreciate all of you immensely. Stanley's up next. And y'all know how it goes. Y'all know how we do over here at the Urban Landlord. If not tomorrow, maybe Sunday, guys. And I will be back with another Black History Month stream where I am just celebrating black people. And although we have a difference of opinions in our political endeavors, just in case they're watching, we want to let them know, stop complaining all the damn time. All of your whining and moaning, I don't have time for that. Okay? I don't have time for that. So again, guys, we will be back like we never left because we never do. Happy Black History Month, and we will see you all over at Stanley's. Bye.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.
should go.